Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Spring Sprints, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series in America, bringing together the top Sports Car Club of America racers from around the country. And this weekend, it is rounds number 9 and number 10. Actually, today, just round number 10 here as we are at Virginia International Raceway in Danville, Virginia. Of course, the place that Paul Newman once termed heaven on earth. That's an overused term, I think, but it is absolutely gorgeous here. It's just about 70 degrees. Very few, if any, clouds in the sky here. You can see this, see it right here on your camera as our first group is heading out for track. And of course, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and I'm joined by Brian Bielanski. And good morning, Brian. How are you doing today?
Morning.
Come on. Don't start off putting people to sleep this early in the morning just because it's 5 o'clock for you.
It's a beautiful day to be alive. How's that?
There you go. Thank you for bringing the energy and excitement to VIR today, Brian. All right, so we've got our first group out on track today. It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let me, as we try, apparently our cameraman over by Snake hasn't had his coffee yet either, or maybe he's had too much. He's getting awfully jittery this early. But let's quickly talk about what our schedule is today, Brian. We have qualifying for each of our 7 different run groups here this morning. These are shorter 15-minute qualifying sessions. And then just before we break for lunch, we're going to have our first feature race of the day. All 7 groups are going to have 14-lap or 35-minute races, whichever comes first. And the starting grids for those races will be based on the fastest lap time from these qualifying sessions here this morning, as well as the fastest lap times put in by drivers during yesterday's 25-minute sprint race and yesterday morning's qualifying. So essentially 3 different qualifying sessions being used for the starting grids for this afternoon's races. And Brian, given what we saw yesterday in Spec Racer Ford, I'm not expecting fireworks here early on in qualifying, although as we get towards the end of our outlap, looks like the racers are, they're doing a bit of racing and a bit of jockeying for position, I guess, to see who's going to be the lead car of the group to take the green flag first. But yesterday, look, we saw these fights at the end of the race between I guess Brian Schofield and Clay Russell up at the top of the roller coaster where we got the elbows out. Russ Turner there as well, and we always see this very close racing and usually respectful racing, but it got a little rough yesterday.
It did, and I think there's a couple of things that you look at. You look at the circumstances and the timing of it getting a little rough. Yep. And you also have to look at the level of roughness that it got. You know what I mean? And last lap, 2 corners from the end, getting a little, rough and tumble. It's kind of one of those racing things. And everybody wants the last same piece of real estate because they want to get to that checkered flag first. So, I think there's different ways to adjudicate that. Right. And the stewards, I'm sure, I know they took a close look at it because it took half the day for the results to go official. But in the end, Brian Schofield ends up being your race winner yesterday. Clay Russell ends up with second, and then Bobby Sack. So you have 3 former national champions on the podium here at VIR. And they'll come out and do it again today, and we'll see what happens at the end of the race today. If Schofield and Russell are in the same spot, we'll see what happens.
Well, we'll see, because it was actually Russ Turner who was running alongside Schofield going at the top of the roller coaster there with 2 laps to go.
Oh, that's right.
And he ended up off track. We'll just say that,
yes.
Especially since there were no penalties assigned. He ended up the day in 6th position. So I know he's going to certainly be looking for a little redemption. That said, the way things are right now is our drivers are working their very first flying lap of this qualifying session. Brian Schofield is your provisional pole sitter for this afternoon's race, or actually, I don't want to say this afternoon. We're scheduled to have our first race of the day, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at 10:20 this morning, so just a little bit over 2 hours from now. Schofield's the provisional pole sitter. The time that everybody is looking to beat right now is 2:04.77. Russ Turner provisionally on the outside of the front row with Clay Russell provisionally in third. Vaughn Mishko, who, and you got a feel for Vaughn on that very first lap yesterday. He went off at the entrance to the uphill S's. We don't know if there was contact or not. We couldn't see it on the cameras, but he dropped all the way back yesterday towards the to the very last place in the field and had to work his way up, and he was only able to manage 32nd position after having started fourth, and that's also where he is currently qualified. So we'll see. Obviously he's going to be looking to give a little bit better result than he had yesterday.
Right. So, perfect temperature this morning to go fast. It's cool. The track is, maybe a little dewy, but other than that, dry. And if it is a little dewy, it'll be a lap or two and it'll be completely dry. And, this is the time where if you really want to try to take one last stab at getting up to the front of this field, this is where and when you do it. So
exactly.
It's very, very good timing for that kind of thing right now.
All right, Brian, we're just about halfway through this qualifying session already. Right now, Russ Turner is your fastest driver on track, and he is almost 4 seconds off of the provisional pole time, as these drivers are still trying to get some heat in the tires and the equipment. But let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group and take our break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 2. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4. Race Group 2, please head to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action here from Virginia International Raceway.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
back here live at VIR for qualifying for Spec Racer Ford. 4.5 minutes to go in this session. When we get going later this afternoon, this race will start just before lunch. This will be our one race before lunch today, which I love getting one in before lunch, Greg. It kind of gives me a good way to get the day started. And
to wake up, yeah.
And, well, no, but, that's going to be 2 hours from now. I'll probably be, at least I'll have one of my two eyes open by the time this race starts. But no, I just kind of like the feel of getting at least one race in before lunch. But yeah, this will be our first race before lunch. It'll be 14 laps or 35 minutes. Hopefully we'll get all the laps in. And hopefully it'll be as good of a race as yesterday was, because we had some great action in this race. Right now, it looks like that Brian Schofield's still holding on to that top spot. And he'll probably still be our pole sitter. But there's time for someone to make up some time here if they had a car problem yesterday, or if they've made a setup change that will help them out today. And that's why there's so many of these race cars out there this morning.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And at this point here, with Clay Russell, our fastest driver so far this morning, putting in time at 2:06.164. He's still about a second and a half off of that provisional pole time. And so these drivers, I mean, they may just be, at this point, one, finding the track maybe a little bit more slick than they had for their race yesterday. They did have the sweeper trucks out last night, and might have taken some of the rubber off the track surface. But again, I think any seat time is good seat time, even if you're not setting fast laps. And some of the racers at the front, for example, now we see heading down the front straight, Russ Turner and Bobby Sack, lock nose to tail. I think even if they're not working for fast laps, certainly working and practicing, their time in the draft, as they are going to likely spend a lot of time during the race a little bit later this morning. Real quick, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Second call to the grid for race group 2. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, this is your second call to the grid. All right, Brian, it sounds like at least one driver having maybe not the smoothest of qualifying sessions. That is John Dunches out of Naples, Florida, the number 63 machine, as he just had some issues over coming out of South Bend, going into turn 11. He's got that car back underway now, and you'll see he's out of the camera view. He's actually onto Madison Avenue, but looped it coming out of South Bend, and there he is, all by his lonesome.
That'll happen. Yeah, that'll happen on occasion. And I do also like this. They've a couple times this weekend we've turned this section of the racetrack right here into a rallycross course, and
yes.
It's been I've seen several cars go off over the years. I haven't seen too many do what they've been doing, and that's basically shooting right all the way across and re-entering over here by the South Paddock. And
I mean, it's a great way to set a new track record, Brian.
Yeah, and one of the times it happened, it actually looked like the driver might have made up a position or two in the process.
Yeah, exactly.
It was pretty interesting to see how that worked. But anyway, coming up with just a minute or so to go, less than a minute or so to go in this session right now, and it has been fairly clean and uneventful. And there is our checkered flag, and at the moment, the fast car in this particular session is Clay Russell with a 2:05.986, followed by Vaughn Mishko.
Well, and actually, that was his last lap through. His fastest lap, Brian, was a 2:05.41.
Oh, yes.
Or I will call it a 2:05.42, actually. And still, it was about a little bit more than half a second off of the provisional pole time there. But Mishko, who we talked about yesterday, let me take a look here to see, because with Clay Russell, the only one in the 2:05s, everybody else behind was in the 2:06s.
Right.
And actually Mishko with the 2:06 flat that he ran in this session that would have only been good for 9th position.
Right.
Yes, from yesterday's time. So Mishko, he's going to stay where he is, 4th overall. And I'm looking to see if we have anybody that might have jumped up. Bruce Myers yesterday. Bruce Myers improved upon what he did yesterday, but it's not going to move any further up the order. Bruce Myers was 7th fastest in today's session. He was 12th fastest yesterday, but even with the 206.23 that he put in, he's not going to improve on where he starts. Same with Sam Schechter, who yesterday ran a 206.51. Actually, and today Sam Schechter was a little bit off of that lap time. Just to give you an idea, Schechter came into this morning's session with the 14th fastest lap time. Today he had the 8th fastest lap time, and he still does not improve where he's going to start today.
Right. So, well, that is how it's going to stand. We will take it. One more call to grid, Greg, I guess, and then take our break. Does that make sense?
And they've just given the 5-minute warning here, so I mean I can make a final call, but folks are going to have to absolutely run like a bunny or drive like a bunny to get up to the grid. All right, race group 2, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4. This is your final call to the grid. 5-minute warning has already been given by the grid, so you need to be up there. Anyway, so we're going to take a quick little break. That'll give Brian some time to have a half a cup of coffee, and we will be back here in just a few moments from Virginia International Raceway to 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, Group 2 qualifying, Day 2. Beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather in Danville, Virginia. We've got STU, GT3U, STL, T3, and T4. It is early on the West Coast, so I have that morning voice. I got my Wolfman Jack going, Greg.
I thought you were going to say your Wolfgang Puck going, which would have been something completely different.
I'd like a nice flan this morning for breakfast. Yes. Can you whip that up for me, Greg, absolutely. And send it out here?
Absolutely. I will be happy to send over a English muffin with sausage, cheese, egg, and flan from the Pagoda Grill. Yes.
That'll get me going.
Yes.
That'll put some zip in my step here. So, anyway, 15-minute qualifying session this morning. One last chance dash to get to the top of the leaderboard here and possibly move your starting position up for this afternoon's feature race. Of course, 35 minutes. First race after lunch today, these guys and gals, and it should be a good one today, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And real quick, let me give you the bogey times for the different classes here. Of course, Tony Ave, who was the first driver to come off the grid in that bright blue Honda Civic GT3U machine. For that class, qualifying time that people are looking to beat, 2:04 flat, or 2:04.062 in STU. Richard Estacio in his Lotus Exige set a 2:05.926 yesterday. That is the time that all of our STU drivers are looking to beat. In Super Touring Light, John Sewell in his Acura Integra turned in a 2:10.344. In Touring 3, Rob Hines in his Nissan 350Z gave us a 2:08.735. And in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo in the Mazda RX-8 turned in a 2:13.122. So those are the times for each of the four classes did I say four classes? Five classes that the drivers are looking to improve upon today. And yesterday, Brian, I think probably worked more or less very much as we expected here. Still there's that question about balance of performance between the GT3U and STU cars. And I think, we saw again that at least in GT3U and STU, where you've got a top class driver or top class drivers like Ave in GT3U and Estacio and STU, that the GT3U cars are running almost a full second faster than the fastest STU cars here. And I thought that was maybe a little bit of a surprise to me, given the length of the straightaways here.
Right.
That I thought it might be a little bit closer than that, but that's still a pretty big difference.
It's interesting. I follow a lot of these Facebook boards for the different classes, and someone posted yesterday that Ave was a full 2 seconds or almost 2 seconds faster than the STU cars, and someone said, "I told you so." And the response was, well, in every class you've got racetracks where certain cars are better than others, and the feeling was that in tracks like this and maybe Road America, the GT3U cars are going to be faster than some of the traditional STU cars, and that's acceptable in other classes, and it may end up being the reality of what happens when these two classes get combined.
Right. Exactly.
So it's always hyper focused when you're doing a class combination like this. But in every class, I remember when I was in an ITC Honda, there were cars that were faster than me. Well, everybody was faster than me, but if there were a good driver in my car, there would be cars faster than me on some classes, and the Civic was great on other tracks. So I think that's kind of somewhat of what you can only get it so close by balance of performance.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, Brian, I made a little bit of a mistake here. I said that the Integra of John Sewell had the fastest lap time yesterday in STL. That is not correct. John Sewell won yesterday's STL race, but Nick Lavaroni in his Mazda Miata was actually our fastest STL driver coming into the day with a lap time of 2:10.100. Almost a quarter of a second faster than Sewell ran yesterday. Lavaroni actually finished the race yesterday in second position, but I think everything else Oh, no, actually, Simon Foulweather, our fastest Touring 3 racer at 2:07.86, as opposed to, I think I said that, no, that's not correct. Richard Estacio was our, let me double check this. I said Robbie Hines was our fastest Touring 3 racer in his Nissan. He was actually fourth fastest. It was Simon Foulweather, who was our fastest Touring 3 driver yesterday. And so the bogey time there at 2:07.861.
Right.
That racers are looking to beat.
9.5 minutes to go in this race. I think it's a little bit different, Greg, is, the difference between a 20-minute qualifier and a 15-minute qualifier, they're basically looking to get 3 good laps here.
Exactly. I mean, just the out lap is almost a quarter of the qualifying session.
Right.
Here. So very few laps to get things done and to improve. And, and it is, it's quite a bit cooler than yesterday's race, but it is actually warmer right now than the qualifying session that they ran yesterday morning, which is where the majority of the fast laps were set. But I will say here, one of the things, and you can kind of see it from this shot here, if you look at the American flag right in front of our tower, there, the winds are considerably more prevalent than we saw yesterday.
Sure.
There was very little motion in the air, and I think for these bigger, heavier like STU cars, probably not going to affect them all that much. It may greatly affect our Formula cars when they go out for qualifying in about a half hour or so.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case out there, and you'd have to discount it, but I forget who it was in the chat yesterday. It might have been Denny, who suggested that it VAR in particular, depending on which direction the wind is blowing, it affects the cars more here than at other racetracks. So it could be a positive for some folks. It might be a negative for others.
Yeah, I would expect, for example, the uphill S's, given the way that cars are loaded up through there, that a different crosswind might definitely affect how they handle theirs. It looks like, I'm trying to determine, it looks like we've had one car pull off, Brian. Their drivers left over by the south paddock pit. As soon as I get a number, we'll try and figure that out. But in the meantime, it's the 75 car that has just pulled off, and that is Jim Schlechter in his Nissan 300ZX. Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take our break.
Okay.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid, race group 3, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes from VIR.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live with the Driver's Eye production of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Virginia International Raceway. Look at that flag, Greg. It is out straight this morning.
Yes, it is.
Breezy, and it is about 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this qualifying session. It's warmer, you said, than yesterday's qualifying, cooler than the race. With that wind, I'm not so certain that we have the optimal conditions to go faster today.
No, and we're seeing that already. Tony Ave, who was the fastest driver in this group coming into the session with a time of 2:02.66, he just took his car back behind the wall to end his session, and the best he could manage from his Honda Civic was a 2:04.741, so almost exactly 2 seconds off of his fastest lap from yesterday. If we take a look at Super Touring Light, where Nick Liveroni yesterday turned in a 2:10.1, he is now actually bested that. He is just now crossed the start-finish line at a 2:09.828. So he has improved upon that time. Mike Taylor, second fastest STL racer, at a 2:10.318. And that actually is faster than his teammate John Sewell by about 2/100ths of a second. So Sewell had a 2:10.344 yesterday. And so for the moment, Mike Taylor is going to leapfrog John Sewell. The next fastest driver in STL this morning, Chuck Hines, is only in the mid 2:11s.
Right.
So it looks like that's where that's going to stay. In Touring 4, yesterday, fastest lap time was set by Aiden Rose out of Statsburg, New York. Aiden turned in a 2:12.647. And Mark Cefalo, who was the second fastest driver yesterday, at 2:12.6. He is still about 6/10 off of where he was yesterday. So it looks like that's how it's going to be. Hey,
oh, look at the birdie. Hello, little birdie.
Well, he's helped our focus on that camera slightly.
I know.
There. In Touring 3, Simon Foulweather let's see, in Touring 3, Simon Foulweather yesterday turned in a 2:07.86. He is almost 3/10 off of yesterday's lap times. And in STU, yesterday Richard Estacio turned in a 2:03.72, and that is about 4.5 seconds faster than David Fiorelli, who's our fastest STU driver here this morning. So really only one change that I can really see here from yesterday's starting order for the different classes, and that's that for the moment is in STL.
Yeah, we had a really slow car that was going around. I think it was the number 1 Randy Johnson car, and we caught that on the camera there very briefly. So that's one thing. The other thing, Greg, you're talking about how Tony Ave brought it early. There's different strategies for this morning qualifying session on Sunday. Some guys are going out just to make sure that everything's working good.
Right, exactly.
Nothing's leaking. Maybe they made a change yesterday. And that happens more often with the drivers who are at the top of the leaderboard because they really don't have to improve much typically.
Right.
So we just don't know what his plan was because some guys are going faster. So
he could have just been scrubbing in tires, getting ready for the race.
Yep. So
Any one of a number of different options. All right, checkered flag, Brian, is out on the session. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 3, SMX. Please head to the grid. SMX racers, please head to the grid now. Your qualifying session starting in just a few moments. All right, so again, in GT3U, fastest of 2 drivers that were on track was Tony Ave, with Peter Tonelli about 11 seconds in arrears this session. In STU, David Fiorelli with fast lap time, a 2:07.267, about 7 seconds up on Jim Schlechter, who pulled the car off over by the south end of the course. Third fastest was Whitfield Gregg. Don't believe order has changed any in STU. In STL, Nick Leveroni, your fastest driver on track today at 2:09.828. He improved upon yesterday's times, as did Mike Taylor, and we believe that Mike Taylor will now start second in STL for today's race as he leapfrogs his teammate John Sewell. And then Sewell would start third. Chuck Hines would start fourth. In Touring 3, Simon Foulweather was your fastest driver out on track, did not best his times from yesterday. He was 1.2 seconds up on Todd Clark, but I don't think there are going to be any changes in the top 4 in Touring 3. In Touring 4, Mark Cephalo turns in a 2:13.2 that does not improve upon the time that Aiden Rose put in yesterday. So it should still be Aiden Rose starting on the Touring 4 pole with Cephalo second. And then we believe it should be then Devin Anderson, and then believe it'll be Brad Childs. Brad Childs there in Touring 4. So that's going to wrap things up for our second qualifying session in the morning. We'll be back here in just a few moments with Spec MX-5 or SMX here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. Apparently, I left my
another cup of coffee, and you won't make those mistakes.
I'm well into my big tall mug. The coffee pot at the new studio is down a flight of stairs, so instead of taking multiple cups, I just filled up my big tumbler, and that should get me through the morning. But Ethan Jacobs here is out there with his Spec MX-5 car, and Ethan Jacobs, of course, beautiful camera for us this morning. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Here he is going into Oak Tree here, or Oak Tree Lists.
Yes, thank you. Heather Clark, thanks you.
Yes, exactly.
Who I saw last night at the evening social, so it was good to see Heather again. She was on a corner flagging yesterday. I think she's got the day off today here, but again, well, Ethan almost ran off course there on the front straight. Tries to hide it by scrubbing in tires. But
exactly.
So. All right, so Brian, let's quickly take a look here at how our SMX racers are gridded coming into today's final qualifying session. It sounds like we've got some debris on track over by left hook. It sounds like maybe an inner fender well liner or something may have come off one of the cars over by turn 4. As the drivers here, they're trying to get lined up where they want to be as they will come onto the front straight to start their first flying lap. But as we come into today's session, your provisional pole sitter in SMX is Skylar Cottrell out of Atlanta, Georgia. Of course, Skylar had some issues during yesterday's race that put him back a little bit further than he wanted to be, but the qualifying time that our racers are trying to best is 2 minutes 10.539. Luke Poland out of London, England, representing the Atlanta region of the SCCA, he turned in a 2:10.773. He was your second fastest racer. Wes Duchek, a 2:11 flat, or actually a 2:11.006. So those are the times as our racers now starting their first flying laps.
Yeah, Luke Poland was. Whenever I see a car driving through dust from the in-car, it just gives me like, that kind of situation. Luke Poland had some what appeared to be mechanical problems yesterday. He was at the front of the race for the first, two-thirds of the race, and then ended up pulling off at some point in time. Haven't had a chance to figure out what caused that, but let me do a little more research here. But hopefully he'll be back out there this morning, and it looks like by the timing is that he has put down a sector time. So, but I haven't seen him put down a second sector time, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
it's not a good sign.
Yeah, exactly. And we haven't mentioned it, but if you'd like to follow along with the timing and scoring that we use here on the Super Tour, I guess I'm giving away secrets, you can go to scca.com/live, and that will show you the great multi-sector live timing that we have here, dividing VIR up into 3 distinct sectors, and we also have a speed trap here as well, down along the back straight here, so you can get an idea how fast some of our drivers are at their terminal speeds.
Yeah. 9 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Skylar Cottrell, fast car right now on the racetrack. Joseph Andrews second. Gerardo Peralta is in third, and Jake Murchison fourth right now. That's how they stand in this session. Of course, all these times are going to be combined, and they put them into a little mixing bowl, and they flip it around a couple times, and they'll decide from that who starts the race today. So.
Yeah, and so Brian, one of the racers that we don't have a time for right now is Luke Poland, and we've got Josh Smith in the chat. Josh is with Mazda Motorsports, and he's telling us that he thinks that Luke may have lost a gear in that transmission. So we may not. Well, we do have a lap time in for him. And apparently that lost gear is worth about 2 minutes, because he just turned in he just came down the pit lane. He turned in a 4:44, which is about almost 2 full minutes off of what the other racers were doing on their first flying laps.
The good news is the Mazda support for all of the teams out here in all of the different classes, but in particular with Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, is there's probably stuff on that Mazda trailer that they tow to every Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour event that can fix that. And there's probably about 750 people on site who've actually torn apart a Mazda transmission and can actually do it in probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. All right, Brian, interesting development here. Skylar Cottrell, who, again, as we mentioned, came into the day as your provisional pole sitter. He turned in one lap, came down the pit lane, took his car back to the pits. So looks like Skylar Cottrell is not going to try and improve upon his lap times. And we've got a local caution coming out of South Bend. And I think it may have been Jack Murchison in the number 1 car. Oh, pardon me. Let's see here. Not the 1 car, but the 111 car, Joseph Andrews. And he has continued, but apparently he's lost some body parts and pieces off of the grass driver's right coming out of South Bend. Here, Brian, as we are now just about halfway through the qualifying session, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for big board GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan T1 and T2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. And so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action for Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here at VIR, you saw a little synchronized off-course dancing there in the corner before, the shot before. Greg, it didn't appear, as you said, off camera, off microphone, that they even thought about lifting. As they slid off course there.
And talk about being lucky, Brian. That was the number 13 car of Emmy Kissick, and I think also I believe the number 3 car, which was Geraldo Peralta. currently 16th and 17th fastest in the session, both going off at turn one, both matting the throttle, giving a little bit of opposite lock, and pretending like nothing ever happened, other than the fact that we caught him on camera. Brian, I'm a little confused here, as apparently the dude abides from Germany. We have dude in the chat, and now I'm confused because we just had dude bro out in our last qualifying session.
Yeah.
And I don't know who to believe now.
Ben Forrester in the chat. My race data in the chat. Aaron Hibbett. I got a good idea who Aaron might be rooting for this weekend. Who else we got here? Timothy Odell is here. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Good morning, Nicole. Good to see you. Julie Odell. So yeah, great. Already good number of people in the chat. Glad that you're here. Hopefully you're on a different coast than I am.
Well, we know Beans or Ben Forrester definitely is, because he's here at the track actually, and working his way around the paddock. I had him sit in at the up in the booth with me yesterday. He's from Bull Send Sims. We've got the number 60 car coming down the pit lane right now. That's Aiden Coleman. He's got his fast lap of the session at 2:12.389. And again, we're looking for the provisional pole time was set by Skylar Cottrell, who did essentially just an out and in here. He already took his car behind the wall. We're looking for people that can beat a 2:10.539. That's the provisional pole time. Ethan Jacobs, our in-car, he's managed to get down to a 2:11.191. He is the fastest driver in the session. I should mention that 2:11.191 would be good for fifth fastest right now. So a lot of these drivers are a little bit off the pace from yesterday.
And that's not uncommon, you know, like we were talking about earlier. Some drivers use this first session as more of just a warm-up session, and others go out, and I don't know why Ethan Jacobs came in. Maybe they did a quick tire pressure change.
Yeah.
That's probably the only thing you can do quickly with a minute left to go. But he's not even going to get a hot lap in, because it'll take him more than that minute to come around. So this is just interesting what that maneuver was about.
Yeah. We just had Jack Murchison, driver of the number 1 machine, bring his car down the pit lane. Jack, 15th fastest in the session.
Okay.
And I'm sure not the weekend that Jack was looking for. Jack had put in a number of top 10s last year on the Super Tour, and yesterday's race finished 18th. So I'm sure he just hasn't been able to put it together so far this weekend. The number 10 car now, Frankie Barroso, coming down the pit lane.
Distrial is in the chat and is also about 100 yards south of you, Greg, at the Pagoda Grill, enjoying breakfast, I'm guessing. So good morning to you. Brett DePedro is rooting for Camden Gruber this morning.
Absolutely, in the Planet Miata RP Performance Mazda MX-5. Brett reminded me that he has he's the proprietor of RP Performance. They've been doing Mazdas for now 30 plus years. RX-7s and then Miatas, and they have a big hand in that Camden Gruber car as well.
Yeah, aren't they based out of Summit?
Right across the street from Summit Point.
Yep. So, yeah, they've been around for a long, long time. I remember seeing their cars when I was flagging up there at Summit many, many eons ago. So, Ethan Jacobs still fast in this group right now, but not fast enough to knock Skylar Cottrell off the pole for this afternoon's race. So,
indeed. So, it looks as though, based on the lap times that we have here today for this group. Give me one moment and I will pull it up. It is going to be Skylar Cottrell on the pole with Luke Pullen on the outside of the front row, Wes Duchak, and then Ethan Jacobs. That should be your front 2 rows, and then I believe it should still be Jason Fichter and Rocco Pasquarella making up row number 3. So that's going to wrap things up for SMX qualifying. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, and T2. Please head to the grid. Race Group 4 is your final call to the grid. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Hello, everybody. We are here at Virginia International Raceway. My best Mel Allen impersonation. Hoosier Racing Tire, SCC Super Tour. Anybody who's under the age of 50 probably doesn't get that reference, so I apologize. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, A sedan, 15 minutes of qualifying, and there is the McAleenan car. That is one of the coolest race cars here this weekend, Greg, and I love this group.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. We're going to see Tony Ave again. He had yesterday, I expected more of a fight between Ave and McAleenan, and Ave really had the measure of McAleenan until he went off track at the top of the roller coaster. Yeah, and
oopsie.
Yeah, and if yesterday's race hadn't ended under full course caution, Tony Ave was coming for Michael McAleenan, and I think he'd made up about 6 seconds in the last 3 or 4 laps, and finished directly behind the Lamborghini when the checkered flag was displayed again under full course caution. Yeah, it was a hell of a race there in GT2. If I remember correctly, Austin Jers took the win over Kevin Allen, with Brian Garcia running third, with Ray Mason finishing fourth. In Touring 1, Candelaria just ran away from the rest of the T1 field in his Chevy Corvette. I think Robert Corzin was 18 seconds back at the end, and in T2, same thing. Bruce Griffin in his C5 Corvette just had the measure of John Heinrichs all day, and we talked about that as beautiful as that black CT4 Blackwing Cadillac is. Some of the challenges that John Heinrichs has in making that car go fast, that it's got certain handicaps that development just hasn't been able to overcome at this point.
Yeah, if there's anybody who can develop a race car, it's John Heinrichs. He's an engineer for GM.
Exactly, that's what he did for years and years with General Motors.
So my suspicion is when he tells me the car's out of development, he's probably right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I say, we'll see. That car was just this past month classified in the Touring 1 class, and we'll see if perhaps we see John trying to qualify it under I think what are much more amenable specs for Touring 1 for the runoffs this year, or if he's going to keep it in T2. All right, real quick. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and when I say out of development, I mean out of development within the current rule set. You know, so there's always more development that can come out of it, but you got to keep it within the scope of the GCR, which is what everyone wants. A little more of this and a little more of that.
Yeah, and we. The entire letter that was submitted on behalf of that car to get some more amenable classing in Touring 2 was published in this month's Fast Track, and the requests were extensive.
Yes.
Yes. It's not just we'd like a different spring package, or we'd like a different shock package, or we'd like wider tires. It ran the gamut. All right, let's take a quick look on where these cars come into the final qualifying session. In GT1, Tony Ave is your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:45.525, and we talked about how he was coming yesterday. That's almost 2 full seconds up on Michael McAleenan, and again with the long straightaways here, again I think having a traditional GT1 / Trans Am 1 car, advantageous over the FIA GT3 car that McAleenan is racing. In GTX, Jacek Muka in his LMP2 Dallara, a 1:49.583. Austin Jers was our fastest GT2 car. The bogey time there for that class, a 1:52.88. And in Touring 1, James Candelaria with a 1:57.157, and almost 3.5 seconds up on the rest of the T1 field. In Touring 2, John Heinrichs at a 2:03.231, and an American sedan, Greg Eaton, with a 2:04.234.
Yeah.
And we have the first flying laps coming in now. Should mention that Tony Ave has not brought his Chevy Camaro out for this session. Also, we had received word that Bob Monette had left the facility, so we won't see his GT1 Ford Mustang. That leaves on track Michael McAleenan, Todd Peterson, and David Jans. McAleenan turns in a 150 flat, and that is about 4.5 seconds off of Ave's provisional pole time. In GT2, Ray Mason, who I think had some mechanical issues during yesterday's race, turns in a 2:02.15, and about 7 seconds right now off the provisional pole time set by Austin Jers. Tom Patton is right there with Ray Mason, about a 1/10 of a second back. Austin Jers is out on track. He's currently circulating at about 2:01.
Yeah.
So a little bit off the pace. Oh, and you know what? I now know why we don't see Tony Ave in the GT1 car.
And why is that?
And that is because he is out today, going to be campaigning the GT2 car, the Nissan 350Z.
Okay.
That he's running. That's the number 44 machine, and that is a car that he did not run yesterday.
Right.
And he has a 2:01.35 currently in that car, which is fifth fastest today in GT2.
Yeah, there's two things that Tony tends to do is if he's running a car that he's ran yesterday and it's an early session, he tends to skip it, and that's something I've seen several times. But also when he's trying to get time in both cars, he's doing what he's doing today. So very cool.
Yep,
very cool.
Exactly. In American Stand, the only driver to come out and set a lap is Thomas West in his Cadillac CTS V. Thomas turns in with one flying lap in the books, mind you, a 2:11 and change. So about 7 seconds off of the provisional pole time. And what am I missing here? And Touring 2.
That was such an open question, Greg.
I know. I'm missing quite a bit. John Heinrichsey at a 2:04.35. And it's about 1.1 seconds off of yesterday's best lap time. And we do have a driver off course, and it is the 64 machine. And it sounds like he's trying to get that car back underway. The 64 car. That is... Who is that, Brian? Oh, it's Kevin Allen in the GT2 Nissan.
Okay. I don't see him on any of our cameras. You were looking for his name. I was looking for the car.
And I think he's already continued. And I'm looking at our electronic system, and I'm not showing him as stopped at this point. So it looks like he is. He's definitely back underway.
So yeah, it's 7.5 minutes to go. Probably a good time to take our break and do a call to the grid, and we'll come back for the rest of the session.
Sounds good. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid, race group 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, this is your first call to the grid. And I got a note as we go get ready to take a break, Brian. I did get a note from James Candelaria, said that he wasn't planning on taking the car out for qualifying. He didn't think there was much to gain in this session.
Yes.
And so he's going to wait it out until this afternoon's race. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more qualifying action from VIR.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Virginia International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we are in qualifying for our Group 4 cars, GT1, 2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, A Sedan, and coming to the close of this session, shorter qualifying sessions today, 15 minutes for each race group. And it's a mix of folks trying to put down a good lap. We've got one car out there who wasn't out there yesterday trying to put down a good lap. And then some folks out there just making sure the car is good and ready to go for the race later this afternoon. Brian Bielanski here, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth, and Ryan West is our producer this weekend. All of us here from DriversEye Live, making it happen, bringing you the pictures, and having a great time here at VIR. Good weekend for racing, Greg.
It is, Brian, and it's been a beautiful weekend. A little more overcast today, which may actually be a good thing. You know, the track here at Virginia International Raceway does, as the sun starts to beat down on it, become very slick in a number of areas. I think one predominantly is down at turn 1, and we saw a lot of drivers yesterday with the clear skies have issues down at turn 1 where very easy to have the rear end walk around on you. Also coming up through the complex at turn 11 and 12, 11 being the first right-hander before you get to Oak Tree, and it becomes very, very challenging here. A lot of character to the track that way, and I think today, if the sun stays off the pavement, we should be in much better stead, and hopefully be able to keep most of the course green during our races. But what we're seeing so far this morning, Brian, is that most of our classes, racers aren't getting to the times from yesterday,
right.
Whether they are trying or whether they're not trying to do that. So in GT1, we had just a limited number of racers go out and set times. We had Michael McAleenan, Todd Peterson, David Jans. McAleenan, who has the fastest lap of the session, he only turned in 2 flying laps and put down a 1:48.1, which is about 2.5 seconds off of the GT1 pole time set by Tony Ave yesterday. Ave racing a GT2 car today. Our GT2 pole sitter, Austin Jers, yesterday turned in a 152.8. Today, almost exactly 2 seconds off those times. Should note that Tony Ave only managing a 158.5 as the checkered flag is now going to be displayed. Good for fourth fastest in the session. And that time that he put in would be good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth in GT2, as Kevin Allen yesterday had a slightly better time than Tony Ave. In American Sedan, Thomas West, our only driver to take to the track this morning, and he did not match the 204.23 that had been previously set by Greg Eaton. In GTX, Jacek Muka, our fastest driver out today, and he was, let's see, he got down to a 151. 151.6, and so that was also 2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. In Touring 1, we talked about James Candelaria, who's your provisional pole sitter coming into today. He did not take the car out, but so Robert Corzin turned in a 203.23, and that was about 6 seconds off of the provisional pole time set by Candelaria yesterday. And who am I missing? Missing Touring 1, pardon me, Touring 2, where John Heinersey set the fastest lap today at a 204.3, and that was where are we? About 1.1 seconds off of yesterday's fast lap that he set.
Got it.
And so, Brian, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. The 5-minute warning has already been given on the grid for Spec Miata. Their qualifying session up next here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at VIR, and we are doing our Sunday morning qualifying session. 15 minutes for Spec Miata, Greg, and this should be fun.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm seeing already for the second session in a row a debris flag over at turn 4. I don't know if that's still the case.
Debris.
Or maybe it's just debris from the last session. I'm not positive. But yeah, Spec Miata should be. We'll have to see how things play out here. We already have the sneaky mooses, or the sneaky moose eye. All 4 of the sneaky mooses is coming off the pit lane together. That they're just now leaving the pit lane as we've got the majority of the field, as you can see here, at the south end of the course. There they are. They're the moose eye.
How exactly is a
out
moose sneaky?
Well, I mean, maybe they move from tree to tree.
Is that an existential question?
Quite possibly, yes. Well, look, we also have angry sheep. So, I mean, I guess you can kind of tell when sheep are angry. But I don't want to get into it. Anyway, let's take a look, Brian.
For that.
Yeah, exactly. So yesterday's race, Frankie Barroso, who we saw just out a few moments ago in the SMX qualifying session, he did take the win with Charles McTudis, and a great run for McTudis to work his way up to the top 2 with just a couple laps remaining. He finishes second. James Newell in the new to him number 70 machine that he debuted at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago. Newell finishes on the last step of the podium. Ryan Maloney with a great run for the 15 machine. He finished 4th. Ethan Goulart, his streak of Super Tour race wins ends at, I think, 4. Is it 4 or 6? 4 for Super Tour. The number 72 machine, he finishes 5th overall. But as we look to this last qualifying session before this afternoon's race, Spec Miata, Frankie Barroso, your provisional pole sitter, the time that all of our racers are looking to beat is a 2:16.12. Bobby Gossett, your second fastest driver, coming into the session at a 2:16.26. Chuck McTudis at a 2:16.3. Skip Brock Jr. at a 2:16.395. So we'll wait here. Early on, congratulations to Deacon Greenfield. You are our outlap champion.
Nice.
Turning in a 2:32.026. Greenfield yesterday had some transmission issues. I think lost third gear early on in yesterday's race, retired the car early. They got that replaced last night.
And do you know what you get for being the outlap champion?
Absolutely nothing.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Well, you get a mention on
you do get a mention.
The YouTube stream. It'll be here until Google goes out of business, and you can look back on it with pride, Brian.
And you get to realize that like Greg, it's the only thing Greg ever was a champion at. So
that is not true. Actually, now that I think about it, that kind of was true. Every time I tried to be the outlap champion, Brian, I ended up in the gravel trap at turn 10 at Summit Point Raceway.
Cold tires.
Yeah, maybe. It told me it was not a championship worth having or touting.
Whenever our sim racing team is doing one of the iRacing endurance races, we get in the car first lap, the whole team's telling the driver, cold tires, cold tires, cold tires. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. NBM Performance says shout out to Chris Allen of Cannonball Storage from NBM for a 41st to 10th place run yesterday. That's a good move.
That's
a 31
right.
spot improvement.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we talked about Ryan Maloney, for example, who I believe started in like 17th or 18th position yesterday and finished in the top 5. I think Ethan Goulart also had started fairly far back. I think Goulart had started somewhere around 12th position, if I remember correctly, and had been leading the race as he is wont to do until he was no longer leading the race. And but yeah, I didn't even track Allen, who started yesterday's, I think, as you said, I think somewhere like 40th or 41st, and rounded out the top 10 yesterday. Great run for him.
A 31 position improvement without a full course caution, Greg. That's a pretty freaking good drive.
Absolutely. You know what that tells me, Brian? Is he needs to qualify better.
Yes. Yes, no question. So, and I'm sure he knows that too.
I bet he does now.
That's right.
All right, we're just about halfway through the qualifying session, Brian. We have one flying lap in the books. And Nick Leveroni, currently your fastest driver on track at a 2:17.7. And that is 1.6 seconds off of the provisional qualifying time set by Barroso. It sounds as though I'm hearing that the 70 machine, James Newell, again, that's the sister car to Ethan Goulart's. It's the car that had been driven previously by Elvin Goulart, has pulled off track with some kind of issue.
Issues. All right. Well, let's try to parse that out and see what the situation is.
See if I can track down where.
While you're doing that, let's do this. Do a quick call to grid, and we'll take our break, and we'll know more when we come back.
Well, I can tell you, he's over in the south. He's over on the south pit lane right now. But let's make that call to grid.
Oh, and there's another car right there.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2, P and P2, please head to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from VIR in just a few moments.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Back at VIR, and it's amazing how eventful a 15-minute session can be, Greg. We've got a car off going into turn 1.
And that's actually the Newell car that I thought was down over at the South Paddock. So now we know exactly where he is. And we had a car, if you look right there, gosh, I wish we had the telestrator. You see that big vertical line coming
right
down
there.
And right
the one I'm circling with my mouse that nobody can see.
Yeah, and there
you
you
can see it
go.
move
That's
now.
the fender liner that they all just ran into, which another lap or so, somebody should knock that off the track. But we had a driver run through the dirt, run wide coming out of South Bend, and left a present for his fellow competitors.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. Coming up on a little more than 2.5 minutes to go in this session. Doesn't appear there's been too many big changes in the running order for a potential lead here. I mean, for a potential pole sitter. That 2:17.2 from Sean Noonan, not enough to take the pole forward today, right?
Yeah, that is correct. Again, the bogey time that we are looking to beat is that of pole sitter Frankie Barroso. Yesterday, he turned in a 2:16.12, so we're still over a second off of that provisional pole time. Bobby Gossett, second. We've got an incident going on down at turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
That the the 166 machine. That's Scott Phillips. It got into the back of Robbie Hines in the 4 machine, and it sounds like at least Robbie went off, understandably a little deep into the grass there.
Right.
And he has now rejoined in the bright blue machine, as we do have a number of racers coming down the pit lane now to call it a session again, as a lot of our racers just not finding a lot of time here. We've got Caper Zentmeyer heading back behind the wall. And,
my favorite name of the weekend, by the way.
That's absolutely. And I think we had the 177 of Ellie Gossett going back behind the wall as well. Ellie, the sister of Bobby Gossett.
About a minute left in the session. Now, if you do stay out at the end, you do have a chance to get a little more clear track, fewer cars on the racetrack, and especially with these shorter sessions, it might be right when your tires start to come in with temperature also. So a couple drivers typically go right to the end, and that's always my thought process is there any advantage to going all the way to the end of the session? And sometimes there is, sometimes there's not.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so we've got less than a minute remaining here, Brian. We'll make a final call to the grid for our next group.
Okay.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. Our open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Hey, we've got Sherry Mack in the chat. That is Deacon Greenfield's aunt. And says that it gives his auntie bragging rights anyway, if nothing else. So there you go. There you go, Sherry. My pleasure.
Ben Tyler?
We missed you at the Mars races last weekend, by the way.
Yes. Ben Tyler is also in the chat. Hi, Ben. He's also down at the end of pit lane.
No, he's not. He was actually right out. He was actually at the window, right outside the announce booth when he was sending that to you. He was staring me down as he was typing that into the chat, Brian.
Well, we've seen him most of the weekend right there on this camera, helping people get on and off the racetrack. So,
I told him to get back to work.
Of course you did. Seth Gentry in the chat. Maz Man. I'm guessing that he's a Mazda guy. Maybe I'm wrong. Name that means things. I'd love to know what name that is. Good to see you there. We talked about Nathan Nicholson earlier. Roger Cadell is in the chat as well. Good morning, all of you.
From AIM, Roger Cadell from AIM. Data Systems.
Did a great podcast with him, by the way.
Yes.
Learned so much. And the biggest thing I learned is how much I don't know.
Well, I think I told you. I sat in on one of Roger's sessions that he did actually at RP Performance at Summit Point almost 25 years ago, and his grasp of data acquisition is just exquisite. Yeah, absolutely amazing. But a lot of other folks in the chat here. We had Seth Gentry, who was cheering on Ryan Maloney. Seth, another one of our DC region folks, checking in. Of course, we talked about Beans Forster. We've got K-Fox, who actually is one of my former announcing partners on iRacing, here cheering on his girlfriend, Michelle Squarick. And good to see him here as well at the facility. A former Formula Car racer. And so lots of folks joining in here. So if we run down here at the top of the session here, Sean Noonan, your fastest driver, at a 2:17.2. Noah Harmon at 2:17.7. Nick Leveroni at a 2:17.718. And that 2:17.2 put in by Sean Noonan would be good for I guess, 8th position. Now, Noonan yesterday ran a 2:17.53, so he does get faster. And I think with that time, he's actually been able to leapfrog a couple folks, Brian. He should move from 14th up into the top, into 8th position. So good jump there for Sean Noonan. Noah Harmon, who was 10th coming into the day, I think he's going to move up a position into 9th. And most everybody else looks like they're going to... Actually, looks like Nick Leveroni may move up a position as well. But our Spec Miata race, it is scheduled to start right around 2:40 p.m. this afternoon. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with open wheel qualifying, our second to last qualifying session of the day. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
We're back here at Virginia International Raceway for our second to last qualifying session of the weekend. Group 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P and P2. A 15-minute qualifying session here, and we are the way the qualifying sessions work this weekend, or the qualifying for the Sunday race, is it is the best lap from the 2 qualifying sessions, yesterday's and today's, as well as the race. So wherever you hit your fastest lap here at VIR, that will be the time that they will use to determine where you start from today. Most of our racers today have not gone faster than their times yesterday, although a few have here and there. Conditions aren't necessarily better than what we had yesterday, but you never know. Sometimes someone makes a switch to their car, or they're out with a different car. We've had that happen already today. So some drivers use these sessions just a little warm up, so they know everything's good with the car if they made changes overnight. So lots of that going on right now. Short sessions, so you can only get so much done in 15 minutes, especially when the outlap is typically 5 of the first of the session. So that's kind of the situation here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Brian, as I've been trying to go through our systems, I actually don't have the final fast qualifying times for our drivers for this group coming into the day, primarily because I think hit was the operative word from yesterday.
Right.
In this group, and there was still a number of things under protest. As a matter of fact, we've got a number of FE2 racers who did not finish yesterday's race that we don't think are going to be heading out for qualifying today. And from looking at it, that is absolutely the case. One of the drivers actually has, and that was Russell Straight. One driver that isn't on track that I want to mention right now, primarily because I said something yesterday. Kelton Jago, who was caught up in that incident yesterday, unfortunately not able to bring his FE2 machine out for qualifying and won't be able to make the race this afternoon, but he and his lovely wife, Angela, did get not donuts, but they got breakfast sandwiches from Biscuitville, one of the great local establishments here in Danville, and brought coffee as well. And we're actually going to hopefully hear from Kelton during this afternoon's open wheel and prototype race. That he'll sit in here with us, and I want to thank he and his wife for bringing that up for me here. And take a look here. Best I have, Brian, is I'm taking a look here. I believe in prototypes fast lap time set by Todd Vanacore, a 1:45.4. With Larry Howard turning in a 1:49.8 in Formula Atlantic. Russ Turner, a 1:53.35 in FE2. In Continental, I believe Tim Miner turned in a 1:56 flat. And I'm trying to look, I don't think we had any Prototype 2 racers
I don't think we did either.
Yesterday. No.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll be looking for here. And we'll check in on the lap times as our racers are finishing up. Actually, we've already got some racers already starting their first flying laps. We've got a couple, I think, that may be completing their out laps. Actually, no, it looks like all of our racers now on their first flying laps. Todd Vanacore, first to complete a flying lap, turns in a 1:47.507, exactly 1/10 off of his fast lap from yesterday.
Also want to take a second to wish a happy birthday weekend to Jim Booth, celebrating the big 6-0. So congratulations to you for that. Well, that's a great way to celebrate a birthday for a car guy at the racetrack. I love that. Larry Howard, fast for the session. Russ Turner, fast for the session. But these are kind of like out-lap fast, right? I don't think we've gotten our first hot laps yet here. Next lap by should be a really decent lap at speed.
Yeah, I was going to say, technically, yes, these are their first flying laps, but most of these drivers, especially for these cars, very lightweight chassis, low pressures when they hit the track, come off the grid. Right. Usually going to take about 2.5 laps to get them fully up to temp and up to pressure in order to set fast laps here.
Yep.
And and this is one of the we talked about some of these drivers haven't been necessarily using these qualifying sessions this morning in order to try to move up the grid and put in real flyers, but they may be doing some subtle adjustments. This group in particular, Brian, because of the adjustability, both for mechanical grip and also for aero grip, I think we may see, and I'm looking on the pit wall. A lot of the teams have their crew here to check tire pressures, what have you, but maybe making adjustments to wing angles, front and rear. May also, not making any kind of suspension adjustments, but maybe trying to fine tune that aero. For the conditions.
And the later qualifying sessions, we're now at 10 o'clock and temperatures up to 75 degrees. So this is probably kind of close to the sweet spot for basically weather conditions today. It's not going to get a whole lot better than this. It's just going to get warmer. It's supposed to go up to 83 today. So right now, I think it's probably the best conditions. They're the most conducive for putting down some good laps of any of our qualifying sessions this morning.
Yeah, indeed, and the temps have already risen about 5 degrees since we went on air at 8 a.m. Now, this is to give you information on what we have coming up today, and of course, you can find the schedule in the stream description. But we've got this qualifying session and one more qualifying session. Our next qualifying group will be our production cars as well as B-Spec, and they put on a heck of a race yesterday. And then we are going to have our first race of the weekend, and that is going to be for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. After that, we'll take a quick break for lunch, and we'll conclude the day with 6 more feature races here from Virginia International Raceway. It sounds as though we have one of our race cars, and I believe it's Todd Parks in his Critter, one of our prototype cars, putting out some sparks in the rear, maybe, and I think that's the Critter there that we just saw come underneath our camera there, heading to the uphill S's, apparently putting some sparks out of the rear, might be dragging the rear diffuser there, Brian.
Or the barge board. There we go. We're at 6:30 in this session, Greg, so you know what that means.
Absolutely. Let me make a call to the grid for our last group. Attention in the paddock, B-Spec and E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production racers, please head to the grid. E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, and B-Spec racers, race group 7, please head to the grid. And that also means, Brian, that we're going to take a quick break for some commercial messages. We'll be right back from VIR.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at VIR. If you were watching during the ad break, which I'm sure hoping you were, and hoping you were taking advantage of writing down all the names of our sponsors to help us out so you can go do business with them and tell them how great the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour broadcasts are on the SCCA official YouTube channel, which you should like and subscribe to and hit that bell. If you were watching, you saw the law of wet grass slick tires early morning offs at play there.
And Michael Frailer had a front row, literally an only row seat.
That's right.
To that, that's the number 05
Get a box
FE2
seat.
car. Yes, he did. Also, Brian, we were talking about Todd Parks in his Critter.
Yes.
Dragging the under tray or diffuser. The race officials have decided to show the Parks car the meatball flag to have him come down the pit lane. That they feel that whatever is moving is not safe. So they'll bring him down, and that is going to bring all of our prototype cars to the pit lane or the paddock, as we've got Todd Vanacore on the pit lane now. Also, Michael Moulton brought his prototype car behind the wall.
It's always interesting to me which situations the stewards decide to call in someone for a meatball, which ones they don't, because I've seen cars practically falling apart that don't get the meatball.
Yeah, Miatas with rear bumper caps that are making the car like 2 cars wide, and they'll stay out there. Yeah, I hear you. So Todd Vanacore, who we mentioned is on the pit lane, he did turn in a 1:44.96, which is faster than he ran yesterday. He was already your fastest driver in this race group. Larry Howard in his Formula Atlantic Swift. A 1:48.136, also quite a bit faster than he ran yesterday. So yeah, we are seeing some of the drivers picking up some time here.
I will say that sometimes well, first of all, the stewards have more information often than we do, so that's one thing. And number two, sometimes the crew will ask the stewards to throw them a meatball.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know that as well. So interesting possibilities here for that. So
yeah, well, we did have a number of the corner stations commenting, Brian, and sending in information back to race control. And by the way, the Parks machine is on the pit lane, and he's taking the car now back to the paddock. Let's do this, Brian. As things are running down, and as we have very few cars remaining on track, I know the 85 is still out there, as well as the 73. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B spec. Please head to the grid.
all right, we've got about 38 seconds to go here. And so we wrap up this session. One more qualifying session, and then we get to our first race of the day. That's going to happen before lunch. After lunch, 6 more feature races. So a ton of action to go here today. Before lunch, we've got our Spec Racer Ford 3 race, and then the whole other group of 200 or so drivers. And that's going to be a ton of fun this afternoon, Greg. I cannot wait. 6 seconds to go here. Taking a look at the top of our leaderboard, Todd Vanacore with a 1:44.9 is his fast lap. And then you've got Larry Howard in his Swift 016 Formula Atlantic, his fast lap, a 1:48.136. Then you got Todd Parks. We were talking about him. He was on pit lane with a little bit of sparking from under the car, but before that happened, he dropped down a 1:50.206 lap in his Critter CSR3. Russ Turner, the fast car in FE2 this morning, a 1:52.429. Anything else to add, Greg, before we toss it to a short break? No. I'm going to guess that's a no. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will have our final qualifying session of the weekend. Stay with us, everybody. We'll take a break. When we come back,
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com. Competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Back here live at the beautiful and perfectly weathered, it's weathered
I'm
and has
perfectly
perfect
weathered,
weather.
Brian.
Yes, well, I don't know how perfectly you are weathered, Greg, but you are weathered. The weather is perfect. Chamber of Commerce weather at VIR today for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Final qualifying session of the day, E, F, and H production and B spec. 15 minutes of glorious qualifying time. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. Let's talk about it, Greg.
I'm weathered.
Yes, you are. You are well weathered.
I am well weathered. All right, heading out on track now are our production cars and B-Spec racers, and a heck of a B-Spec race yesterday. But we'll take a look here in E-production. Provisional pole time set by Peter Norton at a 2:16.115, almost 1.4 seconds faster than John Hainsworth in his Mazda RX-7. In F production, Wade McBride, your provisional pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 2:16.967. In his Mazda Miata, Chris Copley, second fastest at a 2:17.1, so pretty darn close right there. In H production, your provisional pole sitter, Steve Sargis, in his Triumph Spitfire, turned in a 2:15.39, second fastest. Tom Roaring in the new to him Toyota Yaris, a 2:23.2. In B-Spec yesterday, I think separated by all of 14, actually I can tell you 14 thousandths of a second, the two Rat Sport teammates, Dan Conway in the green Mini Cooper and Richard Roman in the orange, not bronze, the orange Mini Coupe. Rob Pekarchik in his Honda Fit, third fastest, about 0.3 of a second off. But what a race yesterday. And I think the biggest surprise, Adam Benaway in his Honda Fit, the number 69 Honda Fit. He had a great start yesterday, broke away from the rest of the field, got shuffled back as far as 5th, and came back to take the win. It was his first Super Tour win, and as he reminded me last night at the wonderful social put on by the North Carolina region, that last year was his first year road racing, but he is a 2-time solo national champion in the solo Spec Coupe SSC class, and so motorsports certainly not a new thing for him. He's had years of BMX and mountain biking race experience as well, and he's been a Track Night in America coach here in the Southeast for quite some time as well.
Yeah, it's a good program, Track Night in America, and it's a great opportunity for people who have maybe never been on the racetrack before, just to get their big toe in the pool and see if it's something they enjoy. I refer to Track Night in America as the entry drug to the SCCA on-track programs. So good times if you get a chance to do that.
Yeah, and Adam, he's been an ambassador for Racing for Heroes for about 8 years now, and carries their logo on the hood of his car, and so he lists his sponsors as Racing for Heroes, and this one I'm not sure if it's a joke or if this is actually a company, because it's all in lowercase. Clean ammo cans. So just beware. Don't knock Adam Benaway's Honda Fit off track. Just in case.
Good point.
Yep.
Love it. Love it.
All right, so we are, and I'm looking to see, Brian, it looks like our timing and scoring.
Or at least the timing part of it.
Yes,
oh,
the
no,
timing
we've got
portion.
the old timing still up.
Yeah. From Race Monitor has dropped out on us. So I'm looking, we do have it. However, again, if you at home or wherever you may be, if you go to scca.com/live, you should be able to see our live timing and scoring. It is still functional. So we're going to take the timing pylon down. We already have off the side of the screen, and Brian and I will update you and let you know how times are looking here.
I'm going to have to go to work, aren't I?
You and me both are gonna have to go to work here.
Whitfield Gregg, our fast, or as I like to call Mr. Amy Mills, fast time at the moment with a 2:31.4. That's the outlap time, though. I think he won the outlap championship here. So the next one will be, and right there, Doug Piner kicks him out with a 2:12.629. So
Peter Norton was our race winner yesterday, right?
He was,
Yes.
he was our overall, yes, he was
Lost
our
my mind.
overall winner yesterday, taking the win in E-Production.
He is now your second fastest car on the racetrack at 2:13.520. Bryce McGuire right now, third fastest. Wade McBride fourth, and Steve Sargis is fifth fastest at this moment. That could, of course, change.
Yeah, and so let's go. We'll take a look at things here, break them down by class. So Piner now with the fastest lap time at a 2:12.629. Just turned that in, and that is still about 6 seconds off the E-Production provisional pole time. In F-Production, Wade McBride is your fastest racer. He's got a 2:15 in the books, and again, this is just after one flying lap, and that time is actually, you know what? It's actually faster than he ran yesterday. His provisional pole time coming into the day in F-Production was 2:16.96, and so he is now a second under that. Chris Copley about 4.5 seconds back from him. In H-Production, Steve Sargis turned in a 2:15.39. He is currently a second off of that fast lap time. Good to see Eric Vickerman putting in some good laps. Vickerman turns in a 2:22.63 in his H-Production Mini yesterday. His fastest lap time all day was a 2:29.746, so he's already knocked 7 seconds off of that time. Tom Roaring at a 2:26.1. In B-Spec, Josh Schmidt, your fastest driver currently with a 2:27.8. That is almost exactly 2 seconds off of the provisional pole time that Dan Conway set yesterday. Conway is only 44 one-thousandths of a second back here in today's session from Josh Schmidt. All right, so Brian, as we are now, as I take a look at the clock, actually we're already 8 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session. Let me make a call to the grid for our first race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And we will take our break. And after the break, I'll remember to unmute my microphone so I can talk to you guys. We'll do that next. Stay with us, everybody.
That would be great. We'll take that break. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at VIR, and I am not muted this time.
No, you are not, Brian.
So everyone's like, dang it, could he mute himself again? Quick note, Josh Schmidt dropped a new motor in his B-Spec car overnight, finished up the engine swap about 1:15 this morning, hoping for a good showing today. So we should keep an eye on him to see how his times are.
And by the way, that note coming from the Daily Racer being Blair Deffenbaugh, one of our B-Spec competitors.
Nice.
So I'm looking, who has not gone out for qualifying. If he was on track, I would be very, very concerned. Brian.
So
that, and by the way, it looks as though note to Mr. Jordan Worth that I think we've got our timing and scoring back up and running. Hey, there he is.
There he is.
And he brought it right back up on the screen. Excellent.
And
so
we
yeah,
might
go ahead, Brian.
have a camera in that Josh Schmidt car this afternoon also.
Oh, that would be very cool. All right, so let's take a look here in E-production. Fastest lap time so far put in by Peter Norton at a 2:09.2. That's about 3 seconds off of the provisional pole time that he set yesterday. In F production, Wade McBride turns in a 2:15.48. I think we already established that he had bested yesterday's best time by almost a second and a half. Yesterday he turned in a 2:16.9. Second fastest driver, Chris Copley, much like yesterday. Copley with a 2:18.2 today has not reached his best time from yesterday. In H production, Steve Sargis put in 2 flying laps and decided to call it a morning. A 2:16.32. Oh, we had somebody run very wide there through Oak Tree. Sargis with a 2:16.32. Yesterday he turned in a 2:15.39. And so not quite there, but let's take a look, because Eric Vickerman's turned in a 2:19.35. I think he was the 4th fastest H production driver coming into the day. And he is, Tom Broering only managed a 2:23 yesterday. So Vickerman now will start second in H production. If the session were to conclude now. Tom Broering about a second faster than he ran yesterday. He's into the low 2:22s as he continues to find time in a car that he had not driven until yesterday morning's qualifying session. So he's finding some time there. And if we take a look at B-Spec, Dan Conway jumps back to holding the rights for fastest car here in this session at 2:26.169, about 2/10 off of the time that he set yesterday. Rob Pekarczyk turns into 2:26.412, and then Adam Benaway to 2:26.4. Well, you know what? Rob Pekarczyk and Adam Benaway both at a 2:26.412, both turning in identical times. However, both drivers ran faster yesterday, as did Rich Roman, who hasn't brought his car out for qualifying. So at the moment, it looks like it will still be, with 17 seconds left on the clock, Conway, then Roman on your front row, Pekarczyk and Benaway on row 2, and then Deffenbaugh. And let's see where Josh Schmidt with that new motor turns up. He's got a 227 and change, which is going to put him right where he was yesterday. So it should be Deffenbaugh in black on row number 3, and then I think Josh Schmidt and Richard Osborne on row number 4 in B-Spec as the checkered flag now being displayed on the front straight. And we see Benaway coming down the pit lane. A number of other racers are going to be heading back to the pits. Should also mention that the two I think both of the Bauckham cars made it out for qualifying. We just saw Gary Bauckham coming down the pit lane in the 124 Spider, and there it is, just turning back to the grid. And maybe because of the issues with timing and scoring, I don't have a lap time at all for Gary Bauckham, nor did I have one for Patrick McGovern in his F production Mazda Miata. In E production, we do have a time for John Bauckham, and it looks like both Don Tucker and John Hainsworth did not go out for qualifying. So that's going to wrap things up. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Just Blair Deffenbaugh gave a quick note saying that he's saving the precious few sessions he has left on his 4th gear. That's why he didn't go out. He said she's crunchy after yesterday. You never want 4th gear to be crunchy, by the way, folks. So anyway, he's trying to get the gearbox to get through the weekend. So that's why he chose to skip qualifying.
That's what you get when you use Jif instead of oil in your transmission. Anyway,
there you go.
We're going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in a few moments. But final call for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Race Group 1. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with racing from Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're back here live at VIR. It is race time Sunday, folks. Get to the fence lines. It is time to go racing at VIR. Group 1, Spec Racer Ford, 18 laps, 35 minutes. Gregg's got our starting lineups.
Yes, I do, Brian. We had 42 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 30 or so. Starting off on the pole with a qualifying time of 2:04.77 from Lakeland, Florida. Yesterday's winner, Brian Schofield. Russ Turner from Montpelier, Virginia, will start on the outside of the front row in the number 23 machine. Clay Russell will start third today. He's driving the 31 machine. He's in the Angry Llama machine. He's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. See, Angry Sheep, Angry Llamas, you name it. We got them here, but all the farm animals are angry, Brian. Vaughn Mishko is going to start fourth today in the number 101 machine. He's representing the Detroit region of the SCCA, while Todd Vanacore will start fifth. He's in the number 119 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 in the Vanacore Homes Comprent machine. He's from Ormond Beach, Florida. Then we've got Sam Schechter. Sam's going to start sixth on the field today from Boyds, Maryland, representing the Washington, D.C. region in the Surf Shop Windsor Customs machine. Starting seventh, driving the number 29 PM Racing Spec Racer Ford from Gainesville, Virginia. It's John Green with Bobby Sack driving the number 19 Further Motorsport Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Starting ninth, driving the number 68 car from Jupiter, Florida, driving the double clutch smart hip, or probably the Motion Dynamic, that's the next car. Driving the Motion Dynamic Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's Jim Goffrey. Then we got Bruce Myers. He's in the double clutch smart hip group machine. Bruce Myers representing the New England region of the SCCA. Dylan DeFonce is going to start 11th. He's in the number 26 car. He's from New Preston, Connecticut, in another Motion Dynamics car. Then we've got Jackson Deal. Jackson is out of Granger, Indiana, representing the Tennessee Valley region in the B2 second chip Valvoline Spec Racer Ford. Scott Monroe starts lucky 13 on the field, represents the Houston region from Seabrook, Texas. He is driving the 00 car. David Dickerson from Wall, New Jersey will start 14th today. He's in the number 33 car in the Performance Orthopedics machine. Gianclaudio Angelini will start 15th. He's in the number 6 car. He is from New Haven, Connecticut, represents the New York region of the SCCA. Karsten DeFont from New Preston, Connecticut, in another Motion Dynamics machine, will start 16th today in the 187. The number 30 car is driven by Mac Harrison, the Washington, D.C. driver, starts 17th. Ben Jacobs starts 18th. He's in the number 171 Jacobs Design Homes machine out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Michael Odell will start 19th. He's in the number 197 car. He's from Riverview, Michigan. Tom Burt is in the 45 car. He's from Shoreline, Washington. He starts 20th. Craig Chase starts 21st. He's in the 42 car. He's from Darien, Connecticut. And nearby Hollis, New Hampshire's own Dexter Suba is driving the Alliance Auto Sports machine. He starts 22nd. Starting 23rd, driving the number 40 car is Patrick Springer. He's in the IceRace.com machine, and he's from Ballston Spa, New York. Trey Ayers will start 24th. Trey's in the number 71 machine, the Ayers Motorsports car. He hails from Gainesville, Georgia. Charlie Rogers will start 25th. He's in the 21 car. He's from Pittsburgh, North Carolina, and is racing for Alliance Autosport. Then we got Andre Pera. Andre's in the number 77 car. He is from Reidsville, North Carolina, And probably I take that back. He is from Government Camp, Oregon, and is in the Senva Sensors machine. Lee Hill's from Reidsville, North Carolina, driving the PM Racing Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. The number 72 car starts 27th, and starting 28th is Arvid Albanese, driving the 177 machine. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as the pace car now, Brian, on the pit lane, turning the field over to Brian Schofield.
Here they come down. If the starter likes what they see, if we're lined up nicely enough in rows of two, we got the green flag. We are racing at VIR. First race of the day, 7 total, and here they go. Look at all of those Spec Racer Fords flying down towards turn 1 for the first time. 2, 3 wide, brake lights on. Now they make the turn into the right-hander. Let's see if everybody filters through. 30-plus cars here this weekend, almost 40. And look at that. I don't see any dust. Have I spoken too soon? I hope not. Here they come side by side through 3.
And Brian, we had a great start there from Russ Turner, who got a real good jump from the outside lane. Wasn't able to carry it through the horseshoe in turns 1 and 2. But now we've got cars off at left hook. That is the Jim Goffrey machine that is facing to us, and a number of other drivers going off to avoid, and cars going off at turn 5 as well. But I was going to say, Russ Turner, he was able to come back going into turn 3 into the NASCAR bend because he had the inside position on Schofield. But that is a number of cars off over around both turn 4 and now turn 5. That car recovering now at turn 5. And we are going early, Brian, to a full course caution with Russ Turner now in the lead.
Yeah, that was a full-on schmozzle there at turn 4, and you saw it coming. I mean, there were so many cars still side by side as they went through NASCAR that it was very, very not surprising to see somebody come together. 3 cars went off at 4, another one went off at 5. That's the car, I think, right there that was off at 5 back in the fray, trying to catch up to the back of the pack, and we are now full course yellow.
Yeah, indeed, and I think I believe that may be the 23 car that was at the very back of the pack. We know that over at turn 4, I believe we still have the 68 car. Jordan, can we take, well, we've got a couple cars still over there. So that is not the 68. The 68 was the gray car that was one of the very first to spin. And I'll be honest with you, Brian, we had, before that, we had, as our leaders came through left hook for the first time, we had Clay Russell with his nose right underneath Brian Schofield's car coming through left hook. And I was very concerned that Schofield, if he'd moved over just a touch to the left to set up for turn 5, that he would have taken out the nose of Clay Russell. But the incident was actually right behind that. And as our leaders now are coming across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1, we'll definitely get a rundown on who that other car is over there. As you know, again, Russ Turner, your leader, Schofield, Russell, the top 3. Todd Vanacore moves up from 5th to 4th. Von Mishko, who started 4th, falls back to 5th position. And let's take a look here as our racers are coming across. So it appears to be Jim Goffrey in the number 68 car. Also, Bruce Myers in the 111 car. That's the red car that we just saw over, and we'll see it in the next shot. There is Myers had started the race in 10th position. Goffrey had started in 9th.
Yeah. All right, let's do this, Greg. Let's take our break now so we can get the rest of the race under green without having to take a break. And then when we come back, we will get it all sorted out for you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here live at VIR under full course yellow for two incidents. One at turn 4 with several cars, and then another one at turn 5 with one car. That one was self-clearing, but they had to go pluck a couple cars out of turn 4, Greg, and it looked so good. They went through turn 1 and 2 and 3 just nice and pretty, no issues at all, not even a puff of dust, and then everything went to heck in a handbasket there at turn 4.
Well, you know, it could have been worse. I don't know how, but it could have been.
Well, yes, it could have been worse. Those cars could have been destroyed, and they weren't. So,
yeah.
Which is, you know, Spec Racer Fords are beasts of strength. I mean, you can do a lot to these cars before they get really, really bad. But we're circulating through 12 laps to go, or 35 minutes or 27 minutes in this race. With the full course caution, Greg, this one may end on time.
Yeah, given the number of laps that we're running, that is a distinct possibility. But Brian, while we've got this ongoing, let me make another quick announcement. Since this is our last race before lunch, I want to remind everybody here at the racetrack, in the paddock, and maybe wandering around, that after we complete our first race, if you'd like to get your own car onto beautiful Virginia International Raceway, you can do that for a small donation to the North Carolina Region SCCA Scholarship Fund. If you'd like to bring your car up to the grid, reminder that all drivers must, all participants in the vehicle must be 18 years or older, and they must have what is considered to be a hot wristband, so they have access to the track. So if you're interested in taking your street car only, no race cars allowed for this, out on track when we go to lunch, bring them up to the grid.
See, I thought you were going to say that you were going to be in the Pagoda Grill, $5 per kiss, all money to the education fund.
Yeah,
the scholarship fund.
That is the case, but Brian, I'm charging $10.
Oh,
I'm charging the same price as it
so
would
I can't
cost
afford
you to go out on track. That is correct. Not only can you not afford me, that also means that people will need to make a very difficult decision. They either can take their car out on track, or they'll have to come to the kissing booth. They should take their choice.
I love it. I love it. All right, so
unfortunately, if they take the kissing booth option, they're going to end up smelling. They're going to come away smelling like hamburgers and ketchup.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, after that first 3 corners, it was Russ Turner in the lead, Schofield, Clay Russell, Todd Vanacore, Vaughn Mishko. Vaughn Mishko, who was running really good yesterday till he had, did he go off or did he have a mechanical? I don't remember, but whatever it was, he was running really strong and then had a moment and ended up further back in the pack. Bobby Sack is 6th. Then you got Sam Schechter and John Green, followed by Jackson Deal and Karsten DeFonce. That's how they're going to start here when we do go back to racing. How soon do we think that's going to be, Greg?
I have not heard a peep out of race control as of yet. So
lights are still on the pace car. So
indeed. So at least
it
one
won't
more
be this
lap.
lap. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So let's pop up the schedule for the rest of the Super Tour, Jordan, if you can do that for us.
Is this the one that? Oh, look at that! It's
thank
been updated.
you.
There we go.
We're right here at VIR this
it's the
weekend.
little things that please Brian and I.
That's right. Coming back on April 26th and 27th to what has become one of my favorite tracks in the country, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Greg, you get to go this year. I'm sad, but that's okay. We should share the love. So that's coming up May 26th, 27th.
Yeah, great club track, 10 turns, 2 miles. You can actually run it clockwise or counterclockwise.
Nice.
For the Super Tour, we typically run it counterclockwise, but it is such a great layout, a great facility, and the people there that run the track, and the Ark Valley Racing Group, the region that hosts the event, such wonderful people.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get out there.
Yep, then we go back-to-back weekends in May 10th and 11th at Portland, followed by May 16th through the 18th at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Looking forward to both of those. Then it is the legendary June Sprints at Road America. And then we wrap up the season, Greg. You will be at Watkins Glen.
Yes, I will. And big change in the schedule this year. Traditionally, the June Sprints had always come before our Watkins Glen event. I think around 5 years ago, they, for whatever reason, ended up getting swapped on the schedule. And now all is right in the world again. I can transport all the spotted cow I want from Road America to Watkins Glen, where I can drive it home.
There you go. So anyway, that's what we got coming up. Still 4 more events after this one on the Super Tour. It's been a great start to the season. Never like to see a car on a hook, but that is exactly, reminds me of that great, beautiful piece of art, Johnny Dangerously. My mother put me on a hook once.
By the way, we got Stevie Ray from Ray Esports Racing in the chat to remind us about the Hallett Chicken. One they play the chicken dance to wake everybody up first thing in the morning, but they also have a big, I don't know if it's paper mache, but a big giant rooster or chicken that is on casters that they can roll around. How it ended up on the 2nd floor of the tower, I will never know, but I've got a great photo of me in a loving embrace with the chicken. I shouldn't have just said it that way. That's probably not the way I meant it to come out. But all right, it was a not so loving embrace, but I was embracing the chicken.
Oh boy. We've gone to, we cannot get the show back. Lights still on the pace car. Typically they turn them off as they head up towards the turn 15 area. So we will see.
And Brian, we are getting word now that that the safety car will be extinguishing its lights likely when it gets up to the top of the roller coaster, and we will be going back to racing this next time by. As as we were running down the schedule, we saw the emergency services vehicles getting the remaining vehicles there moved just ahead of the pace car, or the safety car, pardon me. But as the safety car now starting to make its way up the hill.
Well, at the moment the lights are still on, but they'll turn them off.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be shut down here right up at the top of the roller coaster. And the lights are now out on the safety car, as we can see there. And we're going back, green flag racing. Russ Turner will control the field. Brian Schofield who I think has been having some transponder issues, Brian. I've seen Schofield dropping out of the order and falling like to the bottom of the order periodically, and I think our timing folks have been manually reinserting him. Brian Schofield second, Clay Russell third, Todd Vanacore, Von Mishko, Bobby Sack, Sam Schechter, John Green, Jackson Deal, Karsten DeFonce, your top 10.
All right, get ready to get back to racing action and hopefully get one full green flag lap in here and see where things sort out. Should be a little easier since we're going to come to the line single file, and the green flag is in the air. Here they come down to turn one again for the first time, already side by side. That is Schofield and Clay Russell there, and we'll see how that now side by side for several cars as they all try to get up and past that first place car of Russ Turner. We'll see what they look like when they come out of turn one, and so far look good last time too, though, Greg.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, until we got to right about now.
Right.
We'll see here is a couple of cars kind of straggling there at the end, making a move up the inside. That's Bobby Sack trying to come up alongside. Bobby Sack trying to come underneath the red number 101 of Von Mishko, and I think that is the Mishko car that may have gone around. Yeah, and
if that is, that's 2 consecutive races of problems for Von Mishko.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And that Bobby Sack made a late move going into left hook and just got the rear end of the 101 car. He now has responded. Of course, yesterday, Brian, on the very first lap, Mishko had issues right here in the uphill S's that put him to the back of the field. So that is 2 days in a row now. And that should now move, it'll likely move Jackson Deal up, and it looks like Deal had lost a couple of positions on the restart. Jackson Deal, 16 years old. We saw him for the first time, I believe, down at Sebring a couple of years ago. 2-time national quarter midget champion, 5-time regional quarter midget champion with over 200 quarter midget race wins here, and all of 16 years old. He's we've talked. He's been coached by Morgan Burkhardt, also Cliff White as well. And we have him in the 58 car.
Speaking of Cliff White, he's telling us he thinks it was Todd Vanacore was the car that went around, which would be good news for Mishko.
Yeah, well, it certainly would. So it was the red. It was the red and black car, and actually, the call that I'm getting in from the corner, it was the 119 car. Thank you, Cliff. There, indeed, and there you go, the last car in line. So that is Todd Vanacore. So Von Mishko now actually moving up to fourth. And now this time down into the horseshoe, he'll have to worry about Bobby Sack, who's running in fifth position.
Yeah.
And
we've got that 3-car pack now up front. Turner, Russell, Schofield starting to pull away just a little bit. And now Mishko and Sack got to work together to try to catch up. There they are coming through turn 4. Heading down through turn 5. Turn 5's been problematic already this morning. So far, so good on this lap. But we've had one car go around during every hot lap here at turn 5.
And we just had the 42 car of Craig Chase. Was running 13th, Brian. He brought his car down the pit lane, and he's taking it back behind the wall. So unfortunately for him, his day is now done.
Yep, that is the case. Up through the S's here, climbing all the way up to the oak tree section. And it's just a little bit of gap between 4th and 5th. Not insurmountable just yet, especially if Sack could get to the rear tailpipe there of the Mishko car, because those 2 cars can work together and draft right back up to that, making a 5-car battle for the lead. And then you've got a much larger gap back from Bobby Sack to Giancarlo Angelini in 6th place. That's more of a difficult task there. That's probably 20 car lengths between 5th and 6th. And even at this point, that's a hard gap to catch up.
All right, as our leaders come up to the top of the roller coaster.
Yep.
It is that we have Clay Russell moving to the lead there, it looks like, who had, Clay Russell in the 31 machine, your new leader, there with Schofield.
That's Schofield, maybe?
I think that was the silver and black on the side of Bobby Sack. that just ran wide there. Good thing we had that. Good thing the bird wasn't still on the tires over there, Brian. Yeah, indeed, that was Bobby Sack that we just saw run wide coming through Hog Pen. And so now it's Russell, Schofield, Turner, Mishko. That's now going to move in Claudio Angelini, who started this race, Brian, in 15th position. GC now up into 5th. With Sam Schechter, who started 6th. He's holding station there in 6th as well. Jackson Deal, who we just talked about a moment ago, who had fallen back down to 12th position at the restart. He's now up to 7th as he picks up 5 spots here in just the span of 1 lap.
Trying to see if I could figure out how far back Bobby Sack fell there. And I am looking for him, and I'm thinking maybe 10th or so.
Well, I'm showing, Brian, that he fell to tail end Charlie all the way back to 40th position. Yeah, all the way to the rear end of the field. Bobby Sack, 2-time national champion, and all it takes is 1 time to ruin your race.
That's right. Yeah, going back to 40th is not, even with a full course yellow, not a path to the podium here. Here or any other SCCA race that we do, pretty much, it is tough to make up those spaces.
No. And so what that's also done, Brian, is that there's a bit of a gap here. You can see the top 4 cars with Von Mishko in the 101 sitting a little bit further behind, but a pretty large gap back to the second pack, who's being led by Gianclaudio Angelini. And at this point, Angelini doesn't really have a bridge or anything that he can use to pull Schechter and Deal. Schechter in that light blue number 55 machine, Deal in the car right behind the 58 John Green as well, to pull them up to that lead pack. It's going to be very difficult for them. And so, Russell, Schofield, Turner, and Mishko, they might have that breakaway already on lap number 7 that they would normally probably work another 3 or 4 laps on.
Well, and Mishko had Sack to help him get to that front pack. Well, now it looks like he went really deep on braking, and that's fantastic. Because I was about to say that Mishko's at risk of losing that draft, but what a great entry into turn 1 to make up that spot for him to be able to get close enough. He's got to keep on the back of this pack, which is now he's there, which that's great news for him. Because once you lose the draft, it's game over.
Yeah, and I thought, Brian, given how deep he ran in there, that again, how slick turn 1 has been, that might have been an issue, if not, if not just total grip and being able to get the car turned in, but certainly to be able to get the power down and dig out of there, and Mishko made it work. And again, he's right there in the draft. That's interesting there, as Schofield has gone back to the lead. Clay Russell takes a quick look to the inside as they go into the uphill S's over at turn 7, and we'll see we'll see this little chess match and how it plays out between we've got, of the 4 drivers up front, 3 of them are national champions.
That's
and
right.
It is definitely going to be a tough slog, and we'll see Mishko being the one that isn't, how he does this. As Brian, we just had Bobby Sack come down the pit lane. His race is now over.
Yeah. And if you go deep enough into turn 1, you can always use the brakes of the car in front of you. So that'll help you get slowed down here. But here again, he's fallen back, so he's not as good through the S's as everyone else is there. But he does get a good pull out of 17, which gives him an opportunity to catch up there. So very interesting to see the differences in how either they drive these spec cars, or maybe the motor is a little bit older in the Mishko car. Could be any of a couple of different things here, but very interesting to see how things lay out. I was about to say we need to take our break, but we did it earlier, so that's awesome.
Yes, we did.
We'll stay with this race, hopefully green all the way to the finish. 7 laps to go. Trying to do the math. I don't think it's going to get to 7 laps with 2-minute and 6-second laps. It should, I think we're going to end this one on time here. After this race, take an hour break for lunch, and then when we come back, we've got 6 more races this afternoon, so folks, so do not go away.
All right, Brian, we've got a debris flag being shown down in the carousel, or not carousel, pardon me, wrong track, going down through the roller coaster. Sounds as though there might have been contact between 2 drivers, between the 51 machine and the number 7. The 7 machine, that is Keith Frazier out of the Washington, D.C. region. And the 51 machine, trying to track down who the 51 is. You'll have to excuse me. I'll pick that out in just a few moments.
2 cars off at turn 5 right now. My suspicion is they probably help each other do that. Looks like both of them are going to be able to continue, which is good news. Not sure which 2 cars they are. 2 black guys. That might be 34, and I don't know because we changed cameras too soon.
And the other car was the 117 machine. Is it was it 117 or the 1?
So that was Ethan Bednick.
Yeah, and
Smith,
Jeffrey Lehner.
34.
And Jeffrey Lehner,
okay,
out of Gloversville, New York. They were running right around 22nd, 23rd position at the time. Oh nope, actually getting an update, Brian. It was not the 171. It was actually the 177 of Arvid Albanese, out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Ethan Bentnick Smith. They were running 19th and 20th at the time.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Because they were right together on the track. So before it, not anymore. About 10 minutes to go in this race, and up front it's the same 4 drivers that we've had for the whole race: Schofield, Russell, Turner, and Mishko.
And Brian, we had popping to the inside there going into turn 1, and I think we have a new leader.
Yep,
Clay Russell gets around Brian Schofield, but Russ Turner, who just reset the fast lap, gets past Schofield as well. So shift the 61 machine back into 3rd, and all the while Von Mishko in that gray 101 machine, he's just kind of sitting back there in 4th position. It's not a bad place to be, because he's not putting an undue load on the tires. He's not stressing himself. Especially after what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
let the top 3 get their elbows out, maybe, and Mishko, given that he's there today when he wasn't there yesterday, he might be the recipient of some good luck.
Well, this is like a master's class in Spec Racer Ford. The 3 cars in front of him, all former, one is the 2-time defending national champion of Russ Turner, and then you've got national champion Schofield and Russell there also. So you just sit back there, Mr. Mishko, and watch them do what they do, learn what you can, and then apply that racecraft in the final 2 laps, and you could come up with a win over several national champions.
Hey, Brian, I'd like to welcome a couple more folks to the chat, including Tiffany Bingheim, who is a former flag chief at the National Championship Runoffs. You'll have to excuse me, Tiffany. I don't remember if you were with Milwaukee region or Chicago region, but she's asking if I'm still thinking about Spotted Cow. I think you're right. And I should mention that I'm always thinking about Spotted Cow.
Yes. And Tiffany, I still need you on the podcast. Here they come. 5 to go here. 7 minutes left. 8 minutes left. We might get to laps, but I'm still thinking we're going to go to 8 minutes here. Oh, there's a car off. 1 car, 2 cars. 1 car off at the top of the roller coaster there.
And that is Lee Hill. That is the number 72 machine.
Yep.
Larry.
Oh, there you go. Drink, everybody.
Yeah, everybody. I normally call everybody Brian, but there you go. And Lee was running 17th at the time. I sent Brian, last week was apparently National Brian Day.
Oh, okay.
And I sent a note to Larry congratulating him on National Brian Day.
Nice. Very nice.
And wishing him a happy Brian Day. And so there you go. I had Larry Lefty McLeod, one of my other announcing partners, on the brain. And
very nice.
There you go.
Russ Turner just went purple with the 205.519. Then Clay Russell put down a purple first segment. So they're not fooling around here. Von Mishko falling back a little bit. He is in danger of losing the draft here, and then it just becomes a 3-car battle for the win here. But, oh, look at that. That was Clay Russell went off.
It went wide there. So Brian, Jamie Turner in the chat's wondering if Russ maybe made the move a little bit too soon with with still, 4 laps, and we're not going to make 4 laps here with only 6.5 remaining. I'd put it probably at 3 laps to go. We'll have to see here. I should also mention, as we saw Clay Russell drop that wheel coming out of South Bend, that Clay Russell won his 2nd national championship here at Virginia International Raceway, driving effectively one-handed, as he had a broken wrist at the time, and had his one of his wrists completely wrapped up. So I'd give him a little grace when he drops one wheel coming out of a corner. He should be able to save the thing here, as that second pack now being led by looks like Jackson Deal, Sam Schechter, Gian Claudio, and it looks like GC Gian Claudio Angelini back to the front of that pack there. But Angelini, Deal, Schechter, and Dickerson, and along with John Green and Mac Harrison, all starting to close things down just a little bit on our lead group. However, that margin at 10 seconds right now between our top 4 and 5th on back.
Yeah, and there's no power steering in these cars, so
no.
They're not hard to steer, but I wouldn't want to do it with a broken wrist. Let's just put it that way.
Not for 50 minutes or so for a national championship race. Certainly not.
Clay Russell crosses the line in first. Schofield moves back into second place. Russ Turner falls back to third, and still hanging in there, Vaughn Mishko, watching all of this stuff play out in front of him. And then we've got a nice 5-car pack for 5th through 10th. So lots of good action here on the racetrack. Up the hill now. That last little left-hander before they get going towards Oak Tree here. And it's, the idea that Russ Turner had made the move too soon. He may have just decided, I don't want to be in the front here for these last few laps, and because he doesn't want to make that move too soon. I don't know, being in third's the place I'd want to be. I'd rather be in second at this point in time. But
well, I don't know. It worked yesterday.
It did. So it did.
It didn't work out so well for the guy in second, who took a nice ride down the hill. But
that's right.
We'll see here as they come under braking at the top of the roller coaster. And, I'll be interested to see if Mishko, who, again, has kind of fallen off the pace at the top 3, Brian, and maybe getting a little sloppy coming down the roller coaster, if he's going to try and do that monster braking maneuver into turn 1. But here is, and it's not 5 cars. Look at this pack. This is the battle for 5th position right now. It's Angelini, I think Deal right behind, and a great run so far by Jackson Deal, who's now up in the 8th position. Let's see, they're coming right in front of me right now. It is the 6 car and the 58 car locked nose to tail. They've actually separated out just a little bit from Sam Schechter, David Dickerson, John Green in 7th, 8th, and 9th, and Mac Harrison another 4 car lengths back from there. So Harrison not getting a great run out of Hog Pen there for the last lap, but and you can see there now no big Superman move in the turn 1 for Vaughn Mishko. He's now fallen about 3/10 back from our leaders.
Yeah, and with 3 minutes to go in the race, he's kind of out of contention now for a podium spot unless one of those cars doesn't make it to the finish line. It looks like the podium's going to come from some combination of Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, and Russ Turner. National champions all in that pack, and it will be your guess is as good as mine, Greg, as to what order they're going to finish at this point.
Yeah, and Brian, we have gotten word from race control that the next time our leaders come down the start-finish line, they will see the white flag, which I think now actually jibes with what we've got on our timing and scoring. So very good there. Just a lap and a half remaining as they come out of Oak Tree and onto the back straight here. Let's see, is this the time maybe when our second place driver, Brian Schofield, pops to the inside, or is he going to wait for the very last lap as Russ Turner makes up the gap under braking, and they all hold station, Brian, and I think it's going to be another 3.27 miles before they actually go, or maybe now 3.2 miles before they make that lunge and make that move up at the top of the roller coaster for the second day in a row.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. And now they're down the roller coaster, heading towards turn 17 for the final time. White flag is in the air, and here they go. Oh, look at that. Russ Turner falling back just a little bit there going into turn 1. Maybe he's just waiting to see what's going to happen up front and take advantage of that situation. Now he's right on the tailpipe of Brian Schofield as they go through one. A little gap between first and second. Clay Russell pulling away by about a car length or so. Not too much. Still easy enough for them to catch up.
Yeah, and Brian, as they came down to turn 1, Schofield, he made a little juke, a little move to the inside. I think maybe just to get in the head of Clay Russell just a little bit. But in doing so, in moving laterally and back, it actually allowed Russ Turner, Russ Turner, to pull right to the back again of the 61 machine. You had noted that he had fallen about 3 car lengths back as they came down the front straight, as he didn't get a good run out of Hog Pen. And just that little move brought them all back together again. Here now, as they come out of the S's and go into South Bend, let's see if Clay Russell has issues once again with the exit of South Bend. And Clay Russell actually turned in a little bit early there to try and square off and make sure that he had some pavement to driver's right. Might have lost a little bit of speed through there, which allowed both Schofield and Turner to close things down once again. But this, Brian, is going to be the moment as they come up Madison Avenue and set up for the top of the roller coaster.
Here they come to the top of the roller coaster. This is where Brian Schofield got elbows out, got a little rough and tumble yesterday, made the pass for the win. Let's see what happens this time. Coming up over the hill at 14, they'll come into the roller coaster. Schofield making the move at about the same spot as he did yesterday. Will there be any contact? No, at this point not, but Schofield does take the point. Turner and Russell trying to find a way to get around him now with 3 laps to go down through turn 17. At the moment, it is Schofield, then it is Russell, then it is Turner. About maybe quarter mile to go to the finish line at this point in time. Checkered flag is in the air. Who's going to take the win in Spec Racer Ford? It is going to be Brian Schofield first. It'll be Clay Russell second, Russ Turner third. That will be your podium in Spec Racer Ford.
Too many Russes, Brian. All right, and so margin of victory for Brian Schofield as the rest of our racers come through. And look at that on the very last lap. Jackson Deal gets around Gianclaudio Angelini. Deal's going to finish 5th. Angelini is going to finish 6th. Sam Schechter works his way up to 7th with John Green 8th, David Dickerson 9th, and Mac Harrison will finish in 10th. But margin of victory, Brian, and we've talked about this, it is so hard to get a slingshot out of Hog Pen and make the pass before you get to the finish line here on the front straight. Brian Schofield takes the win by 69 one-thousandths of a second. That is nice. And Russ Turner, 0.2 of a second back from there. But great run, great race, great clean race for our top 3.
Well, that is going to do it for our first race of the day. We're going to take about an hour lunch break, and then we will put the time up on our screen when we know what the comeback time is going to be.
Yes.
Actually, let me see if I can look it up right here real quick while we're chatting.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're running about 10 minutes behind. Again, we'll pull it up.
Yep.
We haven't gotten it yet from Race Control. I would suspect that it's probably going to be somewhere around 12:20 to 12:30 when we return. But Brian, before we go and take the break, I just wanted to remind everybody here at Virginia International Raceway, if you'd like to take your car on track, you can do that right after our race cars return to the pits. You can take a street car on track to do charity laps. It does require a minimum $10 donation to the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund. You must be 18 years or older, and you must have a hot pass here in order to do that. So,
all right.
There you go. So, again, we're going to be back in about an hour. We'll post the time up here in just a little bit, and we'll let people at the track here know what the return time is so that our second race group of the day, which is going to be our Super Touring and GT3 racers, GT3U racers, so that they know when they actually will go out to race. And I want to thank you all for joining us this morning for our coverage from Virginia International Raceway, and we'll see you in just about an hour.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group 2 race is about to begin. STU, GT3U, STL, T3, T4. The pace lap is underway. And my good friend, your good friend, Gregg Ginsberg, has our starting
friend
lineup.
to the people,
Yes.
Gregg Ginsberg. Here we go. All right, Brian. So for this touring and super touring race and GT3U race as well, we have our field split into two separate and distinct groups out of the 39 total drivers. We're going to run down the rear group first. That is made up of our Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars, where our pole sitter for that group out of Birmingham, Alabama, driving his BMW 330 Ci is Simon Foulweather. Got Robbie Hines on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 4 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. He's driving the Tech Sport Hoosier G-Lock machine. Then Todd Clark, representing Northwest region out of Fox Island, Washington, also in a BMW 330 Ci. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2 with Daniel Moen starting 4th. Daniel is driving the number 73 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. That's the Krug-Speed SCDA machine. Aiden Rose is driving in Touring 4 in the number 46 Mazda Miata. He's out of Statsburg, New York. He's your Touring 4 pole sitter. And starting next to him on the outside of row number 3 will be Mark Cephalo. Mark is driving the 00 Planet Miata Mazda RX-5. Then we've got Jiao Li starting 7th. He's in the number 27 Touring 3 Toyota GR86. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina, driving the Tech Sport racing car. Also driving for Tech Sport, it is Jiao Li, is out of Long Island City, New York. And Devin Anderson driving the Tech Sport car. He is starting in 8th position, driving the number 14 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ, with Randy Johnson now starting in 9th position. Randy is driving the number 1 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. Alan Briere also in Touring 3, driving the number 53 Volkswagen Golf, with Kyle Janch starting in 11th position. Kyle's in the Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. Robert Damler starting in 12th position. Robert is in the Touring 3 Ford Mustang. That's the 121 machine, with John Ferguson starting 13th. John is in the number 23 Touring 3 Subaru BRZ. He's out of the Blue Ridge region. And then Scotty B. White driving the 0 Touring 4 Ford Mustang starts 14th. Let's move over now to our front group, our STU, STL, and GT3U machines. We've got the GT3U Honda Civic of Tony Ave on the pole with a qualifying time of 2:02.688. He's out of Maiden, North Carolina. And then we've got the Krug-Speed Lotus Exige driven by Richard Estacio. That is the number 80 machine, and he's from Wilton, Connecticut. Then we got Darren Treacle. Darren is in the number 70 STU BMW 325. He's out of Marshall, Virginia, in the Treacle Insurance machine, with David Fiorelli starting 4th. David is in the number 190 STU Ford Mustang. He's from Coppell, Texas. Nick Leveroni is our STL pole sitter. He starts 5th. He's in the number 3 Mazda Miata. That's the Flat Out Motorsports machine, with Mike Taylor driving the number 39 Just Track at E3 Storage Acura Integra starting in 6th. John Sewell driving the number 48 Acura Integra out of Tallahassee, Florida is 7th, with Chuck Hines driving the number 57 STL Big Boy Racing Mazda Miata starting in 8th. Starting 9th, it's Pierre St. Pierre. He's driving the number 84 Honda Civic, and he's out of Dallas, Georgia, with Mark Bradley starting in 10th. Mark is in the number 106 STU BMW 325 IS. The Mark Media machine is out of Wake Forest, North Carolina. Then we got Amy Mills. She's starting 11th. She's in the 114 STL Mazda Miata, the Flat Out Motorsports machine. Austin Hill, who we'll see if Austin makes the grid. He was apparently down a cylinder at the end of yesterday's race. He's in the number 8 Illuma Trailers Ferris Mowers machine out of Frankfort, Ohio. Then we got Thomas Paulino starting 13th. He's in the number 34 STL Mazda Miata, the Millennium Racing machine, and starting 14th, Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 STU Mazda Miata from Flat Out Motorsports. Brian, as our first pack on the front straight, as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air.
Green flag is flying. Estacio and Tony Ave heading down to turn 1 here for the first time as they go too wide from second place back, but Estacio takes a nice early easy lead going into turn 1 all by himself in that Exige, and now they cycle through. There is the Mustang of David Fiorelli in second, followed by the BMW of Darren Treacle, it looks like.
Yeah, Brian, Tony Ave did not take the start there in the light blue Honda Civic. So Rich Estacio jumps out to the early lead, and Dave Fiorelli gets around Darren Treacle as our second pack, our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers take the green.
And here they come now down towards turn 1 for the first time. Much more or less organized going to the green flag for this group. All single file for the first 5 or 6 spots, and then go a couple of double wides here. So that second group not quite as well organized, but since the green flag falls on the first race group, they kind of have to throw it on the second race group. Here they come now, cycling through NASCAR Bend for the first time here in our second race of the afternoon.
And I want to thank Jonathan Grabowski in the chat here for pointing out that as Alex Ovechkin tries to become the greatest scorer in all of hockey, that I might just be devoting a little bit more time to that than this race. That is absolutely not true, Jonathan. As we see that battle, Simon Foulweather and Rob Hines, top 2 drivers yesterday in Touring 3, making a run into the S's. The white BMW with a bit of an advantage over the 300ZX, or probably 350Z. Let me correct that, going through the S's for the very first time. Now, yesterday, Brian, this race, it ended up in STU with Richard Estacio taking the win over Darren Treacle, David Fiorelli finishing second. In STL, John Sewell and his Acura Integra took the win over pole sitter Nick Leveroni. In Touring 3, it was Rob Hines who beat Simon Foulweather to the line. And in Touring 4, taking the win yesterday over Aiden Rose, Mark Cefalo and his Mazda RX-8.
And our first flying lap, Estacio with a 206.597 already in one lap with a 3.6 second lead over the second place car. Definitely appears to be the horse for the course here in this particular race, at least early on. Fiorelli and Treacle going to have to work together trying to bridge that gap, because 3.6 seconds is darn near checked out already, and we're only at the end of lap number 1. Looking a little further down the field, you got Mikey Taylor in 4th, followed by Nick Leveroni. I'm sorry, Mikey Taylor isn't 4th overall, but he is the leader in STL right now. Nick Leveroni 2nd, and John Sewell in 3rd. That's your top 3 in STL. Peter St. Pierre is in 4th in STU, so he is a ways back from our top 3 here in STU. Early on, of course, 13 laps to go in this race. Or 31 minutes, depending on which happens first.
As Richard Estacio just grabs a big load of dirt on the exit of South Bend, Brian, as he is trying to increase his lead over David Fiorelli after 1 lap, already 3.5 seconds. Our touring cars just completed their first lap in Touring 3. Simon Foulweather and Robbie Hines locked nose to tail, and there they are now coming through Snake as the 350Z, now right on the back of that big BMW with Daniel Moe in rears. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo led Aiden Rose at the end of lap number 1, almost a full second separating them. Scotty B. White, who I think finished yesterday about 25 seconds behind the lead pair in Touring 4. He is already 3.5 seconds back from our leaders. Brad Childs, Brad Childs, 5 seconds back from Scotty B as we watch them now coming up and out of South Bend into turn 11.
Yeah, you see that area there, not much grass. Well, there's a reason, because a lot of cars decide that that's part of the racetrack, and they get moving through there. A couple spots where cars tend to like to go wide here, and just looking at the timing and scoring board, and you've got Estacio's now open up a 5.2 second lead. So he is, and he goes purple again with a 206.124. So big moving there from the Wilton
through corners. And if he gets balked, if he gets caught up behind some slower traffic, it makes it very difficult for him. Whereas the straight 6 in the BMW, as we've got a driver running very wide. Is that Scotty B. White's Mustang? I believe it is. That's the Touring 4 Mustang of Scotty B. White. He was running 3rd in class, and he, we saw the MX-5 cars earlier, Brian, when they went off. They just kind of mad at the throttle and kept going. Well, apparently that V6 Mustang, it'll actually cause the rear end to come around, where that doesn't happen with the Mazdas. He gets the car back underway, though, but he's lost a lot of time. And I think Brad Childs may have been able to take over 3rd position in class from Scotty B. White. But I was going to say, when Estacio gets caught up behind slower cars, it is definitely more difficult for him to get that car back up to speed. And the straight six of the BMW that Treacle has, or the Ford Mustang, which I believe is an EcoBoost turbocharged four-cylinder, definitely have the advantage in the ability to dig out of corners much more so than the Lotus.
And while all of that was happening, Rob Hines taking over the lead in the T3 car. So he's gotten around Simon Fullweather, and you can see there they are. Nope, that's not them. Yeah, so that happened on the end of the second lap. So now in T3, you've got Hines, Fullweather, and Daniel Moen, your top three, with Todd Clark in fourth place in T3. Your T4 race leader, Mark Cefalo, followed by Aiden Rose and Alan Briere. So that's your top three. I'm sorry, Aiden Rose and, well, it was Scotty B. White, but not anymore.
Yeah. All right, Brian, so what we're watching here is we just saw coming down the hill our leaders in Touring 3, as Robbie Hines was able to put a couple of the touring, a couple of the slower STL cars between he and Simon Foulweather, and Foulweather just was not in a position to get around those cars coming down the roller coaster, and so now Robbie Hines has turned what was at turn 14 about a half-second advantage now to probably around 4 seconds or so on the rest of the STL, or on the rest of the Touring 3 field. Now, in STU, again, it looks like as Estacio has just reset fast lap, David Fiorelli and Darren Treacle really starting to fall off the pace. Now, what I'm interested to see, and we'll try and catch up with that battle for the lead in Touring 4 in the Planet Miata. There it is right there, coming out of turn 4 at a left hook, going into turn 5 with the Planet Miata RX-8 of Mark Cefalo, and then that 46 Mazda Miata of Aiden Rose. And they are the second and third cars here in the line. It was a great fight for like the first 3 to 4 laps of yesterday's race, Brian, between Aiden Rose and Cefalo. And Rose, who had started on the pole in class, was able to hold off Cefalo, like I said, for about 4 laps. And once Cefalo got by, it just appeared that Rose had already worked through his tires in that very short 25-minute race, and Cefalo just stretched out an advantage. And I think the margin at the line was somewhere around 9 to 10 seconds that he was just able to, increase almost a second per lap over Aiden Rose. So we'll see here as Cefalo's already, the last we checked in, had opened up about 3 car lengths, give or take. And it's starting to look like it's about there right now. Here they are, second and third cars in line. I'd say about 3 car lengths. I'd like to see what Rose does under braking here coming in the 14 and see if he can close things down on the RX-7. Again, neither one of those cars are really, torque monsters, but the Mazda Miata, the MX-5, does have a little bit more in the way of torque. But it's both, I think, equally well-handling cars. But, kind of same deal. Cefalo's got to keep the car on the boil, much like Estacio does with that Lotus.
Right, Cefalo was coming up on a slower car there, which could be good for the opportunity for the car in second place to catch up, Aiden Rose, and it looks like maybe it's helped a little bit. Cefalo needs to try to get around those cars, but it's about the same 2 to 3 cars. And of course, Cefalo, once he gets through, then Rose has to do the same thing as well. So traffic doesn't always help both of the cars coming through, as we have seen time and time again,
Yeah, indeed. And a matter of fact, right ahead of the Cefalo-Rose battle, we're watching Bob Mueller Jr. in the number 60 Miata, Todd Clark in his BMW 330 Ci. Clark's actually racing in Touring 3, but Mueller had a great run through NASCAR, and I think was able to get underneath the BMW. No, I take that back. Actually, the BMW was actually able to hold off both Cefalo and Rose, and Mueller was it kind of fell back behind those STL machines, or probably Touring 4 machines. Let me correct myself. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Here comes Cefalo. Got another car. He's trying to go underneath. Good time to do it. Now the question is, will Rose be able to follow right through and not lose any of that gap? Doesn't look like either car got past there, but now is a good opportunity on this straightaway. Looks like the car in front, though, is a little faster in straight line speed, but doesn't handle nearly as well as those T4 cars.
No.
Yeah. Interesting. You know, multi-class racing always has some interesting challenges, and this is clearly one of them.
So, you know, Brian, what I'd like to do, if we can, you know, we're getting word, well, I'll try and pick up where he is on track. The 29 machine, that is John McClendon's Touring 4 MX-5. We've been getting word since the beginning of the race that he's been dropping some fluid down on the race surface. That is still happening. As looks like we had somebody go wide and very wide in turn 1.
Just a bit outside. And back on the racetrack. No harm, no foul. Oh,
yeah, and that was
damage to the back of that car?
Yeah, I didn't see any. I don't think he got to the wall.
Okay.
And the call is that was Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 STU Mazda Miata as he's gotten that car back underway. But I wanted to try and check in. We'll try and locate him on track. The 190 Mustang, that's David Fiorelli. It's black with the kind of like Dayglow yellow numbers on the side of the car. And then Darren Treacle in the number 70, not a royal blue E46 BMW that actually says Treacle Insurance along the side in big, huge letters. Kind of hard to miss there, Ryan. And they were, the last time they crossed start-finish line, they were separated by all of about 1.5 feet. They're actually coming across the start-finish line now, and it's opened up just a little bit. We'll see them coming into turn 1. That is the battle for second in STU, and you see there where Fiorelli goes all the way to the inside to defend on Treacle. I don't think realized that Treacle was probably about 4 car lengths back at the end of the straightaway. And this is where the BMW, I think, is going to start to come to the fore. It's a slightly shorter chassis, a little bit easier to rotate as they come down into turn into left hook, but the Mustang definitely has legs on the long back straight here.
Definitely. 8 laps to go in this race. We're not paying attention up front because there's a huge lead. Rich Estacio has amassed a 11.108 lead there, and he is just basically driving away from the field. But the Fiorelli Treacle battle, which Greg's been talking about, really a great battle for second place in that STU class. Very different. All these classes are very different in the way they make their power and the way they work, but they seem to work together when they put them on the racetrack together. So here is Estacio working his way through slower cars. So he's already got to the back of that T4, you know, the cars in that T4 class who started in the split start. So nice and clean there, moved by Estacio in that yellow Lotus Exige. Probably the car that looks most like a race car on the racetrack right now.
Yes. All right, another great fight we're having here just off the podium for the moment in Touring 3. Of course, we were watching that great fight between Hines and Foulweather at the beginning of this race. Brian, and Rob Hines has now opened up over 9 seconds on Simon Foulweather, but I think we're seeing that. Well, let's go back and continue watching that. That's the fight in STU between Treacle and Fiorelli for second. I also at some point want to catch up with the 27 Toyota GR86 of Jiao Li and Daniel Moen's number 73 Mustang. The battle for fourth. Also, again, two racers locked nose to tail. We'll catch up with them in a few moments. As Brian, we are just about halfway through this 14-lap or 35-minute feature race here at Virginia International Raceway. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. That's SMX. Please head to the grid. SMX racers, please come to the grid. Your race is next. And so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from VIR. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members could save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at VIR, that yellow car, your race leader. He is Richard Estacio with a 14, almost 15-second lead here over the second place cars in STU and overall, David Fiorelli and Darren Treacle. So that is not a whole lot going on now. The Treacle-Fiorelli battle, that is hot, furious.
Yes,
but we're looking at another one also, right, Greg?
Well, we were looking for the battle between Dan Moen and Jiao Li, the battle for fourth in Touring 3, and it has closed down, I think, a bit more. So Dan Moen in a Ford Mustang, and it is the another black Ford Mustang. It's a Krug Speed SCDA car. Yeah, surprise, surprise, surprise. Jiao Li in a black Toyota GR86. 2 laps ago, they were pretty much nose to tail, and I think this is them actually. As they're coming through, as they were just coming through our screen, we're seeing Estacio about to put him a lap down. As Jiao Li had closed within about 2 feet of the Mustang, and then had big issues getting out of Oak Tree. Fell back 2.5 seconds back, and he's right back with that Mustang. So I don't think that's the same twin. There, we'll try and track down those 2 cars, and I'll look next time they come by the front straight and see if I can get us aligned with that. Get Jordan to follow that action. But some of the that's probably the closest action on track. And yes, I appreciate you, Jordan. And
so while we're looking for that, I can tell you STL, very interesting. John Stewell has taken over the lead there. Mike,
go ahead.
I say Mikey Taylor has dropped down to second. And now Nick Lavaroni is actually in third. So it looks like Taylor and Lavaroni have swapped spots.
Yeah, and so Leveroni was our pole sitter coming into the day. And yesterday, John Sewell took the win, as I think Mike Taylor had some issues towards the end of the race, and he finished third behind Leveroni. Oh, by the way, so that touring car battle I was talking about, they are just now going into turn number 1.
Okay.
And I don't think the Mustang is black. I think the Mustang is actually silver. And here they are going side by side into one. That's Xiao Li and Daniel Moen. Right there, and that
I think you're right.
Yeah, and that is the battle right now for 4th in Touring 3. And I'll get us caught up with that STU fight, or probably STL fight between the two Integras and the Mazda here in just a moment.
Yeah, so there's 2 silver Mustangs out there right now. The Randy, which one is it here?
Well, that's I think that's the Moen one, and then we've got Scotty B. White, who's in the Touring 4-0 Mustang.
There is that battle we've been talking about here. Lee and Moen. So Moen's the silver car in front at the moment. Zhao Li is the second car in that Toyota GR86.
All right, and guys, I want to jump over to turn 1. We've got John Sewell and Nick Leveroni, the battle for the lead in STL. Here comes Sewell in the light blue Integra, and then just behind, we're going to see Nick Leveroni in the blue and orange Mazda Miata. You'll notice, though, however, the accurate Integra is just now coming out of the horseshoe going into turn 3. Taylor's Integra was very much off the pace. Coming through, and you can see he's even losing more ground there. By the way, that's the STU Honda Civic that we're seeing come through 5 now behind those 2 cars of St. Pierre. But Mikey Taylor now continues to drop off the pace, and something really looks hurt with that Integra. And we know that car has been, I call it somewhat fragile.
Yeah, problematic.
In the last couple, yes. Of course, it ran very well when Mike Taylor needed to from the finish on the podium, finishing 3rd at the National Championship Runoffs this year. His best Runoffs victory or Runoffs finish ever. But again, it's been a challenge. We had him run out of fuel at Road Atlanta during I think it was the feature race on the very last lap that he had some issues getting to the line and lost a number of positions while he was leading a race. So we'll see. Hopefully whatever's ailing that car, he can, cycle the ignition or something and get it back up and running today.
In the chat, someone has asked us to explain the difference in the classes. So let me do it real quick. STU is Super Touring Under, STL Super Touring Light. And then, so those are slightly more modified than the Touring classes, which is Touring 3 and Touring 4. And then we've got GT3U, which used to be GT3, which they're going to combine next year with STU. I'm sure that's very confusing. But think showroom stock when you think touring. Think a little bit more modified when you think super touring.
Yeah, I think Brian, I think probably the biggest way to differentiate is in STL and STU. The cars can be built with any drivetrain from the same manufacturer as the body. So if it's, for example, the Acuras can have any Honda or Acura motor in them. The Mazdas, you could have a rotary Mazda in a Miata if you wish. Now, the main difference is the STL cars cannot exceed 2 liters in size. The sizing is a little bit different for a rotary, obviously. In STU, I believe the limit is 3.5 liters. You also will find forced induction in STU, where you typically will not find that in STL. Also, some changes and differences that you can make as far as suspension setups. GT3U can either be a production-based car or it can be a tube-framed car with a silhouette body dropped on top of it. As well, and they are moving over from the GT ranks. They're going to be combined with STU next year, trying to basically make a, Frankenstein's monster of a class there. Whereas, as you said, the touring cars, pretty much as they come from the factory, drivers can make some modifications as far as spring and shock packages to the cars, but the drivetrains stay stock. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group, as we only have 3 laps remaining here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. SMX Racers, race group number 3, please head to the grid. SMX Racers, please come to the grid. Your race is next.
Greg, I love this. I know most of the people who are watching and are in our chat are people who are very familiar with SCCA and how it works. But I also love the fact that we get someone in our chat who's never found us before and wants some understanding of what we do. So I really enjoy giving that to folks when they ask for it. So
yep, indeed, and thankfully we had John Weisberg, who is on the
yes.
Super Touring Advisory Committee, also known as the STAC, to correct me in that STU engines have a maximum displacement of 3.2 liters,
yep.
not 3.5 liters. Thanks, John.
Yeah, we've got some great knowledge who join us in our chats, which is fantastic because, Greg knows everything. I do not. And so it's good for people to be out there to be able to correct me when the time comes. Randy Johnson, your race leader. Alan Briere in T3. Alan Briere is in second place in T3. And then we're looking real quick here at the top of the field. In STU, Richard Estacio opened up in 11.5 seconds. It's kind of stayed there for the last several laps over Darren Treacle, who's now taken over second place when David Fiorelli has dropped back to third. John Sewell's your race leader in STL, followed by Nick Leveroni and Mike Taylor, who is still in third place in STL, but dropping through the field a little bit. He better be careful because Chuck Hines is looking right there to be, hopefully, for him anyway, trying to get around Mike Taylor to get a spot on the podium here. The T4 battle between Cephalo and Rose. We might want to go back to that because that is a really close battle at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, and they're actually coming to the start-finish line right now, Brian and Jordan. And there he goes. There you're going to see the white flag. That is Mark Cephalo and Aiden Rose. And so yesterday we talked earlier about how Aiden Rose had really fallen off Cephalo's pace. And in today's longer race, he's got the tires and he's got the equipment underneath him that he didn't have yesterday.
And look at this. It looks like he just got around Mark Cephalo and has already opened up a 3-4 car length lead. I wonder if Cephalo got off in the marbles there going through turn one and he just couldn't get the grip out of turn one. But now we've got 6 car lengths or so, 5 car lengths between Rose and Cephalo coming out of turn 4. There's your race leader overall, the yellow Exige, just trying to make this final lap without getting in any trouble. Cephalo tries to recover to get back onto the rear bumper of Rose, but I don't think he's got enough time to do that right now, Greg.
Yeah, I think given that we only have half a lap to go, it's going to be very, very tough. Now, interestingly enough, Darren Treacle, who's the last car in that shot, he's got an even tougher battle here. He's trying to make up almost 10 seconds to Richard Estacio's Exige ahead. And you can tell that Treacle's not giving up. He had a bunch of brake lockup going in the left hook this last time through, and he's trying to pedal that car hard. I mean, he certainly hasn't given things up here as Estacio works his way around one of our slower, I think it was Mark Bradley in the 106 BMW's showing a lap down, and may have actually just gone 2 laps down from Estacio. But there you go. You can see Treacle still trying to clear those cars, and if he gets where he is now, going in ahead of that Mustang, he's gonna, I think, probably make things very, very difficult now for the Cephalo car, as Aiden Rose now quite a bit further. Aiden Rose quite a bit ahead there of Darren Treacle as they come onto the front straight now for the last time. Checkered flag is in the air, Brian, and Richard Estacio, he's going to take the win in STU. Darren Treacle comes across the line now. He's going to finish second, 14 seconds in arrears. David Fiorelli is going to finish a distant third in STU. In STL, it is Aiden Rose, a little bit over 3.5 seconds up on Mark Cephalo. Great pass by Rose there on that going into the very last lap.
Yeah, that was a good race there for the lead in T4, all the way up to the final first turn on the last lap, when Rose was able to get around Mark Cephalo, and Cephalo just couldn't hold on there to stay and make it a battle for the final lap. So that's how it's going to finish off here, Greg.
All right, so in GT3U, without Tony Ave running today, Peter Tonelli takes the win over David Blaine. The battle of the two Mazda Miatas, and actually pretty darn close at the line, Brian. Only a second separating those two racers. In Touring 3, Robbie Hines for the second day in a row takes the win over Simon Foulweather, with Todd Clark finishing in third. Dan Moen will come home in fourth. In STL, it is John Sewell taking the win over Nick Leveroni. Mike Taylor does finish third a lap down, I believe, and I'm just going to verify this because I think Taylor might still be on course. And yeah, his motor does not sound very good. Mike Taylor makes it across the line just ahead of Chuck Hines. And to put things in perspective, Mike Taylor at the end of this race was running almost 5 seconds a lap off of his fastest lap time. Amy Mills finishes in fifth. And I think, let me make sure, I think that runs it down. That breaks it down for all 5 of our classes. So let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. SMX Racers is your final call to the grid. SMX, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. And so, Brian, let's take a break. We'll be back with more racing action here from VIR.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here live at Virginia International Raceway, getting ready for Spec MX-5. 14 laps that we are on board briefly there with Ethan Jacobs. We'll get back to that in a minute. But before that, the man of the hour with the starting lineups is Gregg Ginsberg.
Oh, I'm always the man of the hour. I'm the man of the day, I guess, then, Brian. All right, let's run down the starting order. We had 23 drivers at qualifying times. I'm going to try and get through as many as I can. On the pole today with a qualifying time of 2:10.539 from Atlanta, Georgia, in the Century Body and Paint Machine, it's Skylar Cottrell, starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 27 W2 Motorsports machine from London, England. It's Luke Pullen. Wes Duchek is going to start third today. He's in the number 40 Duchek Motorsports machine. He's out of Jupiter, Florida, with our camera car there. Ethan Jacobs starting fourth today. He's out of the Milwaukee region. He's driving the Jacobs Design Homes, the JDH machine. That's the 199 car. Jason Fichter will start fifth today. He's driving the number 7 Jupiter Auto Body machine with Cam Eben starting sixth. Cam's driving the number 55 Ready Set Sim PSG Enterprises machine. He's out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Rocco Pascarella will start seventh today. Rocco's in the number 95 Chicane Club machine. He's out of Boca Raton, Florida, with Matthew Novak starting eighth. Matt's in the number 11 Advanced Autosports machine out of Bartlett, Illinois. Then we got Michael Tinnis representing the New York region of the SCCA, the Michael Tinnis Racing machine. That's the number 26 car. And starting 10th today, Aiden Coleman. Aiden's out of the Glenwood, Maryland, in the Washington, D.C. region in the AI integration machine. That's the number 60 car. Michelle Squarick starting 11th today. Michelle's driving the number 75 RSpeed.net machine from Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Camden Gruber starting 12th today. Camden's in the number 24 Planet Miata RP Performance machine. He's from Winchester, Virginia, with Vaughn Mishko starting 13th today. Vaughn's driving the number 99 machine. He's from Sylvan Lake, Michigan. Starting 14th is Mitch Lowry. Mitchell's driving the number 2 TKG Motorsports Paley Motorsports machine with Camden Hibbett starting 15th. Camden's in the number 32 Hibbett Motorsports CRP Racing entry. He's from Galena, Ohio. Then we've got Vinny Miskelis starting 16th today. Vinny, one of our Spec MX-5 scholarship winners. He's driving the number 12 Mazda Motorsports V-Box machines. He's out of Dallas, Texas. All right, Brian, as the safety car is heading up to the top of the roller coaster there. Of course, we do have starting 17th Eric Grimm and Jack Murchison making up row number 9, and then row number 10, Frankie Barroso and Gerardo Peralta as well. As those lights are out, they're going to be coming down the hill in just a few moments. We're going to have a special guest joining us. We'll bring him in just a few moments. Somebody who knows quite a bit about SMX racing.
Luke Pullen led most of yesterday's race, at least the first half of yesterday's race, then started falling back. Turns out he had a problem with a gear in the gearbox. That hopefully has been fixed. And if so, and we know he likes this racetrack. He raced really well yesterday. I'm sure he'd like to have a better finish today than he did yesterday. Lights out on the pace cars that come down the hill from 17. And they will get a look at the starter out of the right side of this windshield. Right between the two cars, you're going to see the start stand. Hopefully, you'll see the start stand flying a green flag. That is Pullen right in front of Jacobs. And then next to him is Skylar Cottrell. And you can see the green flag is waving. We are racing at VIR. Heading down to turn 1 for the first time. They are close, so close, I believe they call that bump drafting.
All right, Brian, as they head down into turn 1, sitting there right at the front of the field, Skylar Cottrell to the inside, Luke Pullen right ahead of Ethan Jacobs, our camera car. He had Wes Duchek sitting right beside him, and it looks like jumping to an early lead. That is Skylar Cottrell in that pink and red number 9 machine, Pullen in the white with the yellow hood machine sliding in the second. As you mentioned, Pullen having some gearbox issues yesterday. Did just a single lap in the qualifying session this morning, make sure everything was okay. And I think we're okay with the exception of this apparently is the weekend for people to lose fender liners from their Mazdas.
Big cars off, big problems there at the snake. One car into the wall, 2, 3 cars try to avoid. And somehow that car continues going. Wow, did nobody hit him?
I don't know, Brian, but again, it's always a challenge when you're 2 cars wide coming through turn 5 as those cars drop off, and we do have a debris flag hanging over turn 5, and
think that debris flag is. It turned 5. The one at 4, I'm guessing, is for that fender cover.
Yeah, we know that the 65 car was involved there. Real quick, Brian, is we've got our racers coming out of the Oak Tree turn onto the back straight here. I'd like to introduce our special guest today.
Sure.
Joining us, and this is Nathan Nicholson with Advanced Autosport and Wheel and Aerospace Technologies. Of course, Nathan, you've got a huge history in what was then known as Spec MX-5 Challenger SMX, and you're currently racing in MX-5 Cup as well. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for having me up here.
So tell us a little bit about, with these race cars, and they're very much, as you raced them, last time, I guess, 2 seasons ago, what are some of the things you have to worry about on the opening laps here and trying to get the car underneath you and getting it up to temp?
Yeah, so, if anyone that has been in the racing industry, these cars run on the Toyo tire, which notoriously is a little bit more slidey, a little bit more skatey, especially with these, small, light cars still. The opening laps are very treacherous with, floating out into people with the close nature of the racing, as well as we see Ethan and Skylar just right bumper to bumper through turn 1.
And as we're looking at this, we can see Luke Poland, who started on the front row, has dropped back to 8th on this opening lap. So not quite sure if that gearbox is complete. Oh, no, look at him. He's slow again. That's Luke Poland falling all the way back to the field. So still apparently problems, I'm guessing, with that gearbox.
Yeah, that's awful. Luke had a great race going yesterday until that gearbox, caused him to DNF. But, Luke's been really at it this weekend, so I think he's shown everyone what he can do, and, sucks that he can't get out there and race up front.
Yeah, there's debris everywhere, so there must have been some contact, Greg, during that incident there on the first lap, but there's a bunch of debris there at turn 5. Nothing big, it doesn't look like, but it's there. You can certainly see it on our cameras. Here they come up through the field here and back, and now towards turn 11 again for the second time. One of the things about these cars that this year that I don't know that you had to deal with is that they have to have the same tires for the whole race weekend. How does that change how you race on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, the tire degradation between, the first 1 or 2 heat cycles and after that, it's pretty steep at first and then kind of plateaus. There's very little degradation after that. So everyone, should be on their 3rd or 4th heat cycle. It's going to be very similar to this morning, but it's still going to be very different from yesterday's race.
More debris falling off a car there coming up the hill at Madison Avenue. And so whichever car has the problem, I think it's just shedding body parts across the entire racetrack.
All right, Brian, and we're starting to see 2 distinct groups now here, separated out. I believe we've got the top 12 from Ethan Jacobs all the way back to Aiden Coleman, and then Ayrton Grimm, who I think now is elder statesman at 15 or 16 years old. He started last season at 14. Teammate to Camden Hibbett now, as he is sitting in 12th position here, running fastest lap of the race so far, Brian. And of course, we only have two flying laps to show for it. Camden Gruber in the RP Performance Planet Miata car, currently now up into 9th position after starting back in 12th. And we should have Camden up at the booth here a little bit later during the Spec Miata race. So let's wish him well.
Skylar Cottrell there is at the point. Has had a couple of good weekends at both Road Atlanta and here at VAR, but some bad luck and some self-induced issues. Has not had the finishes that Skylar wants. So I'm really interested to see if he can put it all together here for 14 laps and finish up at the front of this race. Right now, looks good with a guy behind him who knows a lot about racing race cars. Ethan Jacobs, one of the best in the business. And if he can keep in front of Ethan Jacobs, that would be great for his confidence here as he tries to get to the finish line here this race up front.
Yeah, and Brian, we saw a little bit before in that silver and red TKG machine, Rocco Pasquarella. He ran a little bit wide coming through NASCAR Bend. I think he ended up giving up 2 spots going into left hook. We'll check in and see how much damage was done just in that one corner there. As drivers, as the race goes on, they try to turn in a little bit earlier there. And interestingly, that they added quite a bit of exit curbing there back when they repaved the track back in 2017. It was much more of a challenge maybe 10 years ago, but now you can carry a lot of speed through there. Is Jacobs starting to starting to pressure Skylar Cottrell a little bit here. Skylar with a lot of Spec Miata racing experience behind him. I think he sold the Spec Miata car that he had been racing earlier this season and has decided to focus primarily just on the Spec MX-5 here, and I think he's also put in some time. Thought I saw that he might have spent some time with BSI in GR86 Cup as well. I think just a couple weekends ago at Sonoma.
Yeah, Skylar is definitely one of the drivers looking to move forward and out of this class. It's a great platform to show yourself off. And, you know, Ethan's definitely putting the pressure on him, maybe trying to get him to use some of his tires to be more vulnerable later in the race. It's a lot about, you know, keeping your tires cool, and Ethan has a lot of experience in these cars compared to some of these guys, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
So tell us this. So of course I knew you from before from some iRacing events, what have you. But 2 years ago, you were fighting it out for the national championship. This is before it was an SCCA national class, but championship in what was then known as Spec MX-5 Challenge, and I think you came away with one of the scholarships based on your finishes here at VIR, where they were, we had 2 exhibition races, but they were part of your season. How did that finish and that scholarship help you jumpstart your pro career?
Yeah, I mean, Mazda's grassroots support's unmatched. And the support that I had all the way from when I was just starting to get interested in the Spec MX-5 all the way through into continuing now is next level, and I can't thank all those guys enough for that. And that's ultimately the support that all of these guys are fighting for, and it's ultimately the best 2 or 3 drivers that are going to get that opportunity. So you can see with the racing there's a lot of passion and a lot on the line for these kids, because they want to make a future out of this career, and a lot of them are very, very talented kids, and it's fun to watch. It's really fun to watch these drivers grow, and it's a great platform for it.
Indeed. And so, I mean, you're in now your second year in MX-5 Cup. I keep trying to call it Global MX-5 Cup, and had a great outing a couple weeks ago at St. Petersburg. And, and I'm sure that's probably helped you. I think you've probably gotten a lot of eyeballs on you since then with some other opportunities as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going in my second year, the first year I made a couple mistakes in the championship, and this year we're really going for the overall championship. Currently sitting 3rd in the points, and it's, you never know in that series. It's so tight. So just looking forward to running the rest of the year, and have Wheelan Aerospace Technologies on board for us this year, which came on for St. Pete and ended up picking up 2 podiums with them. So maybe they're my good luck charm. We'll hold on to that for the rest of the year. And it's MX-5 Cup's great, and that's all of these guys. That's ultimately where I think
most of them want to go. Exactly. All right, so Brian, if we reset the field here, it's still Skylar Cottrell and Ethan Jacobs, Wes Duchek, Cam Evan in the 55 car, now sitting in 4th position. He started the day in 6th, and talked about, maybe I should mention Roscoe Pasquarello running wide more often. He just set fast lap here. He's sitting in 5th, just ahead of Jason Victor, with Matt Novak, Camden Gruber. Actually, his dad corrects me every time that he is Camden Gruber. Dad is Cam. Aiden Coleman and Ayrton Grimm, your top 10.
Our guest with us today, Nathan Nicholson, Advanced Autosport, Wheelan Autospace Technologies, and Spec MX-5 Challenge driver. Thanks, Nathan, for being with us and providing some just absolutely amazing insight to how these cars race here. Appreciate having you with us. At this point in the race, 10 to go. Are you settling in, or do you just not have any time to settle in with these cars because they're so evenly matched?
Settling in is a very vague term in this class, because you're still on the edge the whole time, but it's if you're 11 tenths or 12 tenths. So I think in Ethan's position, he sees the gap behind him growing more and more every lap. So really just trying to stay on the bumper of Skylar, continue to put that pressure on him, and Skylar's had a great weekend so far, being one of the fastest drivers.
Yeah. It's a great learning class, especially when you've got someone with like Ethan Jacobs in it, who can kind of lead the way and give that regular pressure to some of these younger drivers and really show them how to get the job done. And that's impressive, to be able to keep this kind of mix of drivers of different skill levels, very talented, somewhat seasoned drivers, and then all of the newbies. It's a really great platform to learn.
Yeah, you see a mix of people every year. It always seems to be a 50-50 mix of people that, come back for another season and new drivers coming in, which is really great for the series. You have, a lot of the people I raced against, Ethan Jacobs, Cam Eben, Matt Novak, a lot of top-level guys out there.
Yeah. Skylar Cottrell led from the start. There's only been one leader in this race with 9 to go here. And looking really good at this point in time with a whole bunch of cars really eager to get around him right behind him. They come up here through the snake, then up to the S's.
All right, Brian, I was going to say quickly, we've got a driver down on the pit lane, and that is Jack Murchison in one of the TKG machines having some issues today. I think we mentioned this morning that things really hadn't gone Jack's way. He had a couple of top 10 finishes here in the class last season on the Super Tour, but had been struggling around 18th, 19th position. Not sure what the challenge is with that car. He's got a lot of seat time here at the Speedway. I think last year we listed his hometown as being out west, and I think Utah. We've got a car off coming through turn 10, and I think they've made it to tire wall.
Well, if they did, these cars are pretty tough. They've gotten back going. I don't know if there's another car at the tire wall also.
I believe it's the 26 car that is over there. That is Michael Tinnis, a former race winner here in SMX, as well as, and we're going to get the numbers here in just a moment just to verify, but of course Tinnis was up towards, it was the 26 car, and he got a little, got into the tires just a little bit there, but he now, Brian, has continued, but he's going to lose a number of positions going into that last lap. He was running 13th. Yesterday, he was running up in the top 5. Actually, I think in the top 3 for a little while, went off at the end of the roller coaster, and that kind of ended his winning aspirations. But today, not working out so well for the 26 car.
Yeah, the one thing that's impressive about these cars as well as the Spec Miatas is they're as tough as you can get for a street car that goes racing, and they tend to bounce back from things that I can't imagine they bounce back from. But yes, they keep going.
Have you ever seen a Honda CRX? It folds up like a Coke can.
I have.
The only thing it bounces back from is the tire wall that it hits. We've got another driver having a little bit of a challenge through the NASCAR bend.
Yeah, I've helped recycle a couple of Honda CRXs, so don't talk to me about that.
I told you that they're like Coke
You're
cans.
triggering me, Greg. You're triggering me now.
Sorry.
Don't ask me how I know. And look at this. It is Ethan Jacobs all over the back bumper of Skylar Cottrell. Seemingly unfazed, though. Cottrell just doing what he needs to do as they come here through Oak Tree.
Yeah, this front pack's really bunched up since the last time that we've seen Ethan Jacobs on board. But at this point, if you're Ethan, you're just trying to sit here and save your tires. There's no point of going for the lead. Skylar's very fast, so if you give him too much time, he's going to get it right back.
Hey, Jordan, can you pull the ticker down for a little bit so we can see in that rear view mirror? Just want to get an idea.
Someone's popping there. It's Wes Duchak to the left side in a roller coaster.
And there we go, as we see the 40 car hard on the brakes, and he's going to nose ahead just before Jacobs can get on the binders. We saw yesterday, and I think it was, if I remember correctly, yesterday, it might have been, I think it was before Cottrell had gone off. Cottrell had actually tried to make a pass on Jacobs going into 14, and Jacobs was so late on the brakes and was able to retake the position. And this time here, Duchak just didn't give him the opportunity.
No, Duchak was nice and late on the brakes there, and I think Ethan, again, just trying to settle in and wait a little bit longer here.
It's interesting because just before we dropped the ticker, Ethan signaled to Duchak. I wonder if that was a signal to go by in that particular situation, and that Jacobs wanted to maybe push a little bit. I don't know what the benefit is to being in third at this point, but they were certainly signaling something to each other.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking he wants Duchek to go and fight with Skyler, but them being teammates, I don't know if that's exactly what's going to happen at the moment.
All right, Brian, real quick, because we are just about halfway through this this 15 or 14 lap race. Let's make a quick call to the grid for our next group and pay some bills. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, GT1, 2, and GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at Virginia International Raceway, Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and our special guest Nathan Nicholson here with us talking about the Spec MX-5 race. And this lead pack of 5-6 cars has been together right from the green flag, and the racing has been pretty awesome.
Yeah, and Brian, we're starting to see a couple battles towards the back of that pack. I guess that was that Jason Fichter and Cam Eben, it looked like, at the rear, coming side by side in the 14. It looks like Cam Eben picking up a position on Jason Fichter, but the more they fight a little bit, that's what was a large second pack now starts to close in a little bit. We got Camden Gruber along with Ayrton Grimm. By the way, I feel much better because apparently the Planet Miata folks call him Cam and get corrected all the time also, according to Nicole Cooper Cephalo. And here we go with this battle at the front of the field as Duchek, Cottrell, and Jacobs are side by side coming through the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. Duchek would have the position going in, but there you go. Skylar Cottrell, great positioning of the car, holds off Duchek.
That's a good move by Ethan around the outside.
Yeah, tell me about it. And now looking to take advantage of that is Rocco Pasquarella trying to get around Weston Duchek there. And he looks like he's gotten the job done. So now, what a bad moment for Duchek to drop from second to fourth here.
Well, and worse for that, Nathan, is we now see Jacobs and Cottrell open up about 10 car lengths on the pack behind, and I think you're probably going to see more of a tendency for that group now to probably, with 5 laps to go, probably start battling it out for what is third. And I think a lot of that, it's interesting because you're not exactly what I would call an elder statesman at this point, but you're referring to all these racers as kids.
Yes, this is true. And half of them are probably still, younger.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about like Ayrton Grimm, who's like 15 years old, and even Skylar Cottrell. Maybe he's the elder statesman at 20. He's going to college right now at Georgia Southern University. But and we saw this a lot last year as well. And I think I told you a couple of years ago when I was watching Spec MX-5 Challenge, is a lot of the racers were racing for the now and not really planning moves a couple laps ahead and looking at drivers' tendencies. And if there was just like the smallest gap, they were always going for it. And I think we're now actually starting to see that with this second group.
Once you see that 2-car breakaway, it's going to be very tough to get back up there, especially with 2 guys like Cottrell and Jacobs. They're not going to fall back. So Cottrell even pulling a little bit on Jacobs there. I mean, the rest of these guys are starting the battle for third.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is, but Cottrell has just a great pull every lap out of Oak Tree, able to open the gap maybe 3 or 4 car lengths, and that was just, I don't know if it was just a slightly different line or what the situation is, but look at the gap now between first and second, and that was a result of that great pull out of the Oak Tree corner.
Yeah, down the back straight, whether it's the wind blowing the right way or his exit or whatever. But Cottrell's been very fast, so Jacobs is going to try his best to stick with him and make something happen.
And the best thing for those 2 cars up front is all this side-by-side action in the second pack. That's just going to let those 2 cars pull away because they're racing for third and not thinking about the opportunity of possibly catching that front pack anymore.
Yeah, if they do this for 1 or 2 more laps, it's pretty much done and dusted for the top 2, and they're gonna stick this battle for third. And I think that's what everyone in that pack's starting to think already.
Yeah, we saw that even coming through NASCAR with Ducek getting very defensive with Rocco Pasquarello, forcing Pasquarello to the outside. Cam Eben kind of looking to see which car he might want to or need to follow through there. But yeah, we're seeing now, pretty much with every corner complex, they're losing maybe a half a car length at a shot here as Jacobs takes a look at the inside of the
2 cars spun.
That was Ducek, I think, going around and pointing it now in the right direction and getting back to go, so we won't have to go any kind of full course yellow, but we still have Cottrell trying to make the move, and now we have a car off on the outside of Oak Tree as well, but that car will get going. All this action with 4 to go here at VIR.
That was a really good save to get that car back going the right way and not interfere with anyone that was going on the racing line. That's not something easy to do out there.
Yeah, and so as we were watching that, we started that off with Jacobs trying to come underneath our leader Cottrell going into turns 11 and 12. And once again, Cottrell with a great drive out of Oak Tree and was able to beat Jacobs down the 14 and retakes the lead. And interestingly enough, it looks like that second pack, although we've lost a couple of racers now, they're like West Ducek. It looks like they've actually closed things up on our leaders just a little bit. Real quick, guys, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, and T2 racers, please head to the grid. And so, Nathan, we've got Nicholas Resputo in the chat. He says, hey, what's up? And let's see if anybody else is in the Nathan Nicholson fan club here for you. Most of them are in the Gregg Ginsberg fan club.
I bet they are.
Yeah. Let's reset that second pack after all that action. Now your third place car is Matthew Novak. Roscoe Pasquarello is in fourth. Jason Fichter is in fifth, followed by Cam Eben, and then Camden Gruber. So that's how they stand right now here. 3 to go here at VIR.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see Jacobs make that move into Oak Tree, potentially seeing that sector of the track was where Skylar was fast, and he looks like he's going for it again down the inside right there.
Yeah, and just can't get up close enough. You know, there's that rise back up into the track. You're not going to do a ton of braking because those cars obviously are already losing speed just for rising up. But Cottrell's able to carry a lot more speed through around the outside there, where there isn't necessarily as much grip as where Jacobs is trying to put the car.
Yeah, it's interesting him going for those moves there, maybe trying to disturb where Skyler's strongest part of the track is and open up more opportunities later on throughout the lap, especially with only 2 or 3 laps to go here.
All right, so let's go ahead, Brian.
I said, and that's just racecraft from having a lot of hours in these cars and understanding that you can disrupt the car in front of you and take an advantage away from them that they have by just simply sticking your nose in there. It takes a lot of forethought to do that.
Yeah, and back there as well, you see Cam Eben and Rocco Pasquarella side by side. Matt Novak breaking away to a strong 3rd place there. Maybe that battle for 3rd might switch to a battle for 4th if they keep going side by side. Even.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe they started that a little bit too soon, and again, and there we go. Is now Rocco Pasquarella drops back a number of positions as he falls back to 7th. Cam Eben, Jason Fichter now moving up to 4th and 5th with Camden Gruber in 6th. But you said it, Matt Novak starting to separate away, and probably a little bit, especially with only 2 laps to go, a little bit too far away to act as a bridge for these guys behind, as well as we've got a car who's off the pace,
is that
pulling along
Pasquarella?
to the side.
It is.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's Rocco Pasquarella in the TKG car.
Man, and if that car stops there, that's going to be a full course yellow, and this race is going to be over. So right now, hopefully, for the cars up front, they're being told, they're watching our stream and saying, if you're going to make a move, make it right now, because this could go full course yellow. And if it does, this race is over. Here they come up through the S's again, and Ethan Jacobs with 2 to go probably wouldn't want to make the move this lap, but he needs to start thinking about that. Is he close enough? I don't think he is at this moment.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe he is.
Sideways moment there for Jacobs. That's really going to kill his run. That's the biggest straightaway.
Yeah, just did not time it right. Got in a little bit too close. It actually just as Cottrell was getting onto the brakes, and it really backed him up. And you can see there how much space he lost there.
Wow, look at
to
that.
our leader Cottrell.
Yeah, that's going to be a big lead here going into the final lap. If it does go to a final lap here, that's a big moment for Cottrell, and that may just have sealed the win for him as long as he has no other issues here.
It's going to take a while to reel that gap back down for Jacobs.
And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a while. He's got about 18 corners for that to happen.
Yeah.
And Brian, it looks as though Camden Gruber in the number 24 RP Performance and Planet Miata car, he has gotten around both Jason Fichter and Cam Eben. So move Gruber now up into 4th position. At least I think I'm reading that right as they come across the line here and in front of us. Yep, that is indeed the case. So Camden Gruber, who started this race in 12th position, he's now up into 4th.
Waving yellow in 1. That's going to be for the Rocco Pasquarella car, I'm guessing. Yep, it is still there, and they're going to let them race past that car. We are about 14 corners from the finish line here at VIR, and Skyler Cottrell has the biggest lead of the day, and it does not look like, unless he has a problem, he is not going to get caught here. Ethan Jacobs also in the clear in 2nd place. Matthew Novak kind of in the clear in 3rd as well. So that's how it plays out right here with just a little bit of time left in this race.
And Brian, we've got all the Washington D.C. region drivers and fans coming out of the woodwork now. We've got Jeff Lucas, the professor. We've got CRX S 1987. Mikey, good to see you here, my friend, is again cheering people on. And of course, we've got the folks from Planet Miata as well, but just as many folks cheering on Skyler Cottrell right now. We got Skip Brock Jr., who we saw in the Spec Miata race a little bit before, cheering on Skyler, and lots of folks here, Kyle Haney, Emma Foley as well.
Here they come up Madison Avenue for the final time. Just a few corners to go. It was a 1.6 second lead at the line last time by for Skyler Cottrell. It has not gotten any closer over this lap. Ethan Jacobs just trying to be there to take advantage of any problem that might happen. Here comes Skylar Cottrell up over the top of the roller coaster. Now he'll come down the hill. Just a few corners to go here for this driver out of Atlanta, Georgia. I raced with his dad back in the day at Road Atlanta. A great racing family from the Southeast Division. Skylar Cottrell through 17 for the final time. After 2 rough races at Road Atlanta and a rough race yesterday, Skylar Cottrell setting himself up for a Super Tour victory here at VIR. Checkered flag is in the air for Skylar Cottrell.
All right, Brian, Ethan Jacobs, he's going to finish second. Matt Novak will come home in third. Camden Gruber just off the podium in fourth, with Cam Eben directly behind in fifth. Jason Fichter finishes sixth. Ayrton Grimm seventh. Aiden Coleman, Wes Duchak works his way back up to ninth, with Camden Hibbett finishing in 10th. There, and Brian, we should mention that the top 10 racers all separated by 14 seconds.
Wow.
At the line, very, very close, but no more than, I think, in the top 8, no more than about 2 seconds separating any of our racers, most of them under 1 second apart. Congratulations to Skylar Cottrell. As you mentioned, a lot of disappointment the last couple of rounds on the Super Tour for him, but a great win for him today.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Nathan, before we let you go, what's up next for you on your racing calendar?
Yeah, so coming up, we got Barber in just a couple weeks here, about a month's time. So it's going to be a fun race. In SMX, I've had some pretty good success there. So looking forward to getting back to that track. As you guys know, it's a beautiful facility.
It is.
I'm sure the MX-5 Cup cars won't struggle racing there. They don't struggle anywhere.
They don't struggle anywhere. Exactly. All right, everybody. That's Nathan Nicholson from Advanced Autosport and Wheelan Aerospace Technologies. There we go.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, guys, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. Race group number 4, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, GTX, T1, and T2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break here from VIR. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com. Race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, who I think is there typing away on his mechanical keyboard. As we get ready for our big bore race, we once again have a split start with our touring cars at the rear, our GT cars at the front. I'm going to give you the touring cars first, starting on the pole in our second group, driving the number 134 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette, yesterday's winner in T1, James Candelaria. Robert Corzin will start second. He's in the number 88 Ford Mustang. He's out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, driving the Core machine. John Heinrichsey will start third. He's your Touring 2 pole sitter. He's in the Hoosier Hawk Mobile 1 Cadillac Blackwing, the number 135 car. Starting in fourth position, Aaron Kaplan, driving the number 18 Touring 2 Kaplan Racing Systems BMW M2 Club Sport. Then we got Bruce Griffin. He's in the number 18, or pardon me, in the number 125 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, the Planet Fry Apex Wheels machine. Then we got Greg Eaton. Greg is going to start sixth. He is in the number 21 American Sedan Ford Mustang, the Eaton Racing and Development machine. James Davidson will start seventh. James is in the Touring 2, number 157 Chevrolet Corvette, the One Mo Time Racing machine. He'll start there alongside Alan Phillips. Alan's in the number 46 Touring 2 Turf Trade Ford Mustang. Then we got Michael Chameleon in his American Sedan Ford Mustang, the 199 RevolutionCNC.com Hoosier machine. Oh, and Chameleon will start alongside his American Sedan competitor, Thomas West, who is driving the number 56 Limerick machine Cadillac CTSV. Then we got James Wilson in the Touring 1 Porsche GT4S Club Sport, and Jonathan Hansen in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang. Let's move over to our GT cars. We're coming down the back straight now on the pole, and actually I don't believe starting today in GT1. I think we'll see him in his GT2 car, but should be Tony Ave in his Ford, Chevy Camaro, with Michael McAleenan in his Lamborghini Huracan, the Smith Ailing PS low group machine, who should be starting on the pole. Then we got Jacek Muka in the 07 GTX Cadillac Delara P217 with Todd Peterson in the GT1 Peterson Machining Inc. machine, starting fourth. Starting fifth, Austin Jersey's your GT2 pole sitter in the number 131 Chevy Camaro TA2 Advanced Design machine, with David Jan starting sixth. He's in the number 31 GT1 Ford Mustang out of Maiden, North Carolina. Kevin Allen's in the FGR Hoosier Rebello machine out of Anderson, South Carolina. That is the Nissan 300ZX. It starts seventh. Starting eighth, Ray Mason in the number 82 GT2 Alliance Autosport Ford Mustang, with Tiger Tom Patton starting ninth. Tiger Tom is in the number 50 Sunbeam Tiger from Fairfield Township, Ohio. Then we've got running in GT2, driving the number 44 machine. It's Tony Ave in his Nissan 350Z as the green flag, Brian, is in the air for our GT racers.
Ground pounders heading towards turn 1 for the first time. Tony Ave takes the early lead in front of Michael McElhannon as they go into turn 1. Both cars get a little bit out in front of the rest of the pack, who goes 2 by 2 through turn 1. Still a little side-by-side action as they get to turn 2, but Ave and McElhannon pulling away just a little bit here early on in this race. Second group should be headed towards the start-finish line any moment here.
And Brian, they are on the front. Yep, they are on the front straight now, with Candelaria and Corzin on the front row. They take the green flag as they're going to head down into turn 1 now. Hopefully, I know we didn't have it yesterday. Hopefully, we'll have the in-car video from James Candelaria here. We'll see if we can pull that up just a little bit.
Here comes our second group now through turn 2, and they'll be heading down into the turn 4-5 complex here. And there they are. Nice little opening gap already for that Candelaria car, that James Candelaria car out front in the Corvette. Robert Corzin second. John Heinrichs, he's out there with his Cadillac Blackwing. Very cool race car. And there are your leaders now in the first group heading over the roller coaster. Ave in that Camaro. Right behind him is the Huracan of McElhannon. Pretty cool to be able to see a Corvette taking on a Lamborghini.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And there is the number 70 of Ave comes across the line. Again, interesting, as we thought that Ave was going to be breaking out the GT2 car today. Right. That's the car he actually took out for qualifying. And, you know, perhaps given that he was only able to qualify, I think, 5th fastest in GT2 earlier today, decided not to bring out the Nissan 350Z for today's race.
It's nice to have options, Greg. You know, pull out. Oh, there's a car side or pointed in the wrong direction on the outside of turn 1. Looks like it'll be able to continue. And a cloud of dust. And oh, did he just go all the way around twice?
Yeah,
I thought for a second.
I think he was trying to spin that rear end around. I'll get the number here for you in a second.
That looks like a Corvette.
And that was the 82 machine that went around.
Not Corvette, I was going to say.
Yeah,
Camaro.
that being Ray Mason in the Alliance Autosports TA2 Ford Mustang.
I got it all wrong.
Yes, you did. And of course, Ray raced, he says, variety of championships, BMW, CCA, NASA. I first saw Ray driving a number of years ago in what was the Pirelli World Challenge, racing in Compass 360 Honda Civic. And he says he got the bug when his dad started racing in the SCCA in the very early days of the SCCA in the late 1950s.
Wow.
He's been, this is his 25th year racing. Of course, he's representing Central Ohio region. So all that being said, that was Ray Mason down in turn 1. Sorry, Ray.
But it gives us a chance to talk about his impressive resume.
Yeah, indeed it does. All right, so jumping out to an early lead in American Sedan is Greg Eaton. Once again, over Michael Chameleon and Thomas West. Greg Eaton, 3-time national champion. I think he's won 2 of those championships, Brian, here at Virginia International Raceway. In Touring 1, James Candelaria has already opened about a 9.5-second advantage over Robert Corzin. And we're just watching a moment, and there we go. There's James Candelaria coming down the back straight here in one of his Sentinel systems. Apparently having a little cell coverage issue there, but I love we've got the pedal cam. Is that a pedal cam or is that a knee cam?
Yeah, it's probably not the camera that he intended us to be looking at.
Yeah, because that, I mean, it's got a great view of his kneecap. Just That's don't funny. Hit the James is a tall guy. It looks like he's got his knees right up against the dashboard over there.
Yep.
Up, clutch.
Here he goes now, past start-finish line.
but this is interesting, Brian, to see what a T1 car would do here on the front straight at VIR. And he gets up to about 150 miles an hour before he has to jump on the brakes, coming all the way down to 50 and actually about 50 miles an hour going through the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. In Touring 2, and I'll see if I can get us positioned for this. John Heinrichsey got a bit of an advantage on yesterday's T2 winner, Bruce Griffin.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, indeed. So, and we'll see. We had in-car video from Griffin yesterday,
and we do today.
And we do today. There you go. As he's right on the back of the Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, and this was the case again. You know, early on during yesterday's race, Brian, where that Blackwing, which is running tires that are more narrow than the Corvette, which is running a stock spring and shock package, really starts to burn the tires down pretty quickly here. And Heinrichsey has to do a lot of management, has to try and build up as much of a lead by babying the car as possible early on here. And it was about mid-race in our 25-minute race yesterday when Griffin was able to edge by. And you can see here where that Corvette is able to pick up ground pretty much any time the wheel is not straight. The advantage of the CT4 Blackwing that General Motors told the SCCA, essentially, we do not have a good way of limiting the horsepower in this car.
Right.
The way they limit the power is making sure that it can't turn, and you see here how much the Corvette makes up under braking.
Yeah.
You know, which is braking for a car obviously impacted by how much contact patch there is, but also how much weight transfer there is on the car, and a lot of weight when Heinrichsey gets onto that brake pedal, a lot of weight moving from the back to the front.
Yeah, it is Cadillac heavy, as I like to say. If anybody's ever driven a Cadillac, they just feel like they're heavy, and so that is. But look at how he pulls away in a straight line, and then you'll see the Corvette over the course of the lap just inch closer and closer and closer because it's a better handling. It's a sports car versus what's kind of a luxury car.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that car I think puts out the Cadillac. I think puts out somewhere around 600 plus horsepower.
Right.
So I mean, it's got a considerable horsepower advantage over the Corvette. But you know, that last time around this circuit, Bruce Griffin was 0.2 of a second, exactly 0.2 of a second faster than John Heinrichsey. As we've got a car off down at turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, definitely somebody off there, and we will see if they have been able to continue.
And that was the 199 of Chameleon, the American sedan Mustang.
And I think it's this black one right here.
It is,
yep,
indeed.
Yep.
And so that was Michael Chameleon, first year racing this car in American sedan trim. Last year, he started off racing it as a Touring 2 car.
Right.
After many, many years racing in the production categories.
Yep. Now he's out here doing it up with the T2 car. T2 car. Oh, I'm sorry, with the American sedan car. Sorry.
Right.
Taking a look in the chat, people are reminding us about James Candelaria's heart transplant. He's got UNOS on the on the hood of that car, which stands for the United Network for Organ Sharing. Pretty remarkable his return, Greg. After less than a year of recovery, he was back in a race car last summer, and sounds like he's doing really well, and obviously driving well today. First place in T1.
Yeah, and so thank you, Mike Kelly. Really appreciate it. You know, James put his this T1 Corvette, this Phoenix Performance prepared Corvette, on the T1 pole at the runoffs.
Yep.
Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. But still a great championship week for him nonetheless. And you know, Brian, almost as surprising as his return to racing after just a few short months is James is in the process of getting his check ride to earn his a pilot certificate. And you know, that is, you know, that is more so, you know, as you race, yes, your heart rate can rise, and you know, you can get excitable, but the one thing behind the yoke of a plane that you can't get is excitable, and you need to be able to keep your cool and to see that his doctors feel that he is in position to pilot an aircraft after that heart transplant is amazing. As we've got, you see there our folks at corner station, the third corner station, waving their blue flags vigorously and furiously as our overall leader, Tony Ave, as well as GTX racer Jacek Muka were coming through. Interesting to note, I think that Muka might have just been put a lap down.
Well, what's interesting is what I don't see in that shot, Greg, and that's Michael McElhaney.
Yes.
He was across the line last time in second place, but I do not see him in the shot here.
Well, we'll see where he is. We just had the 31 machine. That is not Michael McElhaney. David Jans in his GT1 car.
Is that possible that was the Austin Jers Camaro that we saw?
You know what? I think you're absolutely right. Okay. Because now we're just now having Tony Ave come across the start-finish line. Okay. So that is indeed the case.
Okay.
And there, Michael McElhaney just now crossing start-finish, heading down towards turn one. I'd say about 25, 30 car lengths back. That is Tony Ave right there.
There you
in
go.
the number
and
70 Camaro.
There is McElhaney.
Right, and there is your Lamborghini Huracan about to put the Cadillac CT4 Blackwing down a lap.
Yeah. Okay, that makes me feel like I'm not losing my mind, which I am, but it makes me feel a little bit less like I'm losing my mind.
All right, well, Brian, tell you what, we're about 8 laps into this 14-lap race. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sounds good.
And we'll take a quick little break because these laps, they're going kind of quickly.
Yeah, they are.
Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddocks. First call to the grid for race group 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from VIR.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back live here at VIR. While we were in the break, if you were looking way off in the distance, you saw trouble in Oak Tree. One
Aaron
car
Kaplan.
went around. Yep.
The BMW M2 Club Sport having some issues there, and he's gotten that car righted as he moves on.
6 laps to go. This is our second fastest race group of the weekend. Our Wings and Things are our fastest cars out there, but these ground pipes, a little puff of, I think that might have been brake lock up on the Jacek Muka car there as it went into turn 1.
And I want to thank Dan Spear, as he pointed out rightfully, as we watched there is our GTX leader, Jacek Muka, has Todd Peterson directly behind them that leave it to Tony Ave to confuse the announcers with a car that he's not even driving, as Peterson is in in the Ave Motorsports Mustang the 24 car that I think we typically see Tony Ave racing, and Dan's also saying that he would have been out there, but his car is waiting for a new set of headers, which kind of a challenge to get the car underway when you don't have your full exhaust track. So we go on board now with Bruce Griffin, and Griffin, again, he had been closing things down on John Heinrichs, Brian, but now as he comes out of Oak Tree and onto the back straight, see that little dot in the middle of Madison Avenue?
Where?
That's John. Yeah, right about
where?
There. Yeah, exactly about 4.5 seconds up the road. Jacek Muka, we'll see him in a moment. Heinrichs, your leader in Touring 2, Bruce Griffin, now about a little over 4.5 seconds back as the Muka and the Peterson cars go by him heading up to the top of the hill there. Nice little fight starting to develop here, Brian. I think, well, it was a nice fight. The battle for battle for the lead in GT2.
Right.
Kevin Allen in the number 64 Nissan 300 ZX. Austin Jers, who was our pole sitter in Touring 2
and here
in
it
the
is.
TA2 Camaro. Yeah, indeed, there they are. Well, that was Kevin Allen coming down the hill. There is Austin Jers there, and so Kevin Allen really starting to open up an advantage. Big advantage on Jers. It was 2.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. It is now almost 7 seconds. That last time by Kevin Allen was almost exactly 4 seconds faster. So Jers running a little bit off the pace.
Problem. That car is now running slow.
Well, they're always fastest before they break down, and Austin Jers now is going to retake the lead in GT2. As it appears Kevin Allen's car grinding
he's
to a
pulling it
halt.
off. Thank you.
Yeah, good way to exit there over at the little cutout by the NASCAR bend. That keeps us green.
So it was, sorry, Deborah. It was Deborah Kitchens who alerted us that Kevin Allen had taken the lead in GT2, and she just wrote crap in the chat.
Yeah,
we've all been there, Deborah.
And I fondly remember Deborah in the chat at a race at some point as we had Jared Odrick in a great battle with Kevin. And Kevin couldn't get around at the time, as I was being told to perhaps go to another race or go to another battle.
Watch another battle.
Yeah, but Kevin, that Nissan is so amazingly fast, and he's got a great history in that car. Kind of unfortunate to see how this ended for him.
That's definitely how a wife refers to her husband. I love that. That's fantastic. And I also love any Nissan that is liveried like the Bob Sharp Racing Jim Fitzgerald Nissans. The red, white, blue livery is just absolutely my favorite. My favorite race car of all time is the GTP Jeff Brabham Nissan, the '83.
Of course, one of the most gorgeous cars of all time.
Yep.
Hey, boy from New York is in the chat, Brian, and thankfully this time he only said hi to me.
I'm sorry.
Hi there, guy.
It's all good. It's all
right, let's take. I'm taking a look to see if we've got any other battles really forming up here. As we have just now, it'll be 3 laps remaining the next time Tony Ave or whoever our leader might be comes by. So Tony Ave now with Brian, and I find this to be so stunning. We talked about horses for courses and how this just isn't the weekend for Michael McAleenan in the Lamborghini, but Tony Ave now with as he crosses the line. It was 17 seconds just a moment ago separating them. We'll see here as McAleenan is about to come onto the front straight, I think. I have not seen Michael McAleenan. There he goes. There he crosses the line. It is now 16.5 seconds between the two drivers.
Actually made up a second.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that he just set his fastest lap of the race. Yeah, he made up about 0.6 on Ave that last time by. Todd Peterson running 3rd in class.
So
and I would say in American stand, Greg Eaton now with almost 25 seconds on Thomas West. But we might want to check in here, and actually that is the Thomas West Cadillac.
Yep, right
there. And I'm looking to see where Michael Chameleon in that 199 car is, because he was only the last time I saw them go by. Oh, well, there's Chameleon right there. Chameleon gets around Thomas West, and so Chameleon, who was right behind West as they crossed the start-finish line, now moves past the Cadillac. The Cadillac was looking a little bit off the pace. And another machine looking to be off the pace right now, and that is, I think it's the 20. No, I think it's the 92 of Josh Hansen. Currently, who's running in the 219. Just ran a 219.
We were talking earlier that Tony Ave tried to qualified this morning in the GT2 car. We were wondering, we do have a car right there in the middle of the grassy knoll there between 3 and 4. That looks like, is that the Challenger?
Yeah, I believe it is. I say, let me take a shot at seeing who that is. That is the number 3 machine. Oh, no. Two things. First off, big change. Michael McAleenan, good, our crow is back. Michael McAleenan just pulled off track just by the entrance to the uphill S's. And so we are trying to get, and I think that is, Brian, the Challenger. The Challenger being driven by Brian Garsha, the number 48 machine out of St. Charles, Illinois.
Yeah, that's the Garsha car there, definitely.
Yep. And next time, Tony Ave, I was going to say, or Michael McAleenan, or at this point, I think Jacek Buko would be the next likely driver. As by the way, the 56 machine of West, the American sedan Cadillac, just came down the pit lane. But the next time Tony Ave crosses the start-finish line, he will see the white flag.
We were talking earlier, Greg, about he qualified the GT2 car this morning. We're wondering why he came out in the GT1 car. I think the answer is 14 seconds.
Yeah, quite likely so. All right, yeah, and I am getting confirmation now that it is the 48 car. That is off by turn 3 as Tony Ave makes his way down the hill. As he is coming down the roller coaster, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Spec Miata Race Group 5. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata Racers, Race Group number 5. Please head to the grid. All right, Brian, white flag in the air for Tony Ave, 3.2 something miles remaining.
That's right, and the next car by, you'll see, we will see. There is Tiger Tom Patton in that Sunbeam Tiger, so I was giving him a shout out.
there's McElhenney. As we had just been told that McElhenney had pulled his car off course, he did come across the line, Brian, and he did lose 2 more seconds to Tony Ave. So maybe he didn't pull off. Either maybe he did pull off on the Patriot course and got a good advantage running up through the cut through back up to the roller coaster.
And there is Ave now coming up through the snake and now to the S's for the final time here at VIR.
Jordan Fuhrman in the chat asking if we can interview the bird.
There we go. Well, they say the bird is the word.
That's right. Actually, we used that earlier when we were on air. That is the case.
Here comes over the top of the hill, or actually through Oak Tree there. That third car in your view is Tony Ave. He's gonna probably put Tiger Tom another lap down here before we get to back to the start-finish line. Tom Madsen, shout out to the safety teams, corner workers, and volunteers. Lots of volunteers needed to make these things happen.
Right. And he said us too. Well, I mean, you don't need us. Meanwhile, now Tony Ave coming down the roller coaster and through through Hogpen east as the crow flies, Brian. I wanted to use that. Thank God he's still there. Fly away, bird, fly away. Tony Ave, he's going to take the win in GT1. Doesn't get past Tiger Tom Patton, but Ave, your GT1 winner, Michael McElhenney, now coming across the line. There he is. There he is.
There he is.
He will finish 13 seconds in arrears. And McElhenney made up 4 seconds on that lap. You remember yesterday, and a nice reversal of fortune there. Yesterday, Tony Ave had gone off track unassisted and worked his way back right to the back of McElhenney when a full course caution ended the race early. So Ave takes the win today. McElhenney yesterday. Jacek Muka will take the win in GTX. Todd Peterson will come home third. Well, there's Muka now coming down for the last time, and I think as I've found, Brian, I probably, don't count your crows before something, or chickens before they're hatched, something like that. and there's Peterson now coming down the hill there. So Muka will take the win in GTX. Peterson will take the bronze in GT1. In GT2, Austin Jers will take the win with Tiger Tom Patton on his final lap, and Patton now making his way out of Oak Tree up Madison Avenue. Patton's going to finish second in GT2 with Ray Mason in the number 82 machine. He's just now coming out of Oak Tree. Yep. He should finish in third in class. Let's take a look at our touring classes, Brian, where James Candelaria takes the win. Robert Corzin will finish second, and James Wilson will finish 2 laps down in his GT4S Club Sport. Jonathan Hansen just off the podium in fourth. In Touring 2, John Heinrichsey takes the win over Bruce Griffin. Heinrichsey just now coming across the line. Griffin will finish second. Yep. Aaron Kaplan will bring his M2 Club Sport home in third.
Eric Sanner asks if the Crow signed a waiver. And it would be more of an ankle bracelet, Tom, not an armband. So yeah, but I don't know if the Crow has an armband. I didn't check. So anyway, that's good too.
He may not have signed the waiver, but we do have a prohibition on drones here at Virginia International Raceway. As long as we don't stick a GoPro in his mouth and send him out.
We do that?
Yeah, that would be great. Absolutely wonderful. A better thing, as long as he doesn't knock down our cameraman and take our camera from over there, I think we're going to be in good shape. That'll probably be easier than sticking a GoPro in his mouth. Anyway, there you go. That is your final rundown here for our Big Bore race. Next up is Spec Miata. Stay with us, everybody. You will have more racing action. 3 more races to go this afternoon here from Virginia International Raceway, where it's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back here live at Virginia International Raceway, Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, a special guest on the way. But first, our starting lineups for Spec Miata.
All right, Brian, we had 40 driver set qualifying times this weekend. Let's start down with our pole sitter, driving the number 148 Miata from Miami Springs, Florida. He's driving the IAG Aero Group machine, Frankie Barroso. Bobby Gossett Jr., or probably just Bobby Gossett, from Salty Dog Racing. He hails from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Chuck McTudis, also with Salty Dog Racing, from Little Mountain, South Carolina. He will start on the inside of row number 2 with Skip Brock Jr. driving the number 61 machine. He's from Birmingham, Alabama, in the MTP Autosports machine. He starts 4th. Then we got the first of our sneaky Moosei, or Mooses or something. He's in the number 07 Mazda Miata from Muskego, Wisconsin. It is Tyler Brown. Robbie Hines will start 6th today. He's in the number 4 TechSport G-Lock Brakes machine. He's from Arlington, Virginia, with Travis Wiley starting 7th. Travis is out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in the X Factor Racing Hoosier Performance machine. Starting 8th, Sean Noonan. Sean is in the number 0 Kessler Engineering Crook Speed machine. He is out of Newburgh, New York, with Scott Phillips starting 9th. Scott's in the number 166 Mazda Miata from Chandler, Arizona. Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion, starts 10th today. He's driving the number 72 SCCA Track Days, Crook Speed Mazda Miata. He's from Shelton, Connecticut. Noah Harmon's in the 99 car. Noah's starting 11th today. He's out of Orlando, Florida, representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA. Also representing CFR is Christian Meyer. Christian is driving the number 92 Mazda. He will start in 12th. Flat Out Motorsports, Nick Leveroni will start 13th today. He's in the number 94 machine. He hails from Mendon, Massachusetts, with James Newell starting 14th. James is in the number 70 Crook Speed Mazda Miata. He's from Old Hickory, Tennessee. Capers Zentmeyer will start 15th today. Driver of the number 88 car is in the Stanley Law Group Mazda. He is from Martinsville, Virginia. Matthew Novak starting 16th. He's in the number 11 machine. He is from Bartlett, Illinois, driving the Advanced Autosports Mazda. Ryan Maloney from Dayton, Maryland, will start 17th today. He's looking for another great run like he had yesterday. He drives the number 15 car. John Salerno starting 18th. He's driving the number 34 Mazda. He's from Fairfield, Connecticut, with another one of our sneaky mooses, Center Smith. He starts 19th today, and he drives the number 55 machine. Chris Allen is driving the 169 car. The Jenkintown, Pennsylvania driver will start 20th. Jose Olfe will start 21st. Jose's in the number 19 Aroa Motorsports machine. He's from Greenville, South Carolina. And then we got Tom Brown. Tom starting 22nd today. He's in the number 27 Sneaky Moose Motorsports Mazda Miata. He's from Muskego, Wisconsin. Bob Mueller will start 23rd. Bob's in the number 60 machine, and he is out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Andrew Devoto will start 24th. He's in the number 09 Mazda, and he is out of Wilsaw, Montana, also in a Sneaky Moose Motorsports car. You ever get the feeling I just like saying Sneaky Moose Motorsports? Starting 26th, driving the number 21 Mazda from Statesville, North Carolina, in the MTP Autosports machine, it's Eric Gerchak. Starting 27th, Peter Tonelli II. He's driving the number 18 Penny Payson Racing Mazda. He's out of Westboro, Massachusetts. And starting 28th, it's Zachariah Rosenberg. He's driving the number 171 Mazda. He is out of Inglewood, New Jersey. Brian, is our starters come to the line, and green flag is in the air, and Frankie Barroso, Chuck McTudis, and Bobby Gossett are going to lead the field down towards turn 1.
40 Spec Miatas going to the large sweeping double right-hander turn 1 here at VIR. Barroso in the lead, McTudis right behind him as they come through this first section. So far, side by side, all the way through turn 1, back in the field. I see some dust. Don't see too many people dodging to avoid, so that's good news. Here they come towards turn 4 for the first time. 3-4 cars single file through 4, and then a lot of side-by-side action back to the rest of the pack.
All right, Brian, great start there for Frankie Barroso for the second day in a row in the number 148 car, the red with white stripe machine. Chuck McTudis, who had such a great day yesterday, tucked in right behind as he managed to get around Bobby Gossett in the 144 machine. We had Skip Brock Jr. and Robbie Hines side by side as they went through left hook. And they've dropped back a couple of spots as I think Travis Wiley and Sean Noonan have managed to join that lead pack, moving Brock and Hines back to 7th and 8th as they come through South Bend here for the very first time. I was so worried when you said they made it cleanly through 3 that all hell was going to break loose at left hook, much like our SMX race. Thankfully, it did not happen as our racers coming up to Oak Tree List for the first time, all turning in a little early, running a little bit wide, throwing up a bunch of dirt here as they make the run down Madison Avenue.
And they are all single file all the way back through, I'm going to guess, 20th, 25th spot, side-by-side action, then starting a little deeper into the field. But that is a large train of Spec Miatas heading up the hill now towards the top of the roller coaster for the first time. They'll be coming down towards the line in a few seconds, and we'll get a whole lineup of the top 10 for you here after they've kind of sorted themselves out here on the first lap of racing action. That is Barroso up front, McTudis in second. This is I just love this camera, seeing these cars snake all the way through. You've got this many cars. It's just a really great looking camera here. All right, here comes your leaders across the line for the first time. It is Barroso, McTudis, Tyler Brown, Bobby Gossett, Skip Brock Jr., Sean Noonan, Travis Wiley, Rob Hines, and then if I can get my screen.
I think it's Noah Harmon and Christian Meyer rounding out the top 10, Brian. Hey, Brian, the Cavalcade of Stars keeps coming by the announce booth here today. We've got a special guest. We've got a driver off at turn 1.
Yep.
And we'll try and pick that car number up here in just a moment as he rejoins. But Brian, we've got joining us after a great race this morning in SMX. Longtime Spec Miata driver, sometime ITS driver, always in Mazdas. We've got Camden Gruber from RP Performance and Planet Miata. Driver of the number 24 SMX car, finished 4th today after I think starting 12th?
P12, yes.
P12, there you go. So Camden, welcome to the booth and welcome to the Super Tour.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for having me.
So early in a Spec Miata race here, what is the plan? Just don't lose the front pack, right?
Exactly. You just want to find your friends and focus on making your way. If you're in the lead, you want to focus on keeping the lead. If you're trying to work up towards the lead, you want to focus on getting connected to your cars in front of you and around you and go hunt that leader down.
And what that car there is doing, not really what you want to be doing, right?
Not advised. Luckily, the Spec Miatas don't have the fender liners like the Spec MX-5s do, so he didn't lose all the under tray and fender liners out of it. But yeah, that's a bumpy ride out there.
You know, speaking of those fender liners, there's going to be a letter to the board asking for those to be allowed to be removed from all the cars.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, here comes your leaders across the line, side by side for the first 3 rows there.
Yeah, top 8 folks all there side by side going to the roller coaster.
They were single file the first time, and they're like, that's no fun. Let's go side by side through the roller coaster this time. See if we can give our parents at home a heart attack.
And so Chuck McTudis now jumping to the lead ahead of Barroso, Brian. And of course, this car that Chuck McTudis is racing, a new chassis to him. After unfortunate demise of the previous one at the National Championship Runoffs this past year. And, again, he ran very, very well, very strong yesterday. Our race yesterday, Barroso did take the win, but I think the margin of victory was somewhere along the lines of like 33 hundredths of a second at the line, with McTudis finishing second. James Newell, who started this race. Whoops, there we go. Newell, who started this race, I think today, back in, where was it? Well, quite a bit further back. Oh, well, actually started 3rd today. What am I saying? Newell finished yesterday's race in third position with Ryan Maloney, who you've raced against quite a bit in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Ryan Maloney working his way, I think, from 15th up to 4th yesterday. A great result for him.
Yeah, Ryan's a typical driver for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series SSM class, and I want to say he won the championship there the past 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
But it's just super impressive to see him hop in the Spec Miata and do so well.
Camden, what's the best drafting scenario here? 3 cars, 2 cars? How do they work best?
3 cars are faster, but it's so hard to stay together. Really, you just want one other car, especially for the whole race. If you and one other car can partner up, that's the best way to be fast here.
Got it. Lots of dust there at the exit of Oak Tree. We've seen it all weekend long, and and now, unlike last time when everybody went too wide all the way through here, back to the single file snake, coming up Madison Avenue towards the top of the roller coaster. Is there any time to relax? Oh, there's a car a little further off at Oak Tree than we've seen it before. Is there any time to relax in any of these races?
Absolutely not. With the condition of the track this weekend, it's so slick. That's, I think, why we're seeing so many people go off. The track conditions, even from Friday test day, have just been so slick all weekend. You absolutely no time to relax. You're constantly driving the car.
Look at McTudis with about a 4-car length lead already over Barroso and Skip Rock Jr. and Tyler Brown. That lead, if the 3 cars or 4 cars behind him can sit together, probably won't hold up very long. But it is nice to have that opportunity. Just a little bit of breathing room makes going into turn 1 a little bit easier. But right there, the draft working so well at the end of the main straight. But now Skip Rock on the outside of Barroso, thinking about trying to get around him. Doesn't get the job done here, but they're still now side by side going into NASCAR Bend.
Well, there you go. And Skip Rock Jr. taking a quick look underneath Frankie Barroso as they go into turn 3. And I just got word yesterday that Skip Rock going to make his pro racing debut with MX-5 Cup at Barber Motorsports Park in just a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Nathan Nicholson spilling the beans there. Actually, I think Beans Forster spilled the beans and let me know about that yesterday. As Skip Rock now moves into second position, and all the while even making that little move coming through NASCAR Bend. That's allowed McTudis to open up a little bit more of a gap. Should mention that McTudis, and I'm sure somebody will jump in the chat and correct me, I'm hoping Danny Stain is watching here because he will definitely either be able to confirm or deny, but I'm fairly certain that McTudis was your Spec Miata pole sitter for the national championship race back in 2022, as we've got a driver going very, very deep and very wide, and that might have been possibly James Newell. We'll try and get the number on that here in just a moment.
Well, something did fly off that car, and then another car hit it and sent it way up in the sky there. Guessing it was probably a fender liner that does come off with Miata if you go that far off track. That looked like the whoop-de-whoops at a motocross race there. That might be an area that they'd want to level out. Just saying. Just saying.
It's definitely a deterrent to go out there when it's that bumpy out there.
Well, nobody's choosing to go that far off there. You know, once you've definitely done something wrong to get there. Putting a wheel off there is pretty common, but to go that far off is not at all fun.
Oh yeah, South Bend is just such a tricky corner. Your setup for it has to be just right. If it's not just right, then you see how easy it is to go off there.
Camden Gruber, our guest, talking on with us. Oh, there's a car that has taken the alternative line through the end of the roller coaster.
Yeah, I think that was one of our mooses that just went off in its natural habitat.
Yeah, that's right. Wanted to graze a little. McTudis, Brock Jr., Barroso, Brown, Noonan, your top 5. Then Gossett, Wiley, Hines, Harmon, and Phillips. That's your top 10 here as we get to 10 laps to go here. And there's a little bit of action there, about 6th, 7th position back. But the front 5, they've decided they're going to try, or front 4, I guess, are hooked up and just trying to drive away.
All right. And Brian, I wanted to make a correction. I think I said earlier that it was the Newell car that had gone off at South Bend. It was actually Bob Mueller Jr. in the number 60 machine, another one of those SCDA machines, as he's gone and dropped all the way back to 33rd position from 21st.
And there was a car there that went off there at the exit of turn 5. We'll get that car number for you in a minute. Now the top 3 cars are starting to pull away just a little bit. And more cars are going off here at South Bend. And that's an interesting situation because it seems like maybe it's a little bit greasy in there. Maybe someone's put down a little bit of fluid earlier in the race, and a lot of slippery going on right now.
Well, of course, Camden, that is one, it's a blind exit, but as a corner there, highest speed corner on the course here, I believe, where a tendency is to turn in a little bit early anyhow to try and carry as much speed through the apex. Yeah. And I guess if you drop a wheel, you drop a wheel. You just as long as you straighten the wheel up, it's pretty much an easy recovery. It's only when you try to over-recover, I guess, and crank the wheel over when things start to go bad for you.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so easy to turn in early there. And there's a bump. If you do turn in too early, you can actually hit the start of the curbing and send the car wide there. It's just so easy to go off there. It's such a tough corner. It's like 94, 95 mile an hour min speed, so it's a very high commitment corner. Yeah.
Here comes your cars across the start-finish line, completing lap number 4 or 5 with 10 to go here. Still McTutis, Brock Jr., Barroso, and Tyler Brown. They're the 4 hooked up front.
All right, Brian, let me jump in here real quick. We are going to a full course caution here at the race course with Chuck McTutis leading and Skip Rock second. We do have some debris on course. Now there was debris coming out of coming through South Bend, as we've seen a couple of cars go off there, and I think the thought is part of the issue there is that cars are actually going to avoid that piece of debris.
Well, I just got a note from race control. There's a car in the tires somewhere.
Okay. Well, that would do it too.
Yeah, that would also.
Oh, yeah, there you go, over at turn 5. Thank you. Camden's pointing it out for Old Man Ginsberg here. As
Can I call you Old Man Ginsberg?
No.
Ah, dang it.
I'd like to thank all the Cams and Camdens here this weekend because I had Cam Eben call me sir 3 times at the social last night.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So I either get people telling me their names are Camden and not Cam, or I have them calling me sir. Either way, I feel very old. All right.
Let's do a call to grid, take our break during the yellow so we can be not in a break for green flag action. So let's do that, Greg.
All right, sounds good, Brian. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. Open wheel and prototypes, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, prototypes, and prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. And Brian, we think we have worked out that is the 111 car of Cole Lucas. That is off track over by turn 5. Now that we know that information, I feel safe in saying that we should be taking a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
All right, we're back here live at VIR, Spec Miata race. Under full course yellow, there's a car off at turn 5 that they're cleaning up. We've got Camden Gruber with us. And Camden, there's apparently a beef going on between your two sponsors, so we got to make sure that we get both of them in here. And I'm just kidding. Tell us a little bit about what you got going on with your program.
So yeah, I've been super fortunate to have two sponsors on board, as I have last year. But Planet Miata and RP Performance. Unfortunately, the Planet Miata sticker is a little bigger, so the RP guys don't think they get quite the love. But yeah, so Planet Miata, I think everybody knows them. You know, they put together some really nice quality SM and T4 SMX builds. They've all their cars always run up front. Mark, I think, took the T4 win today in the RX-8, which is a little different outside their typical platform, but still a super fast car. But yeah, no, RP Performance back at home. They're my employers actually, so we got to be super nice to them.
Yeah, he'll get fired.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll be out of a job.
I can't get myself fired, but yeah, I've been super lucky there. Obviously, they let me work on my car there.
Yeah, you know what they say: race on Sunday, win on Monday. It'll be race on Sunday, unemployment on Monday.
Exactly. I can't lose my job. I gotta go back to work tomorrow. But yeah, they've given me the opportunity to drive lots of cars, lots of SSMs, and even the ITS NC MX-5, which I happened to set the lap record in at Summit Point, pit race, north and full, and I think that's it. But yeah, they're a really good crew. They obviously put me in a really good car, and they also support the Rat Sport B specs of Dan Conway and Rich Roman, who probably would have finished 1-2 at the Runoffs last year. And I will see. Hopefully one of them can bring home the win today in B spec. So, but yeah, both of them super phenomenal programs. I couldn't be happier to be a part of them.
By the way, we're joking about the RP guys. They're fantastic guys, and they deserve the mentions.
I'll never hear the end of it from Sissy Connolly.
No,
I'm sure you won't.
No. So yeah, I'm sure they'd appreciate it if just every so often you give the RP shout out. I know the car says Planet Miata in huge letters on the door, but they both give me great support. No, definitely there's no favoritism there.
Of course.
Even despite the looks of it.
All right, Brian, just got word from Race Control that the safety car will be coming down the pit lane next time by. So another 3/4 of a lap here under caution, then we'll be going back to green flag racing with I guess it'll be 6 laps to go when they cross the line, and probably somewhere around 14 and a half minutes or something along those lines. So things may still end based on laps, but it's looking more and more with lap times in the 2:20 range. Like it may possibly end under time here, as I just get a text message from Sissy Connolly, who says, "Hey, you."
Hi, Sissy.
All right, coming back to green here, Camden, what's the strategy for the top 5 cars? Just try to keep together and pull away again?
Yeah, I mean, it's still too early in the race to start getting really racy. But yeah, if I'm the top two, I just want to hook up and push together and get away from the field and turn it into my own little private battle. If I'm everybody else, I want to do everything in my power to keep that from happening.
Oh my God.
So for guys who don't have a pre-established teammate, how do you find the right guy to go with? Is it whoever's closest, and you have to do it with whoever's nearby?
It's tricky. I'm not very good at it. Otherwise, I probably would have qualified a little higher than 12th this weekend. But no, I mean, a lot of times come race time, you just find the guys you're faster on and you feel comfortable behind. It's all about learning. Okay, where's this car going to brake? Where's this car going to turn in? And being comfortable, basically almost not seeing the brake lights of the car going into the corners. It's just all about who you get comfortable around. And a lot of times. Sometimes there are a lot of teams that have prearranged agreements, but if you're one of those solo guys out there, it's all about, like I said, just trying to find the guy who's going to benefit you the most.
You know, and racers have long memories. They want to work with people who've treated them well on the racetrack in the past. So we never forget when someone has rubbed us in the wrong way, literally bumped us at the wrong time. And so it's really important on just a regular race-to-race moment that, you know, when you race someone that they might need to be your partner down the road.
Exactly. That's another thing to think about. You never want to make the wrong guy angry.
Exactly.
All right, Brian, lights are out on the pace car, the safety car. Pardon me, I have to catch myself as they come down the roller coaster. And when it comes down onto the pit lane, we'll turn the field over to our leader, Chuck McTudis, with 6 laps remaining. Skip Brock second. Our pole sitter, Frankie Barroso, in third. Tyler Brown fourth. Travis Wiley fifth. Bobby Gossett, Robbie Hines, Noah Harmon, Sean Noonan, Capers Zetmeyer, rounding out your top 10.
Skip Brock Jr. is hoping to be like Velcro, stuck to the back of Chuck McTudis as they go down the main straight first on the restart here, trying to get as much of an advantage as possible, pushing him all the way to the front straight. And there he is, except he breaks to the inside to put a little black block on Frankie Barroso. Now Barroso pulls in behind McTudis, and if he can make the pass, now Barroso comes right behind Brock Jr. to push there. Very interesting strategery here. Oh, we've got a car going off way to the left. Keeps his foot right in it and will rejoin, hopefully safely here, as they come towards NASCAR Bend.
Yeah, I'll try and get the number on that car. Looks like Eric Gerchak also taking the wild ride through the grass here as Skip Brock Jr. moves to the lead. Ahead of our former leader, Chuck McTudis, and Frankie Barroso slotting back into third place. A little bit further back in the line, I think we just had John Salerno getting around Andrew Devoto coming through left hook. But I think this is where Skip Brock wants to and needs to be here. As we've got cars fanning out, going.
Just missed the wall.
Taking that short shoot to the uphill S's. I wonder who, I'll try and get the number on that car who I think made a conscious choice to move over driver's right and then gets out of the throttle to keep from going into the Armco.
Skip Brock Jr. is just sliding through turn 4 there, Camden. Is that just a result of how cool off the tires get when you're under caution for 2 or 3 laps?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you don't work hard at maintaining tire temperature, especially in the core of the tire, yeah, it's even after only just a couple laps at slow speed, you will lose all that temperature, and it's very, 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 very like driving on ice when you go back to green. And I've been caught out by it a number of times, and yeah, it's very, very tricky to go back to green, and because usually the restart to this chaos, you see we got 3 wide down the backstretch right now because everybody's all bunched up again. But yeah, it's very, very tricky, almost as tricky as the race start.
Yeah, you know, and I guess as you mentioned, so obviously when the tires lose temp and they lose pressure, but you know, you were talking how slick this racetrack has become as well, and we've talked about it all day as the temperatures start to rise, how certain parts of this track, turn 1, for example, top of the roller coaster, that are already very polished down because their threshold braking zones really get slick. And yeah, I'd imagine that, you know, it's something that racers probably in the heat of competition kind of forget that they have to be careful there.
Yeah, exactly.
Skip Brock Jr. and Chuck McTudis out front for the first half of the race. Chuck McTudis, he was the pushee, and now he is the pusher. And oftentimes, and then you've got Frankie Barroso there trying to catch back up to those two and not let them drive away.
Oftentimes, though, the best place to be when you get to the final laps is in second place. So I don't think Matudis is too worried right now as long as he can keep in this front pack of 3.
So, Brian, great defensive move by a former national champion in the touring car classes, Robbie Hines, who is now sitting in 4th position, gets around Tyler Brown. Brown tried to go really deep into turn 1 on him, and you had Robbie Hines have to keep that car all the way to the outside, go the long way around turns 1 and 2.
Wow.
But it set him up to the inside going into the NASCAR bend, and Hines able to actually pick up a position there and now moves into 4th place. Now he's got that whole second pack behind him, and now runs very wide coming through South Bend.
Keep it together.
And the positions he makes up, he's now going to lose as Brown goes by, as Harmon goes by, as Nick Leveroni, and I think Sean Noonan as well will take up positions. So move Robbie Hines from 4th. There you go, the announcer's curse, all the way back to 8th position.
I mean, that car was completely wrecked, and he pulled it back together to keep it pointing in the right direction. I don't know if that was driving skill or sheer luck, but whatever the case may be, that was a huge wreck that happened but didn't happen.
I think the fact that you're seeing guys like Rob Hines go off just goes to show how tricky the track is here today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The front 3 cars pulling away this time by. They're probably going to have about a 1.5-second lead over, 1.5 to 2 second lead over the 4th place car.
And of course, what that's also done, Brian, is that's now broken up that second pack just a little bit. And, you know, again, I think the biggest beneficiary there now as they come to the front straight, that was actually the Noah Harmon machine who's gotten around Tyler Brown, then Nick Leveroni, and actually moved Hines now up in the 7th as he got back around Sean Noonan. And Frankie Barroso sitting in quietly in 3rd, Brian, just reset fast lap. Was about a 10th faster than Matudis ahead, 2/10 faster than Skip Brock. He is right there as that group behind Harmon and Tyler Brown starting to inch away from Nick Leveroni and Robbie Hines.
Here comes those cars, those 3 cars now up through the snake, still working together. The best thing they can do, Camden, I think, is just keep working together until maybe we get to 2 to go, and then just say, you know, take the gloves off and see who ends up across the finish line first.
Exactly, yeah. Both Noah and Tyler, I've had the pleasure of racing Noah over last year in SMX. He's a phenomenal driver across SM and SMX. Finished P2 at the runoffs last year, I believe. And then Tyler Brown, also just a phenomenal driver. So I'll be really curious to see. Those are the guys who I got my eyes on, and to see if maybe Rob Hines, Nick Leveroni, and Sean Noonan, that group, see if they can make a little comeback here.
Up front, we've got Brock Jr., Matudis, and Barroso. Then that second pack, Harmon, Brown, Leveroni, and Hines. Lots of talent in the top 10 of this race right now, including Noonan and Newell.
So tell me this, Camden, as we watch now with Harmon and Brown. Oh, by the way, we just had the 92 car come down the pit lane. That was one of the Flat Out Motorsports machines. Looks like his day is now done. That was Christian Meyer. I was going to say, as we have Harmon and Brown still sticking nose to tail, but I'm wondering, as Leveroni, Hines, Noonan, Newell, as they are, well, actually they're closing back up. I was wondering if maybe if another lap went by, if the 2 of them would basically just say, or the 3 of them would say, screw it, battle on, and just forget about even that battle for 4th position.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, is you got to have the mentality to say, it's really tempting to get to the front of this pack, but you've got to have the mentality to say, I'm still in this, I can stay in this, let's just work together and go and catch these front 3, because that front 3 group, as long as everybody keeps it on track, that will be the battle for the win here. Is 3 laps to go.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we just saw, I think it was Nick Leveroni poke out going into turn 1, as we've got a car off, and that might be either Noonan or Newell. I think it's the Newell car that just went off. I'm going to get the number here from Race Control momentarily.
One thing to note while you're waiting for that number, Deacon Greenfield started 37th, worked his way up to 24th in this race, so a good move through the back of the pack for him. Great drive for some of these midfield drivers as well.
Awesome. I'm really happy to see Deacon doing well here in the Spec Miata. He obviously usually runs a STL Honda CRX, but super great to see him return to rear-wheel drive. And he ran a year with us a couple years ago in one of RP's SSM rental cars, and he did really well. I think he finished 5th or 6th in the championship that year. So it's really great to see him doing great. And I think it's his first Spec Miata race.
All right, and that was Jose Olfe in the number 19 car. He was running right with Sean Noonan and James Newell. They were 8th, 9th, and Olfe was at the time 10th. Obviously, he's going to lose a number of positions there with Chris Allen, John Salerno moving up.
All right, Camden, 3 to go. When do you make the move?
Got to be the last lap.
Okay.
It's got to be the last lap. I know we've got a big gap here, but it's in Spec Miata. You know, it's you guys watch all the races. It's crazy how fast these gaps can shrink.
What if you're the 3rd place car, though? Are you waiting for the last lap? Because you might need 2 laps to get this done.
Exactly. That's being the 3rd car in line here, especially when you have a lead breakaway like this, is just so tricky. Frankie Barroso is doing a phenomenal job at hanging on to these two because you don't have the benefit of having somebody behind you, and it's just so tricky to hang in there with those lead guys. So yeah, I'll be curious to see what they decide to do, whether he decides to dice it up here a little early and potentially lose a shot at the victory, or stay behind, I believe it's Chuck Matudis, and see if he can have a shot for the win.
All right.
Tension in the paddock, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, PNP2. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 6, FA, FC, FE2, PNP2. This is your final call to the grid.
All right, there's Barroso taking a peek, but then pulling back in line. Now we've got another car sliding way off in turn 2. Oh boy, and right back in it. Does anybody lift when that happens?
Clearly no. and we saw during, I think during the last race, if you're in a Mustang, you should lift. If you're in a Mazda, no lift.
Yes, exactly. All right, next time by, this trio of Brock Jr., Matudis, and Barroso will get the white flag. This is when you want to be impatiently patient. This last lap is going to be a barn burner, folks. If you're just listening to us in the background, it's time to stop what you're doing and sit in front of your TV for the next 3.5 minutes, because this could be very, very exciting.
Oh yeah, we're going to have the battle for the lead and the battle for 4th here. Is Noah Harmon under a lot of pressure from Tyler Brown and Nick Leveroni, it looks like, for that 4th place spot. And then we'll see if Skip Brock Jr. can hold off that lead. It'll be a good last lap.
Here they come up Madison Avenue for the second to last time. None of the cars daring to take a peek just yet. It will happen, though. I guarantee you at some point they're going to go after it. And then, like you said, there's that second pack fighting for 4th place.
And they're all going to hold station now, Brian, as they come down the hill. They are going to wait for that very last lap. Barroso takes a quick look underneath Chuck Matudis as they come through 15. I don't think that was an area where Barroso would really, or where Matudis would really worry, but Barroso goes real deep in the hog pen there. He's not going to get a good exit, Brian, and that may spell the end for Barroso's chances here, unless he can make it up under the draft as they come across the start-finish line and see the white flag. He loses about 3 car lengths to our 2 leaders, and it's now up to Matudis and Brock.
White flag in the air, less than 1 lap to go. The yellow car is Skip Brock Jr. The silver and yellow car behind him, or gray and yellow car, that is Chuck Matudis. The red car, Frankie Barroso, as they come around NASCAR Bend for the final time. Can Barroso catch back up to make it a race here with the 3rd place car? Is it just going to be the 2? It looks like Barroso's almost there. This could get really exciting in the next minute and a half or so.
All right, Brian, real quick, I got to make a quick announcement for a Spec Miata racer that is not on the track. Attention in the paddock, Wood, Cole Lucas, driver of the number 111 Spec Miata. Please see the race director in impound. Cole Lucas, driver of the number 111 Spec Miata. Please see the race director in impound.
All right, through the S's for the final time. We'll see them come into our view at this section of the racetrack right here. Look at the almost sideways for Skip Brock Jr. as he's got a ton of pressure from behind. That's Matudis trying to see if he can get by. still nose to tail through Oak Tree, down Madison Avenue for the final time. A little bit of dust there. No problem for those three drivers. Here's where the bass is going to happen. If it's going to happen, very likely, right at the top of the hill here. Who's going to go first? It is still Brock Jr. Now it looks like Barroso's going to try to push McTutis by as they go into turn 14. Is Skip Brock Jr. a sitting duck? And yes, he is. He's going to cycle probably all the way back to third place. Now it's going to be McTutis followed by Barroso. That was the dance partners that the decision was made. And Barroso pushes McTutis by. Can Brock Jr. do anything at this point? And can Barroso do anything? It looks like he's already gapped about a second back, or not a second, but a car length back to McTutis. Heading down to the checkered flag for the final time. Who is it going to be at the line? It looks like probably McTutis at the line. McTutis, then Barroso.
Then Skip Brock Jr. And Brian Barroso ran the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Wow.
Missed out on victory by 47 1/1000ths of a second to Chuck McTutis. I thought he was out of it with 3.2 miles left. And Barroso, great run there at the end. Skip Brock Jr. will finish third. Noah Harmon holds off the rest of the pack there for fourth. James Newell gets around Tyler Brown on the last lap. The number 70 car will finish fifth, with the 07 machine finishing sixth. Chris Allen works up to seventh. Another great run for the 169 car this weekend. Nick Leveroni will finish eighth. Sean Noonan drops to ninth. Travis Wiley will round out the top 10. And for Jordy Fu, who wanted to know where Ryan Maloney was, Ryan Maloney finishes just outside the top 10 in 11th position. I think probably the big, I hate to say it, the big losers there, Brian, Bobby Gossett, who started off there at the front of the field. He finishes in 14th position, and Robbie Hines, who had been as high as fourth, will finish 15th.
Well, there you have it. Another great Spec Miata race. Did not disappoint once again. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take a break. We come back. 2 more races to go here from VIR.
All right, well, real quick, Brian, before we do, I want to thank Camden Gruber for joining us. Camden, before we go, I know you mentioned, of course, your sponsors. Anybody else you'd like to thank, mention, sign up as additional and new sponsors? You got it. This is your time.
I just want to thank everybody that's helped me get this far. My parents, of course, they were the ones that nurtured this hobby for me, and hopefully you can carry it further. But yeah, just everybody that's carried me along this awesome journey, and thanks to you guys for having me in the booth. This was an awesome experience.
All right, everybody, there you go. SMX driver Camden Gruber from RP Performance and Planet Miata. So, Brian, let's make that final call to the grid. Attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2 racers. Please head to the grid. They're just now given the 5-minute warning on the grid, so you should probably be up there by now. But if you're not, hurry, run. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from VIR. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
The white Dodge Ram pickup.
We're back here live at Virginia International Raceway, Wings and Things on the racetrack this time. 14 laps, 35 minutes. Our starting lineup, the man, the myth, the legend, Gregg 5G Ginsberg, everyone.
I think we had already determined that I am not a legend, except in my own mind. All right, we've got our open wheel and prototype racers taking to the track and on their pace lap here for their feature race, Brian. And as we've done in many of our race groups, we're going to have what is known as a split start. We're going to have our prototypes and Formula Atlantics as well as the Formula Continentals in our front group. And then we're going to have the FE2 racers following behind a second race car, a second pace car. I'm going to give you that group first. Starting on pole today in FE2, driving the Southeast Spec Racer PCS machine from Montpelier, Virginia, it's Russ Turner. Paul Schneider will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the Comprent Motorsports machine. He's from Charlotte, North Carolina, and drives the number 73 machine. Dexter Suba will start third. He's in the number 89 Alliance Autosport Formula Enterprise 2 machine from Hollis, New Hampshire. Starting fourth is going to be Sam Harrington. Sam is driving the number 33 Harper Home Services machine, and he's from Finksburg, Maryland. Then we've got Eric Cruz. Eric's out of Williamsburg, Virginia, driving the Cruz Associates number 86 car, starting starting sixth, but he's not on the grid. He's actually about 3 feet to my right. Kelton Jago in the Staccato Task Force Mortgage FE2 machine, not starting today's race, starting seventh, driving the number 18 FE2 machine from Sammamish, Washington. Ross Wolf with Michael Frailer starting eighth, driving the number 05 Freestone Medical Technologies machine from Brentwood, Tennessee. Then we got Russell Straight Jr. driving the number 91 FE2 car from Alliance Autosport. And now we move over to the front pack coming into turns 11 and 12 now. On the pole with qualifying time of 144.967. Driving is Alon DPO2. He's our 2023 national champion in Prototype 1. Todd Vanacore in the Comprent Halifax Plantation machine. Larry Howard starting on the outside of the front row. He's your Formula Atlantic pole sitter. He's in the Epic Electric Service RCR Swift 016. Starting third today, driving the number 21 Critter CSR1 from Winchendon, Massachusetts. Todd Parks with Tim Miner, our Formula Continental pole sitter, starting fourth today. He is driving the number 8 Citation, the Automotive Specialist Center machine. Then we got Jim Booth starting fifth. He's driving the number 63 Formula Atlantic Mazda powered Swift 016 from Daniel Island, South Carolina, with Michael Moulton starting sixth. Michael's driving the number 77 Young Racing P Prototype Store WF1. Starting seventh, driving the number 85 Formula Atlantic Star Mazda Pro Formula car. It's the Brainchild Inc. machine of Jay Schuler. And starting eighth, driving the number 26 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF98, the Quicksilver Race Engines machine from Durwood, Maryland, Rick Silver.
That's how they're going to start here as we get ready for our second to last race of the day. Coming down the hill for the first time here is going to be our prototypes, Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, then a little bit of a break back to FE2. We had a bit of a schmozzle on the first lap of the race for our FE2 drivers last time. We hope that won't be the case today. Here they come down the line for the first time. That's Larry Howard. Todd Vanacore heading to turn one. Vanacore on the inside, Howard on the outside right now. And a bit of a brake lock up there, but that seems to not have been too much of a problem as they start to cycle their way through turn one and turn two now for the first time.
Yeah, as we had Tim Miner in his Formula Continental Citation, locking up the brakes going into one. He may have lost a position there, I think, to Michael Moulton as they came down into one. Actually, that is not the Moulton machine. I think that's Jay Schuler and his Atlantic Mazda that managed to get around. And our second group now on the front straight, Brian, and they are getting ready to take the green flag. Second pace car now on the pit lane as we've got a car off pace. One of the prototype cars coming through Snake right now, but our second group is going to get the green flag, and here they come to you, Brian.
Here they come down to turn one for the first time. Here's where we had problems yesterday. Let's see if they can get through it cleanly today. And another car
Just a little bit of brake lockup, but a very different result today as our cars come through now turn 2 and 3. And of course, this would probably be a good time to bring in our guest, Kelton Jago. He was unfortunately on the receiving end of that problem yesterday, which is why he is not on the racetrack. Kelton, how are you, my friend?
Doing great. It looks like they got through nice and clean today. Everybody playing it safe today.
What's the first lap is always tenuous on a lot of cars. That looks like that car has cleared itself that was just going slow through here. How hard is it to get heat in those tires for that first lap of the race going into turn 1?
You know, our cars seem to heat up the tires a little bit quicker than most of the other open wheel cars. So I think that it's very easy for drivers to misjudge the amount of heat in the tires going into turn 1. Yesterday was a warmer day. And so I think that what happened yesterday was it's just one of the drivers just overestimated the amount of grip that he had going into turn 1 and locked him up. There's a couple people that locked him up, myself included, and things didn't turn out the way that we would want them to.
Sure. How fun is it to drive these cars?
They are an absolute blast. The chassis is great. It's a fantastic car to drive. Like I said, you get heat in the tires quick. The cars are quick. They're running similar times to some of the Continentals and the Atlantics, the true aero cars around here. It's a cost-effective racing with SCCA controlling the cost on the car. It makes for a lot of fun, and I really enjoy the car, as I know all the other racers out there do.
All right, Brian, real quick, I need to make a call for a couple of drivers to report to the race director. Attention in the paddock with the following SMX racers. Please see the race director in impound. Vaughn Mishko, driver of the number 99 SMX Mazda. Matthew Novak, driver of the number 11 car. And Cam Eben, driver of the number 55 machine. So the three drivers, Vaughn Mishko, driver of the number 99 SMX car. Matthew Novak, driver of the number 11. And Cam Eben, driver of the number 55 car. Would you all please see the race director in impound?
So it looks like that car, the prototype that was slow on lap 1 was Michael Moulton. Doesn't appear that he actually completed the first lap, so he probably pulled off somewhere safe, I hope. Oh, so he took this cutoff here to get off the racetrack. Thank you very much. That allows us to keep racing. Good job, Mr. Moulton. And they can pick him up after the race is over. So 12 laps to go. Things have sorted themselves out in the front of the packs here. Right now in your leader is Todd Vanacore, followed by Larry Howard. He would also be your FA Formula Atlantic leader. Todd Parks is in third, followed by Jim Booth, Tim Miner, and Rick Silver. Jay Schuler would be the 7th place car. Looking at FE2 first lap, Russ Turner is your leader, followed by Paul Schneider and Dexter Zuba, Sam Harrington, and Eric Cruz.
And speaking of Eric Cruz, of course, good friend of yours, Kelton.
Absolutely.
It was interesting. I was here a couple of weeks ago with another organization, and they had a party over in the villas up the hill here, and we ended up in what I could only call the Eric Cruz Memorial Suite or something. There had like a 30-foot mural of Eric in his FE2 car up on the wall. Had his certificate from driver's school, and I know Eric's been involved with SCCA racing for a number of years.
A true stalwart of the class. Eric is one of the original racers, and when the cars were still FE, has made it all the way through. And you know, Eric's been doing this a long time. You can see he has very competitive lap times. He's a VIR specialist. I really like to think of our FE group here as a family. We all know each other. We all enjoy racing with each other. Eric has a lot of track knowledge, a lot of knowledge of these cars that he always imparts that on everyone. I consider Eric my closest friend, and he is a fantastic mentor on the racetrack. And the nice thing about Eric is that Eric doesn't care where you finish. He cares that you do finish.
Right.
And that is so important, especially in this class. I mean, we have guys like Charles Russell Turner. What a gentleman. Paul, who has just really picked up the pace this year in his car. It's fantastic. It's so close between the two of them. Dexter, who's new to us, but is a fantastic race car driver. Just his pedigree goes along with it. And then another one of my very close friends, Sam Harrington, who this year has really picked up the pace. And Sam and I coach each other on the sides when we're not driving with each other. We have a fantastic friendship. And it carries over. Even the racers that have left our group that have had to move on to other things. Craig Holtum was here this weekend. He came just to help out, just to pitch in, and we just enjoy seeing them. It's a small family, and it's fun to race with your family.
All right, real quick here, Brian. It sounds as though coming through through the NASCAR bend going into turn 4, we have another car that is off the pace at the moment, and the only information I heard was that it was a white car, which narrows things down a little bit. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it narrows it down. Well, it narrows it down to a Kelton's car, and we know that one's not out there. And it is the number 8. Oh, and I was going to say the only other white car that I know out there would be the Formula Continental of Tim Minor, and we can see there it's the white with the red wings. He's off the pace. Hopefully he'll pull that car off also to the crossover here at turn 8 as well.
We'll know in a second.
Yeah, and I believe he has not done that. Well, he hasn't made it up the hill.
Did he get it? Did he get it that far? Yeah. That's tough. Vanacore Howard Parks.
Yeah, he pulled over and pulled off the track just past the bridge, driver's right, so just past our camera, but I don't think he made it to the that cutoff for the Patriot course. So that may, well, depending on how far he is off the course, that may bring out another full course caution here.
And knowing Tim and the racer that he is, if he could not make it that far, there is a reason. Tim is just showing yesterday when he was with us the situational awareness that he has on the track, not only to get off the track, but to avoid accidents. Yesterday, he going into turn 1 when we were 5 wide, Tim made the smart call and bailed out and saved his car. I mean, he's a fantastic race car driver.
And word we're getting from the corner station there from the turn 7 flag stand is that they think that the minor car is far enough away, and then seeing that it's at the very end of that straightaway, not in a real dangerous area, so we'll likely have a local caution there for a period of time. But it sounds as though we're probably going to be able to keep the racing going here without going to a full course caution.
All right, 10 laps to go here in our second to last race of the day. Production and B-Spec still ahead, so don't go away. That could be a barn burner as well. That B-Spec race was great yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was amazing.
So I've still got one more here. Overcast skies. We've avoided the rain so far at VIR today. Now, hopefully I didn't announce or curse that. Although the rain's fun for me, I don't think it's fun for anybody else.
No, probably not. And did receive word that Tim Minor out of the car, over the wall.
Okay.
And so we should be able to keep other than that local caution, keep the rest of the course green here.
Good news.
All right, so Brian, why don't we quickly here break things down by class and in prototypes. Of course, Michael Moulton not completing a lap. Todd Vanacore is your leader, and he just resets overall fast lap. Is now opened up almost a 23-second advantage over Todd Parks' Critter. In Formula Continental, Rick Silver, now your sole racer, still running, as Tim Minor, as we've mentioned, has pulled his car off track. In Formula Atlantic, it is Jim Booth, as you've said multiple times, the Swift 016 driver here. A birthday weekend for the man. Jay Schuler running in second. Larry Howard a lap down, and in FE2, it's Russ Turner, Paul Schneider, Dexter Suba, your top 3. Sam Harrington, Eric Cruz, 4th and 5th. And Schneider's keeping Russ Turner, I think, somewhat honest here today. Still the margin, the gap here, as we watch them come down the back straight, about 2.5 seconds or thereabouts, separating our 2 leaders in the class.
Yeah, and Turner's as good as they come. So if you can somewhat keep up with Russ Turner, you're doing pretty good. He does not make very many mistakes, and his cars are well prepared. So it's always every class has its measuring stick driver, and if you can do well against that driver, you know you're doing something right. And Russ Turner is that way in FE2 as well as in Spec Racer Ford. So.
And what a gentleman racer he is. He's truly the cream of the crop with his lap times, always willing to help out. Paul, unfortunately, had damage in his car yesterday. It's probably not 100%, but at the end of the day, everybody was over there helping Paul turn wrenches, including Charles Russell Turner on that, just to help out. Like I said, it's a small family. We race. We enjoy racing together, and that just goes to show that, hey, we do everything we can to get the cars back out on track.
There's Todd Banacor, your race leader, starting to go through some of the slower cars at the back of the pack. There he is now, coming through the snake there and trying to get around cleanly, doing so there as he keeps pushing through. He's got a 27-second lead over the second prototype car of Todd Parks in that Critter CSR1. But yeah, Banacor is, I believe, your defending national champion in prototype. And or was he the national champion 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, that's right. So, big off there. There is a car that is stopped. Not quite sure if it got to the wall or not, but it is absolutely stopped out there. The other white Formula car.
Yeah, we're running out of white Formula cars here, Brian.
That's true. That is true.
And and the word that we're getting is that he did nose into the tire wall over there. We'll see. This may bring out the full course cautions, and and it is the 89 machine there of Dexter Suba.
We'll hang tight here just for a second. Actually, we are kind of at the halfway point anyway, Greg. So maybe a call to grid and go to break, and we'll see what happens when we come out of the break. How's that?
Sounds good. That sounds like a plan. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B spec, please head to the grid. E production, F production, H production racers, please head to the grid. And Brian, as we now, as you can see, go to a full course caution, we'll take a quick break. We'll fill you in, give you a couple more updates here. When we come back, you're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at VIR, we're under a full course yellow. We've got a car in the wall at Oak Tree. That is Dexter Zuba in the 89 car, hoping they can pull that out quickly and just stuff it over there in the south paddock so we can get back to racing. And these cars, not too hard to pick up. Put a loop through the roll bar and get them out of there, right? So.
And Brian, we've got I don't want to call them stragglers, but as the safety car brings the field up through the S's, we just had 3 cars cross the start-finish line as they are trying to make their way. They hopefully should be able to get to the safety car, maybe coming out of Oak Tree. Here, there they are. It looks like is that Russ Turner, Paul Schneider, and I think that is the. I thought that might be the 85 of the Jay Schuler Pro Formula Mazda. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting. If that's a D. Turner and Schneider or our 2 leaders in FE2, and they're going to be sitting at the back of the line, that means Sam Harrington and Eric Cruz and Ross Wolf and on. They're almost essentially a lap down at this point.
Almost, and it's really interesting if you watch Russ and Paul as they thread the needle going through there. It's going to be for some pretty exciting racing. They're very safe. They pass in safe areas, but they're quick.
Right.
And watching them thread through here is going to make for a really great race.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where I really wish we had the time to do a wave around, because that's basically going to make that FE2 race with 6 laps to go. It's going to be between those 2 drivers. The rest of the drivers are not going to have a chance to make their way back or all the way around to catch up the back of the field. We just don't have the time to do it because our races are so short. If they were to do a wave around, it'd be another two laps under full course yellow to get them around. So.
Agreed. It would be great if we could do that. The other race for us to watch inside the race is going to be Sam Harrington and Eric Cruz, as they're right up there at the front. If Sam can catch the draft off that prototype car that's in front of him and try and pull away and make a little distance from Eric Cruz, that'll be great. But something tells me Eric's going to be sucked up right behind him. And very respectful race car drivers. I'm sure they're going to have a great race between each other. It's going to get exciting here really quick.
And that would be the race for the 3rd spot on the podium. Right now, Harrington's in 3rd, Eric Cruz is in 4th. So that could become very, very exciting to keep an eye on that as well.
And I'm not going to make the announcers curse and call either one of those between my 2 close friends. I'm just going to wish them both a safe race.
Yeah, leave it to Brian and I to screw that up.
Yeah, we can do a good enough job without your help, Kelton.
Got it.
All right, so getting word from race control now, Brian, as the safety car brings our field onto the front straight, this will be its last circuit of the race course. It will be pitting in the next time by. So with 4 laps remaining, we'll be going back to green flag racing here, and we'll have a 4-lap run to the checkered flag.
Well, that could be very, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the car at the front of the field is our overall leader. That is Todd Vanacore in the number 19 Elan DPO2. I think the Mazda-powered machine. He's out of Ormond Beach, Florida. And then we've got the 2 Formula Enterprise 2 machines, Sam Harrington and Eric Cruz, running 2nd and 3rd in the lineup there. As we mentioned in FE2, which has been incredibly competitive here up and down through the field, we've got our 2 leaders in FE2 actually at the tail end of this line, and they've shown both Charles Russell Turner, Russ Turner, and Paul Schneider have shown a little bit more pace than some of the Continentals that we've got out here. Of course, we only have Rick Silver as our sole Continental remaining, but also showed a little bit more pace than I think both Jim Booth and Jay Schuler as well. So it should make for a very interesting restart as those 2 racers try to. Well, as I'm sure Russ Turner is going to probably try to use traffic to run and hide from Paul Schneider.
It's going to be a true master class in racing right now. If you have your popcorn out, now's the time to get it out to watch this one, because it's going to be a lot of fun.
Greg, why don't you do another call to grid before we get back to the action so we don't have to stop, because this is going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Attention in the paddock, 2nd call to the grid for race group 7, our final race of the day. E production, F production, H production, and B spec racers, please head to the grid. Race group 7, E production, F production, H production, and B spec. please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Boy, I tell you, if I can't be leading the field or can't be out there right now, I have the best seat in the house for this. This could not get any better.
Yeah, Greg and I are pretty lucky. We get to do this 10 times a year, and it's a lot of fun. Even when I'm not there, I enjoy it. So,
this is going to be fantastic. I mean, I'm really excited about this, to watch Paul and Russ make their run up through here. And like you said, they're experts at what they do. It's going to be really fun. And then watching the race that's going to be between Sam and Eric, two drivers. They're incredible drivers, incredible talent, and very respectful of each other. I'm really going to enjoy watching those two dice it out for the last spot on the podium.
All right, and so now as the safety car passes our camera here on Madison Avenue, we'll switch over to the top of the roller coaster. We should see the lights extinguished, as I've just gotten word from the pace car, safety car driver, that those lights are out. Of course, Russ Turner, our 2023 FE2 national champion, our defending Spec Racer Ford national champion. Paul Schneider, very often the bridesmaid. I still remember all of these races that he had with the Snyder brothers there. It just never could seem to get to. It's hard when you're racing like 3 and 4 when the entire Snyder family's up against you. But a great racer out of Charlotte, North Carolina, and of course our car at the front of the pack, Todd Vanacore, 2023 Prototype 1 national champion. And look at this, as sitting at the back of the field as Schneider and Turner have separated out. Let's take a look here as Kelton's watching him come down the front straight as the green flag is in the air, as we've got Eric Cruz and Sam Harrington battling it out for the lead. And Brian, if we keep on this shot for a moment, I think you're going to see a new leader in FE2, as Paul Schneider has gotten around Russ Turner going into turn 1. They kind of created their own little gap there to not run into the back of the field. And at least for the time being, it's just mano a mano between these two FE2 racers. Schneider, your new leader.
Well, we could see these two cars trade positions several times a lap until we get to the end of this race. Now, a slower car there that they're already caught up on, even with that little gap. Hopefully that car will not get in the way of this battle, and we'll let these two cars through pretty quickly. And that looks a little bit like what he's done. Both cars get through cleanly, Schneider and Turner now, as they keep moving forward. That is your battle for first place in FE2. The battle for third's actually in front of this group because of the way the pace car picked up the field. But here we go with 3.5 laps to go.
3.5 laps to go, exactly. Well, what a fight ongoing here as they continue to make their way through traffic. Schneider, for the moment, still holding off the blue number 32 of Russ Turner's. They're going to be coming up on more traffic just ahead. We've got the fight in Formula Atlantic, 2 Cahill Motorsports teammates of Booth and Schuler going at it as well. And now as those FE2 machines move over to the left, they're going to get around, looks like Larry Howard's number 51 Formula Atlantic Swift, as Howard is, I believe, a couple of laps down.
And watching Eric Cruz as they came up through there, as the car took off in front where Sam Harrington was drafting around the prototype car, Eric let the prototype car get around him so he could pull a very similar draft so he could stay up there with him. Fantastic racecraft by Eric to stay in the fight.
And there are your race leaders now past the start-finish line. 3 laps to go. In front right now, Todd Vanacore. Right behind him is Jim Booth and Todd Parks. Now hitting turn 1 right there is Paul Schneider and Russ Turner, your leaders in FE2. This is the last duo in this part of the racetrack right there coming through our line. That's Schneider and Turner in FE2. Turner, I think, it looks like he's like, I'm okay right here. I'm happy being right behind Schneider for a couple of laps. And because, as easily as Schneider went around Turner on the first lap, it could be the same kind of swap situation. If you do it too soon, you want to make sure you're the last guy to make the last pass.
So much better to be the hunter than the hunted in this case, where he can just sit back there and he can watch what Paul's doing, figure out where he wants to make his pass nice and safe, and pull a gap on Paul, because with the aero on these cars, with him being able to draft right up behind him, it could be a last turn, last lap pass.
And that was a question I was going to ask you about these cars that we always see it and hear about, like in Formula One, and some Formula cars, because of the amount of aero wash that comes off the back, that they really stall out that front wing if you get very close and right behind. That really isn't much of an issue with the FE2 cars.
You will feel it a little bit on the front wing. You will get a little bit of wash, but not enough that you want to get out of the draft.
Okay.
You can very easily pull the car behind you significantly if you're the front guy and you lose that. So you definitely want to stay in the draft on these cars. You've got to get very close to them. If you get out of the draft, you're going to lose, tenths of a second, which makes a huge difference here.
All right, this time by 2 laps to go on the field. Vanacore takes that path across the start-finish line. He now has 2 laps, and everyone else behind him coming across as well.
All right, next time Todd Vanacore crosses the start-finish line, or whoever our overall leader may be, at the moment it is Todd Vanacore, Todd Parks, running second in his Critter, a couple cars back in the line here. They will see the white flag, so now just a little bit over 1.5 laps remaining as we continue to watch this battle in FE2. The trailing 2 cars in that 4-car group now going into turn 5 and into Snake, as they now are looking to come up onto the back, it looks like there, of the Cruz, and that's Ross Wolf in the number 18 machine right behind Eric Cruz. And that is the battle in FE2 for 4th in class, as our leaders are coming up to them now.
Yeah, and watching Charles Russell Turner make a pop out there right before the S's, I'm wondering if he completed the pass.
He didn't, but it looked like Schneider didn't get quite the same pull out of turn 5, and Turner pulled out just to see what the situation was. But it looks like Turner's been able to keep that position, and it is still, it's Schneider then Turner right there. But they've got those 2 cars in front of them, and I think those cars are racing for their own race position.
Well, yeah, I mean, Brian, as we were saying, that's the battle for 4th in FE2 directly ahead. And as they came out of the S's and went through South Bend, we saw Paul Schneider move all the way driver's right to defend, to keep Russ Turner from trying to slide underneath him and then maybe slide in between the 2 cars ahead. And now it appears as though Paul Schneider and Russ Turner have gotten around Eric Cruz and Ross Wolf, as we are working the very last lap here. Now that FE2 battle heading down into turn number 1. There you go, 1 car up ahead of them, but the 2nd and 3rd cars just now heading into turn 1. That is Schneider, who continues to hold off Russ Turner, and he's opened up a little bit of a gap, not terribly much, about a car length and a half to Russ Turner as they go into left hook, again behind another slower car. And I believe, well, that slower car, that is that Sam Harrington in the 33 car, right? Yeah, and Harrington running 3rd at the moment in FE2, the 2 leaders, 1st and 2nd, directly behind him.
And as I know, those 2, as they're coming up there, they're going to find a nice, safe place to pass. Sam knows that he's racing for 3rd right now. Right. He's not going to get in the battle for 1st and 2nd. I'm sure that they're all going to come out of this at the end in the same finishing positions going through Oak Tree.
All right, there is Russ Turner looking at just a second there, like he might want to try to make a move going into Oak Tree. Really one more great passing spot here as they come up the hill going at the top of the roller coaster.
All right, Brian, and as they do, the checkered flag is out for Todd Vanacore as he takes the overall win and takes the win in prototype with Todd Parks coming down the front straight now. He should finish 2nd as we jump back over to this battle for the lead in FE2.
And there you go. Look at Sam Harrington in 3rd place, nicely moving out of the way so that the leaders can come through and have their battle for the finish down the roller coaster for the final time. The car in front is Paul Schneider. The car in 2nd place is Russ Turner. Does Turner have anything left in his bag of tricks to get around Schneider here on the final couple of corners? They're going to come to the line here. Is it going to be Schneider? Is it going to be Turner at the line? Who's going to get the win? Waiting for them to cross, it's going to be Paul Schneider with the win. Russ Turner was 2nd. What a
great last couple of laps here.
And fist in the air from our guest, Kelton Jago. There you go. He's clapping. Great. He just, Kelton, I mean, I can see it in your eyes that, you know, if you couldn't be on track with these folks to live vicariously through the racers and watch them race, you got a lot of excitement out of that, didn't you?
I did. I really, like I said, I consider our race group a race family. And just to see the guys out there to get through the race today without incident, to have a very clean race, and great finishing positions for Charles, for Paul, for Eric, for Sam. You know, I'm very happy for all of them. It's a great way to finish the weekend. If I can't be out there, I'm very happy for those guys.
All right, so Brian, let's run down the finishing order here today for our prototype and open wheel race. Taking the win in prototype, Todd Vanacore, with Todd Parks finishing second in Formula Continental. Rick Silver taking the win. Unfortunately, Tim Minor retires after just 3 laps. In Formula Atlantic, Jim Booth takes the win over Jay Schuler, with Larry Howard only making it 3 laps, finishing in third. And finally, in FE2, Paul Schneider with the win. Margin of victory over Russ Turner, 28 hundredths of a second. Sam Harrington will take the bronze. Eric Cruz will finish just off the podium in fourth, with Ross Wolf finishing in fifth. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 7. B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production, please head to the grid. B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, wanted to, I think both of us would like to thank our guest here today, Kelton Jago.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for obviously sitting in with us. Thank you for breakfast, by the way.
You're welcome.
I will say, though, Kelton, I never want you in the booth again. I want you on the racetrack.
I absolutely love being on the racetrack, and thank you for that. But I have to say, I appreciate the courtesy of having me up here today. It means a lot. And if I can't be on the track, there's no place I'd rather be than sitting with you guys.
Very good. Thank you, my friend. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, gentlemen. Hope to see you at Mid-Ohio next.
There you go. All right, everybody, that's Kelton Jago, Formula Enterprise 2 driver. And again, next up, our final race of the day, and that is going to be our small bore production and B-Spec racers. So stay with us. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And for our final race of the day for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Virginia International Raceway, it is Group 7, E, F, and H production and B spec. 14 laps, 35 minutes, whichever comes first. But what does come first? The starting lineups. And for that, we have Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, and we are, for this race, going to have another split start. We're going to have our production cars, E production, F production, H production at the front. Going to have our B spec cars behind a second safety car to the rear. Let's run down the B spec starters first. Starting on the pole in the Rat Sport Braun Foot and Ankle Mini Cooper, it is Daniel Conway. He was our pole sitter for the National Championship Runoffs this year. Our winner at the Runoffs this year and two-time defending champion, driving the number 11 orange Rat Sport RP Performance Mini Coupe, it's Rich Roman. Rob Pekarczyk will start third today. He's driving the number 99 Goodyear Tire Carbotech Honda Fit with Adam Benaway, our winner yesterday in the number 69 Racing for Heroes Honda Fit. He's from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Starting fifth, it's Blair Deffenbaugh. Blair is driving the number 87 Racing for ALS Faster Skunk G-Lock Brakes Honda Fit. He's out of Sylvan, North Carolina, with Stuart Black driving the number 40 car. That is the Bill Black Autosports Chevy Sonic. Driving another Chevy Sonic, it's Josh Schmidt, the Babyface Fabrications team car. He is out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. The number 19 machine is starting 7th. Starting 8th, Richard Osborne driving the number 51 Babyface Fabrications Nissan Versa Note. How can you combine 3 words? All right, then we got JB Swan driving the number 3 Chevy Sonic, the R&S Redco machine. He's out of Braintree, Massachusetts. James Kohler should be driving the number 88 Mazda 2 today, the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania racer, representing JK Racing, and I believe, again, he's got the wheel today, whereas we had James Nur in the car yesterday, or maybe we have James Nur today. He's showing his driving the number 89 machine, but again, Nur and Knoller sharing that same machine. Now let's move over to the production field. Peter Norton, driver of the number 50 E-Production Omer Norton Caterham 7, is your pole sitter with a time of 206.115. John Hainsworth in the Turf Trade Max Attack Hoosier Mazda RX-7 from Vineland, New Jersey. We'll start on the outside of the front row. Doug Piner driving the North Carolina Region Scholarship Program BMW Z3. We'll start third with Bryce McGuire in the Pit Stop Trailers BMW Z3 out of Cary, North Carolina, starting in 4th. Then we've got then we got Wade McBride. He's going to start 5th today. He's driving the number 07 Mazda Hoosier Jesse Prather Motorsports Carbotech Mazda Miata, and starting in 6th position outside of row number 3, driving the number 18 Carbotech Triumph Spitfire, it's Steve Sargis. Starting 7th, driving the number 10 F Production AER Toyota Paseo, Chris Copley with Don Tucker driving the Labware Incorporated Mazda Miata in E-Production. Starting 9th, driving the number 17 E-Production Mazda MX-5. The Flat Out Motorsports car is starting 9th. Starting in 10th, John Balcom in the number 24 E-Production Fiat 124 Spider. And Brian, over to you for the starts.
All right, green flag is in the air, and we are racing our final race of the weekend here at VIR, and it is on for this final group. Here's our production cars all heading towards turn 1, trying to get through. Up front, you've got Peter Norton side by side with John Hainsworth. Hainsworth looks like he can get the early advantage, but Norton, once he gets those tires up to speed, tends to be the quicker car here at VIR. We'll see if he can do it again today. We should be seeing our B-Spec group coming down the line here pretty quick as well.
And Brian, I'm so conflicted. I don't know which to mention first. One, that we have Rob Wilmoth in the chat from Faster Skunk Motorsports and Racing for ALS, and brand new B-Spec racer. It is Honda Fit as our B-Spec racers now come down the front straight to take the green flag.
And here they go, flying as much as a B-Spec will fly, heading down towards turn 1. 3 wide, it looks like, as they go in. And will they come out 3 wide? They probably won't come out. Well, there is a car off on the outside. Yeah.
That's Pekarczyk through the grass. He's going to drop a number of positions. And Brian, a wonderful start for Blair Deffenbaugh, who moves up into second position. It looks like Pekarczyk has some issues with that number 99 Honda Fit.
His
He's going to
day
pull the
might
car
be
off.
done.
Yeah, I think so. So the reason I was conflicted, of course, is, you know, we had Rob Wilmoth in the chat, and he's got to be very happy that his teammate now gets such a great start. But we had Grass Paddock Motorsports, of course, Frank Schwartz telling us that the race started at 4:20. Anyway, jumping to an early lead is Dan Conway in the not orange, it's the green, Mini Cooper, the Rat Sport machine. Blair Deffenbaugh second. Then Rich Roman, our defending national champion, third. And then we've got John Black in the Chevy Sonic running in fourth position here to start this race. And I'd like to see how John Black comes through South Bend, because that's a part of the course that he had some issues with yesterday. And he carries good speed as Rich Roman's going to try to go around the outside of Blair Deffenbaugh as we go on board now with Josh Schmidt in the Babyface Fabrications Chevy Sonic.
Yep, Goodyear Racing providing the camera for this car. Goodyear, of course, the spec tire for this B-Spec class. And this car is Josh Schmidt, fifth place right now as they head up the hill towards the top of the roller coaster. That burnt orange car right there is Rich Roman. Daniel Conway right in front of him in the green car. And you've got Stuart Black. And what was the fourth car up there is...
Well, I was going to say third car in line is Blair Deffenbaugh.
Right, Blair, that's right.
And actually now Blair Deffenbaugh gives up third position to Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonic. So move the 40 car now into third position, move Deffenbaugh back to fourth. And we saw yesterday where Deffenbaugh and Black had a wonderful race where that Chevy Sonic is incredibly strong, is on the straightaways here. Deffenbaugh definitely had the measure of Black coming down through the roller coaster and under braking going into turn number one. We'll see if that is the case, but right now the two Rat Sport teammates of Conway and Roman back up to the lead. We do have in the chat here Richard Osborne, driver of the Nissan Versa Note, to tell us that both he and JB Swan were not able to make the race today due to mechanical issues in B-Spec. And we'll check in with our production field here in just a few moments as Hainsworth at the end of lap one had gotten around Peter Norton. He did that yesterday. The Mazda with a great start over the Caterham 7, but after I think 3 laps, Norton was able to get around Hainsworth and had a pretty strong win there in class. And in H production, Steve Sargis jumping out to an early lead over Tom Broering.
All right, there is that was not Hainsworth as they come through. I believe that was.
Well, we'll see here. Hainsworth is in the black. It's an open-top second-gen Mazda RX-7.
Right.
That part of the field that we just saw in that shot was Chris Copley in the number 10 Toyota Paseo, who is our sole F production racer today. Yep, there it is. That is Peter Norton and John Hainsworth. That is the battle for the lead in E production.
Norton all over the back bumper of Hainsworth here, just keeping the pressure on as they come through 5 now and up the snake, heading towards the S's.
Yeah, you know, and I think one of the things that we saw this yesterday with Norton jumping out to the early lead, the Caterham, and I've had this happen to me before, and I've seen this happen to the Caterham being such a light chassis, Brian, that it takes a little bit longer for the tires to come up to temp. Here, and so Norton, who out-qualified Hainsworth by 1.5 seconds, you know, I think for the time being, he's, you know, again, playing the patience game and trying to get the equipment underneath him. Now, we did just have a car come down the pit lane. That was Robert Bax in the number 33 H production Mini Cooper, and looks like his race is now done.
You know, you said that it takes longer for the tires to come up at temp, but also does the tires last longer into the session, which I also think is a big advantage. As the heavier cars start to get deeper into the session, they're wearing their tires, it seems like, a little bit faster.
Yeah, certainly.
And it always seems like that Caterham has a little bit more at the end of the race than some of these other cars.
Yep. And Brian, we've got a white flag coming out of South Bend. The number 0 machine off the pace. That is Eric Vickerman in the MG Midget. And this is one of the first races that we've seen with the rebuilt MG Midget being driven by Vickerman. That is him, I believe. It just came out of the Oak Tree Bend. We'll see if he pulls that car off in the South Paddock, and yes, he does. So it looks like Vickerman's going to retire with just 2 laps in the books.
I want to commend our drivers this weekend, Greg. We've had a lot of drivers find the right place to pull off, helping us stay green flag racing as much as possible. And that's great for your fellow competitors, and they will return the favor to you for doing that. So here comes your B-Spec field coming up on one of those slower CRX. That's probably an H production CRX right there. I believe that's Horrell that they're coming up on. And they will try to get around him without that car giving any issues for the leaders of B-Spec. Looks like he's pulled over and everybody's just kind of motoring on by.
Yeah, kind of just going by. Stuart Black now moving over to driver's right. He's got a nice draft on Rich Roman, and he's got the fit of Blair Deffenbaugh to the inside as well, trying to push on by. And as they come under braking now to the top of the roller coaster, just saw Dan Conway move over to the left to try to block that charge. Lots of smoke in the air, and Black still not able to get the pass done door to door with Rich Roman as they come down through the roller coaster. That's given a little bit of clearance now to Conway, as now Black gets the pass made, moves Stuart Black up into second, move Rich Roman, our defending champion, back into third.
Little shake-up at the top of our B-Spec field here with 11 laps to go. Lots of time. A couple of weeks ago at NOLA, B-Spec, they traded all over every lap. It seemed like there was position changes. So watching them now, and not surprised by the amount of action going on with this B-Spec group. Always, when we've got a decent number of them, a pretty good show here.
All right, Brian, the car, the Honda CRX that was Rob Horrell that we had just seen pull over for our B-Spec racers, Rob Horrell, for the second day in a row having some mechanical issues. He pulls the car onto the pit lane, and his day appears now done. Should mention here in B-Spec joining, well, I was going to say joining the chat, but no, he's not in the chat. He's on track. Yesterday's race winner, Adam Benaway, who had just an absolutely amazing start yesterday. He's in the blue number 69 Honda Fit, just his second year of road racing after years of, I believe, BMX. And he, again, put on a heck of a show yesterday. He is now sitting in 5th position. Benaway, 2-time national solo champion in solo spec coupe, the solo spec coupe class specifically for the twins, for the first generation Subaru BRZs, Scion FRSs. And he just made the move over to road racing this past year, and has been a Track Night in America coach for a number of years as well.
Our 2002 B-Spec national champion, Steve Introne, is in the chat. He's just built a brand new B-Spec car.
Just got a logbook too.
I know, so that should be out of the racetrack pretty quickly here. His son and daughter dabbling also in B-Spec, so one of the legendary SCCA families. His dad was a director. His dad taught me how to run race control when I was a flag chief. So great family. Love those guys. Glad to see you in the chat there, Steve.
All right, new leader, Brian. It appears, and that is Stuart Black, who works his way to the lead. Dan Conway now sitting in second, and then Blair Deffenbaugh moves back up into 3rd position. Rich Roman slots in the 4th, just ahead of Adam Benaway. Now, we'll have to see here. Again, we had this great fight with Deffenbaugh and Black yesterday. Deffenbaugh moves all the way drivers left, and that is going to leave both Roman and Benaway to move drivers right. Benaway's going to try to outbrake Rich Roman into turn number 1, but both racers, Roman and Benaway, now get around Blair Deffenbaugh. Deffenbaugh is going to try to fight back as Benaway,
3 wide.
Yeah, did not have a great exit at turn 1, and they are 3 wide coming through turn 3 through the NASCAR bend. and into turn number 4.
I think, though, they've just made the colossal sin of allowing Conway and Roman to hook back up together. You also have right behind this group the overall lead battle coming up behind B-Spec. That's Peter Norton, John Hainsworth. They're going to try to get around these cars as quickly as they can, but that may upset the apple cart here as you see them come through the last car here, but they've got the whole B-Spec field to get through, and this will be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have the pace to get through the whole field there before they get to the S's, and indeed they don't. And this is a critical moment for John Hainsworth as Peter Norton is able to slot his little car literally almost hide between the B-Spec cars, and now finally gets around the pack as they come through South Bend, as Hainsworth now has 3 B-Spec cars between he and Peter Norton as they come into the slowest corner there is, and that allows Norton to open up, Brian, almost 8 car lengths on Hainsworth now as they come onto the back straight.
Just awful, awful timing and luck there for Hainsworth, and there was nothing the B-Spec drivers really could do to help there, because they're all racing for the top 5 positions in their class, and good luck, good move there by Roman to be able to let them go through as much as possible. Hopefully for him, he's hoping to get back to the back of that green car, his teammate, and it looks like that's pretty much happened. And now you've got Stuart Black, who's kind of a sitting duck there with those 2 minis right behind him.
Yeah, indeed, and you know, as they come down the hill, we got Black, who, you know, again, certain portions of this track, that Chevy Sonic just not very strong, and he's able to bottle the cars up behind him. But as we watch now, as Norton just starts to walk away from Hainsworth, the B-Spec racers on the front straight, you see the smallest of gaps open up there with the Chevy Sonic of Black. Conway able to draft back up. Conway takes a quick look to the inside. Again, those minis are very strong on the brakes, but Conway goes really deep into turn 1, and that allows his teammate to come up alongside. And Rich Roman now get around the green car, move Conway back, not only behind Roman, but look at this, Adam Benaway now moves up into 3rd place, yesterday's race winner. And Conway he went too deep down in the 1. I think that's the only way we could say it, Brian.
Yeah, when you look at Benaway and the fact that he's fairly new to this group and he's taken to it like just an amazing situation here, and I was looking for an analogy that I couldn't come up with, but he is right there mixing it up with a 2-time national champion, and it has been a great weekend for him regardless of how this finishes up. So there is Black, Roman, Benaway, and Conway. That's your top 4 there. And hanging in right behind him is Blair Deffenbaugh. Here they come up into turn 11. Doug Piner will be the next car to try to get past these cars.
And yeah, Brian, just to quickly update on some of our other classes, Steve Sargis, our leader in H production, he's got almost a 45-second advantage over Tom Roaring. And, you know, we've been watching this battle between Peter Norton and John Hainsworth. They have about a 20-second advantage over Doug Piner, 3rd in class. And in F production, Chris Copley, our sole racer in the class in his Toyota Paseo.
And there's Roman with a little bit of pressure behind him. Deffenbaugh is trying to follow Roman through and get past Conway. Didn't get it done there, but now you've got Roman and Conway together. Those are the teammates. 7 laps to go here, Greg. Let's take our final break of the weekend, and then when we come back, hopefully green flag all the way to the finish line. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, there are your two race leaders, Peter Norton in the Caterham, John Hainsworth in the E-Production Mazda RX-7. And Norton had a 1.6 second lead going across the line. Checking in real quick, your H-Production leader is Steve Sargis. Your E-Production top three is John Bauckham, Don Tucker, and Thomas Burt. Second place in E-Production is Tom Boring. Or in H-Production.
Yeah, I would say in H-Production, definitely the case. And I was going to say, Brian, big development in both B-Spec and also E-Production. We had just gotten word that John Bauckham and Don Tucker had gotten together at the top of the roller coaster. Bauckham in the 24 yellow Fiat 124 Spider. Don Tucker in the number 9, I think blue and white Mazda Miata. And the 24 did manage to continue, but we just saw there how the B-Spec field now is getting broken up. And as we came back from break, new race leader in B-Spec, and that is Rich Roman. And more importantly, their new second place racer, that is now Dan Conway, as Stuart Black has fallen all the way back to a distant 5th behind the two Fitz of Benaway and Deffenbaugh.
Yeah, that was an interesting situation. I think Black had a bit of a moment, and everyone basically just motored on by. But that gap between Conway and I have lost my mind. Benaway, too big now, or getting bigger with 6 to go. That's going to be problematic. Your front car right now is Roman. Here is that Goodyear in-car camera here with Josh Schmidt. He's had some mechanical problems this weekend, so he is not in the mix here, but it is out here on the racetrack still trying to get their time. And a lot of times you need a particular number of races to qualify for the runoff. So even if your car's not doing its best, it's still worth trying to get to the finish line here and get counted for the race. So Josh Schmidt's been doing really well with this year. Not so hot this weekend, but they'll get the mechanical stuff fixed up and get them back out there.
Yeah, a couple race wins and podium finishes this year. Brian, real quick, got a quick call that I need to make over here. Attention in the paddock, Cam Eben, driver of the number 55 SMX car, or his entrant, please report to the race director in tech. Would the driver of the number 55 SMX or the entrant of the number 55 car driven by Cam Eben please report to the race director in tech?
5 laps to go here, and still no real decisions here as to who's going to win this B-Spec race. Look at Benaway now making his way all by himself up to pretty close to the rear bumper there of that second place car of Daniel Conway.
Yeah, and we've got Steve Sargis, our H production leader, Brian, in the Triumph Spitfire, needing and wanting to make his way through that Spitfire. The pace that it carries, not, it's a very small displacement motor, not that much faster than a B-Spec car, at least in a straight line here, but looks like he's going to get this, hopefully get this pass done before our 3 leaders make their way down to South Bend, and that I don't think is going to happen.
Yeah, he'll try to get it done, I think, on the backstretch there. But we'll see how that works. And hopefully, wherever he makes the pass, it won't disrupt the apple cart too much here. 4 laps to go. Yep, here he is trying to get around all of these cars. They'll all try to get through. And then Benaway tries to get just a tiny bit of draft off of him as he comes by.
That's a small car to get a lot of draft off.
That's true. That's true. But you take every little advantage you can try to get.
Yeah, indeed. As the 2 minis of Roman and Conway, as well as Adam Benaway, now have really started to separate themselves out from Blair Defenbaugh. And even if they're going into the top of the roller coaster now, side by side, Brian, where Benaway moves up into second, Defenbaugh not making up a ton of ground at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got the opportunity without a partner at this point.
Yeah.
To be able to make that gap out. Now, if Stuart Black can catch up to the back of him, they could get something done here. But he doesn't want to give up that position either. So it's kind of a game of chess at this point to see how you can, partner up to try to get there. And look at Benaway now around Daniel Conway, and he's going to maybe try to make a move also on Roman here going into turn 1. Roman on the inside, that's the better spot to be there. Holds him off at least on this set of corners. And now Conway tries to go side by side. He wants to get back to the rear bumper of his teammate there so badly. But Benaway is not having anything of it, trying to keep, and Benaway's like, I got to keep these 2 guys separated because together they are just dangerous. It's always good to have a wingman in this spec class.
Well, absolutely, and and we've obviously seen that with Conway and Roman, with Roman and Introne. I think probably the one outlier may actually be David Doherty. And I was looking back now. I know that as Benaway, great pass through the S's that I think really caught Rich Roman unawares, Brian, is that the Honda Fit that Benaway is driving, it is an ex-David Doherty car. And I was looking to see if this is which car this was, if he had run this car in the runoffs the last couple of years, and I don't believe he has, but we've also seen David Doherty where he'll switch chassis in the middle of a year and basically picks the car for the course. And so I don't believe this is one that he has run at the runoffs previously. And I'm sure if I know he was in the chat yesterday. If he checks in again today, I'm sure he'll give us the rundown on its history. But Benaway, what a strong
car
move.
Off in the grass there in the middle. Not sure who that is. We've been doing this is our 14th race.
Yeah, and real quick, Brian, that is the number 9 Miata of Don Tucker.
Okay.
That looks like he went off at South Bend.
I was just going to say, this is our 14th race of the weekend. I don't think I've seen a pass for position in that 6th section of the racetrack once in the 14 races we've done.
Which is such a surprise. Yeah. It's a great run through there. And like I said, I think Roman was just caught unaware that he thought maybe Benaway would tuck in behind him to go up through the S's. And just didn't happen. And here as they come to the line now with, for them, 3 laps remaining, that Fit has a lot more speed than I gave it credit for. I think the Fit, if I remember correctly, this is a 2nd generation Fit compared to the 1st generation. I remember here when we had the runoffs back in 2019, a lot of drivers shied away from running the 2nd generation Fit because of the gearing. that I think the fifth gear was pretty much useless in this car on the back straight, but it's working. And also why we didn't see David Doherty, I think, drive this car at the runoffs where he ran the fit in the year that Rich Roman won, and I believe he was in a Mini Cooper the year before. But Benaway seemingly getting good runs out of this car,
Right.
and just able to take advantage of the two Minis, which have much better braking systems on them.
Yeah. So according to Stephen Trone, who knows these things, the blue fit is the one that David Doherty's son, Chris,
that's right,
ran in 2023.
Okay.
So he ran that at the runoffs in 2023. That was after he wrecked the Mazda 2, which was a heck of a moment.
Big wreck, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good piece of a race car, and now we've got our leaders in the production trying to come through this B-Spec leaders field one more time. I don't know if they will get to the front of this pack. Well, yeah, they probably will. 2 to go. They're going to come through one more time. The good news this time is that Peter Norton has a bit of a gap, so he has a little bit of chance to be patient. He doesn't have to go through so quickly, but he doesn't have a huge gap.
Yeah, but this is also, Brian, going to not necessarily take away a lap, but Peter Norton, who is our leader as he comes down the roller coaster, he's going to see the white flag this time by. And so our B-Spec racers here at the front of the field, Benaway, Roman, and Conway, they have to come to the realization that they've got just a little bit now over about 3.4 miles left to go here, as they also have, and look at this, John Hainsworth right behind them as well. And Hainsworth followed him all the way down the roller coaster. He might, depending on, it looks like Hainsworth has gotten around the 3 B-Spec cars long before they get to turn 1.
All right, 1 lap to go. Can the teammates of Roman and Conway get anything done with the leader right now, Adam Benaway, who's looking to go back-to-back here for 2 Super Tour wins here at VIR? Can the teammates best that Honda Fit? We will wait just a few more corners to know that, Greg, but right now, Benaway is driving the 2nd race of his lifetime here.
That's right.
Really well done. No issues for anybody coming through turn 4 now. Now they head to turn 5 with about a 3-car length lead between Benaway and Roman. And Conway's really not sucked up to the rear of that burnt orange Mini enough to really help Roman at this point.
And you were saying, Brian, that nobody's having some issues. It looked like Blair Deffabaugh, especially going in the left hook, he's having to dial in a lot of corrections. The rear end of that car is skating around on him quite a bit, and I don't think he has to worry so much about Stuart Black behind, but
right.
It's pretty clear that Honda Fit giving him fits here towards the last half of the race, as he's really dropped off the pace of the top 3 and might have, basically run through those Spec Goodyear tires at the beginning of this race, trying to keep up at the front here as our leaders in B-Spec now on the back straight. We'll have Peter Norton and John Hainsworth coming to us here in just a moment, but great fight here. And look at the lead that Benaway just built up on the back straight.
And you can see under that Benaway car, there's a little rubber, like a wind guard that is flapping underneath that car. But he is having no problems with that as Roman and Conway start to try to get a little bit closer. But I don't think they're close enough, Greg, to get anything done. Benaway easy through the roller coaster.
All right, Brian, and checkered flag is now out for Peter Norton. He takes the E-Production and overall win. John Hainsworth about 3.5 seconds behind as we jump back to this battle in B-Spec.
It'll be a drag race to the finish line with Benaway, Roman, and Conway. It looks like it should be Benaway, but let's see what happens at the line. Were they able to catch him? Here they come. The answer is no. 2 in a row, back-to-back for Adam Benaway. Rich Roman will finish 2nd, Daniel Conway 3rd, Blair Deffabaugh 4th, and Stuart Black 5th.
Wow, there you go. And Brian, only a 1/4 of a second between Benaway and Roman, another 1/4 back to Conway in 3rd. So 2 wonderful races for B-Spec in 2 days. In E-Production, as we mentioned, Peter Norton takes the win with John Hainsworth finishing 2nd. Doug Piner will finish in third. In age production, it's Steve Sargis with the win, Tom Roaring finishing in second, and Eric Vickerman, Rob Horrell, unfortunately only completing 2 laps. Robert Bax only completing a single lap. In F production, Chris Copley, our sole racer today in his Toyota Paseo.
What's interesting, just taking a peek at the trap speeds, Greg, that Honda Fit, its fastest trap speed was 3 miles an hour slower than both of the Minis.
Are we sure? I actually think it was about. I think it was actually 3 miles an hour faster than.
Well, that's not what my timing screen said. So,
maybe on the last lap. I
maybe
saw
on the last lap only. That might be true.
I saw it running 3 up. So
interesting.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up from Virginia International Raceway. Brian, let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the Super Tour schedule. From Virginia International Raceway, Brian, let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the.
There it is.
There we go.
Next, we've got Hallett in about 3 weeks. And
beautiful
then,
Jennings, Oklahoma.
That's right.
Wonderful club circuit.
That's right. And Portland and Mid-Ohio, back-to-back, coming up in May. And then June, a big week, a big month of June, the June sprints, June 6th through the 8th. And, of course, we wrap it all up with the Watkins Glen International race, June 27th, 28th, and 29th.
All right. So
real quick, everyone else was right. Earlier in the race, the Fit had a 110-mile-an-hour trap speed. So I was just looking at that one particular race lap. So,
all right. So that's going to wrap things up for us here from Virginia International Raceway. I want to thank everybody for joining us this weekend. I want to thank all the great volunteers who helped put on this event. Of course, our host region, the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And we'll see you in, just a couple weeks at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great week, everybody.